pathetic little Princess Mia. Imprisoned within a desolate, pitch-black dungeon since her first breath, she was forced to scribe 100 penances daily just to earn a meager meal. To make matters worse, she endured frequent brutal beatings from her own aunt and uncle. Her mother was the radiant Saintess Everland, the 9th scion of St. Elhannah, adored by half the empire. Every single one of his descendants boasted magnificent shimmering platinum hair. However, her mother surrendered to a forbidden passion with the rival demon clan, bringing into the world an adorable baby girl cursed with midnight black hair. While their rivals were worshipped by the empire's other half, she was nothing but a stain on the Saint clan's prestige. Consequently, the immense wealth and legendary status of the Elhannahs began to wither away. Consumed by rage, her wicked aunt and uncle framed the innocent Mia for her mother's tragic passing. They ruthlessly cast her away, locking her inside a cramped, suffocatingly dark cell. The aunt subjected her to relentless verbal abuse, branding her a demon spawn who never should have existed, viciously claiming that she was the sole reason for her mother's death. Poor Mia was tormented until her consciousness slipped away, plunging her into a profound dream. In this vision, Mia witnessed 4 potential destinies, all ignited by her aunt finally releasing her, and commanding her to deliver a chalice of wine to a crimson-haired youth. Predictably, the moment he took a single sip, he was lethally poisoned and began coughing up blood. Since he was a high-born son of the demon clan, this treachery ignited a catastrophic war between the two houses, a conflict of unparalleled brutality. In the second vision, Mia refused to poison him, resulting in her brother's murder at the hands of her sadistic bald uncle. They discarded the corpse at the demon clan's gates. This atrocity triggered a bloodbath, proving they viewed her merely as a pawn for provocation. The third dream appeared to be the most mundane, where Mia seized the chance to flee the oppressive mansion. She forged a new life on the streets, toiling away in a humble bakery for years. It was so agonizingly dull that Mia grew desperate to wake up and end the vision immediately. And finally, the fourth dream, it lasted only a fleeting moment. She was cradled in the arms of the formidable demon duke, her true father, and bestowed the name Mio. Wielding the supernatural instincts of a demon scion, little Mia quickly grasped that this foresight was her awakening power. After observing the 4 futures she could choose to navigate, she devised a simple, daring strategy. First, she would sell the secrets of her uncle's nefarious plot in exchange for a mountain of gold. Then she'd vanish into the night with the riches, a truly masterful plan. Sure enough, the following day, her 2 treacherous relatives arrived for Mia, garbed exactly as they were in her dream. According to the vision, her aunt would inevitably force her to attend the grand banquet. But because she acted out and even sank her teeth into a maid's hand, the spiteful servant dragged her outside to drench her in freezing water. Terrified, but resilient, Mia clung to her plan, locking her desperate gaze onto the perimeter wall. There was a narrow crevice she could squeeze through, but in that exact moment, her aunt materialized. This was a sudden deviation, yet it was actually a golden opportunity. While her aunt was preoccupied screaming at the trembling servants, Mia viciously bit the hand of the guard clutching her dress, snatched the fabric away, and bolted. She moved with such explosive speed that no one could intercept her. The ingenious girl managed to force herself through the narrow fence, successfully escaping that living, lightless hell. Though she had traversed these paths countless times in her visions, the reality was still treacherous. Predatory kidnappers already had their greedy eyes on the expensive noble gown she wore. By any means necessary, Mia had to reach the safety of the main thoroughfare immediately. After a frantic pursuit, the little girl finally burst onto the main street, just as the emperor's majestic parade was passing. Right as the kidnappers reached out to snatch Mia back into the shadows, she lost her footing and went tumbling onto the hard pavement. Looking up, she realized the man towering over her was her father, the Duke. Before a word was spoken, he sensed the undeniable aura radiating from Mia. He carries the exact same scent as me. However, the very first demand she made of her father was for an immediate allowance. Mia was whisked back to the safety of the ducal manor with a steaming cup of tea. Eavesdropping on the Duke and his subordinate, Mia realized she had utterly derailed a royal procession. The emperor was reportedly livid, but the demon Duke remained unfazed, cold-bloodedly remarking that if the crown demanded more, he'd slit a sleeping bird's throat. Truly, her father feared no soul, and to top it off, he was breathtakingly handsome. I can feel it in my gut. Father radiates an aura of overwhelming, terrifying power. Only a true apex predator could possess such a presence. Suddenly remembering her mission, Mia took a massive gulp of tea to steady her nerves, only to instantly recoil and stick out her tongue from the stinging bitterness. This unexpectedly precious reaction captured the attention of both men, making her heart race. I must maintain a professional facade to secure my seat at the table just as the Duke issued final orders and turned to take his leave. Panic-stricken, Mia scrambled to her feet and chased after him, ignoring the scalding tea splashing her tiny toes. She lunged forward, hugging the Duke's leg and screaming that she wanted a deal because a murder was in motion. After a heavy silence, the Duke smirked, musing that the brat would probably poison him next if he refused the contract. Viciously cunning, just like her old man. Before Mia could utter another syllable, the Duke scooped her up and noticed the red burn on her foot. He summoned Butler Levi to weave a healing spell, and within a heartbeat, the wound vanished entirely. Once her nerves settled, Mia was finally ready to pitch her terms to the Duke. She declared she held high-stakes intelligence and intended to trade it for cold, hard cash, or perhaps something small, shimmering, and outrageously expensive. Amused by her audacity, the Duke agreed and produced a stunning, radiant gemstone. It was encased in a sleek white metal, which she assumed was high-grade silver. Mia then boldly exposed the Everland family's treacherous plot to assassinate Brother Aban. He must absolutely avoid every drop of drink offered to him at tonight's banquet. The moment she finished, the Duke froze and a murderous chill bled into the air around him. Quickly masking his lethal intent, he reached out and gently patted Mia's head to soothe her. But this sudden display of affection terrified the girl, causing her to bolt in the opposite direction. She frantically reminded her father to scrub his hands because she was covered in filth. This rejection pierced the Duke's fatherly heart, making him wonder what horror she'd survived to be this broken. Shortly after the Duke's departure, and much to Mia's bewilderment, a maid sporting sharp horns on her head entered with a beaming smile and introduced herself as Tina. Noticing the young lady's wide-eyed shock, Tina casually explained that since she couldn't hide her horns, she simply flaunted them. Apparently, only elites like the young mistress could perfectly conceal their demonic traits. Tina then grasped her hand, promising that from this day forward she would be her devoted guardian and servant. Mia nodded, in a daze, struck by how incredibly warm and gentle this girl seemed. Leading the way, Tina promised to give the little princess a full tour of her new life. Their first stop was the bath, where Mia was carefully placed into the warm, bubbling water. Tina washed her with the utmost care as the two shared stories and laughter. Out of nowhere, Mia asked if Tina was a girl or a boy. Tina explained that while she appeared feminine, low-tier demons like herself were actually born genderless. She noted that they usually served high-ranking lords, never dreaming she'd be attending to a high-level female demon. It was an absolute honor. Mia was floored to realize everyone here was a demon, meaning she was one too. Mia was stunned. It felt surreal because she was taught demons were monsters, yet Tina was so kind. Suddenly, Tina gestured toward the marking on the girl's chest, identifying it as the demon's crest. She predicted she'd soon sprout horns. Mia insisted it was just a birthmark, but Tina corrected her, saying it was a royal seal. It only looked like a mark because her mana was still untamed. Magic Mia saw it as something else entirely. Tina whispered that it was a butterfly. She saw a butterfly. A butterfly? Is it truly that beautiful? Mia traced the mark on her chest with a faint, hopeful smile. Suddenly, a realization struck her and she turned to Tina. Wait, one more thing. My father, the Duke, he isn't married, right? Yet he already has 2 sons. At least one of them must be my mother's child, right? Or did father choose someone else to be his wife? Since I'm just an illegitimate child and don't share the same blood as my brother's, father probably despises me. And if anyone starts bullying me the way my aunt did, then... Tina was momentarily stunned by the young girl's question. Marriage. What a bizarre concept. Such a human tradition didn't even exist in the demon realm. A noble succubus like the madam could love and bear children without the shackles of matrimony, couldn't she? Tina continued explaining that in their world, raising the offspring was solely the male demon's burden. Mia was absolutely floored by this revelation. For real, my mother must have known that all along. If any pathetic bastard refuses to raise his own blood, don't just bind his limbs. No, young mistress, you must hack him into 100 bloody pieces. Tina snatched up a rubber duck and strangled it with terrifying intensity while giving her advice. But in a flash, Tina reverted to her bubbly self. Now, young mistress, let's get you dried off. I see, Mia mused internally. So, father raised my brothers all on his own. Did he make sure they were well fed and had warm clothes to wear against the chill? The little MC whispered sadly to herself, I have no right to be envious. Everyone walks a different path and there's no changing that. Tina hummed with praise while wrapping her in a towel. But young Master Kian and Lord Aban are certainly in for a massive surprise. Mia softly repeated the names Tina had mentioned. Kian, that must be my eldest brother. What an elegant name. Suddenly her heart grew heavy. But why am I even bothering to memorize it? In the end, I'll never truly be a member of this household. I refuse to be the one who shatters their perfect family dynamic. While father still feels a shred of pity, I need to wrap up this deal and vanish into thin air. Now squeaky clean, Mia was greedily gulping down a glass of warm milk provided by Tina. It's so sweet, she cheered. Tina beamed, watching the young mistress's heart-meltingly cute reaction. Delicious, isn't it? What are these little clouds? Peering into the glass, she saw marshmallows bobbing on the surface. Tina leaned in to explain. Those are sweet marshmallows that haven't quite melted into the milk yet. Mia was wide-eyed with wonder, her huge sparkling eyes fixated on the cup of magical marshmallow water. Tina swiftly tucked Mia into the plush bed and pulled the duvet up to her chin. There now, young mistress, it's time for your dreams to begin. You need your beauty sleep if you want to grow up big and strong, Mia asked Tina with a hint of hesitation. But where is the Duke? The master is quite preoccupied at the moment. Tina gently clarified that since the Duke had just returned from the bloody front lines, a mountain of paperwork awaited his attention. He had to depart for an urgent matter immediately. Hearing those words, the girl felt a pang of doubt. Does father truly have no time to listen to my story? Father, please. Can you save Aban from his fate? I don't want Aban to die. Tina slipped out of the room and softly clicked the door shut. Sweet dreams, young mistress. As the lock engaged, Mia's mind raced. This bed is so incredibly soft and comfortable. This is the very first time in my life I've felt the warmth of a hot bath. And that marshmallow milk was like a taste of heaven. I'll probably end up regretting leaving these beautiful memories behind. The girl gave a bittersweet, wistful smile. She slowly climbed down from the luxurious bed. But this place isn't where I belong. I can't let myself forget that. Mia bundled herself in a spare blanket and curled up on the hard floor. Leaving is going to hurt so much. In the dead of night, the Duke and Ravenous had finally finished their grueling duties. The Duke immediately turned to his aide. How is the child faring? The servant reported that the little girl had already drifted off to sleep. Tina confirmed seeing the butterfly-shaped crest while bathing her. Upon hearing the report, the Duke's brow furrowed in deep contemplation. I don't get it. The mother of my sons never showed a hint of possessiveness. Even if I had sought out another woman, she wouldn't have shed a single tear. I've strictly avoided other women because children are nothing but a noisy distraction. Yet suddenly, this tiny girl appears out of thin air. It's incredibly suspicious. He shifted the topic to the surveillance report. What's the status of the Everland family watch? Sir, the reports say. As of today, knights have been aggressively patrolling every back alley in the city. My contact at the local pawn shop spotted something highly unusual. Knights don't just wander the slums like that. It's clear they're hunting for something or someone. The Duke let out a chilling, mocking smirk. Actually, I think I've pieced together exactly what's happening. Launch a full investigation into Axela Everland at once. Ravenous was visibly taken aback. Wait, you mean the Saintess, the 9th daughter of the Divine? Just before the war broke out, she came to find me. On that fateful day, Axela made a chillingly blunt proposal to the Duke. Since you're unattached anyway, it shouldn't be an issue, right? Spend the night with me. She shamelessly suggested a carnal encounter. The Duke could only stare at Axela in absolute stunned silence. As for her, she looked deathly bored while twirling her platinum locks. I'm utterly exhausted from playing the Holy Child of God. The Duke turned to Ravenous, musing. Is it possible that during that encounter, Axela Everland siphoned my essence? I was under the impression nothing occurred that night, his subordinate ventured. Precisely, the Duke countered. I clearly shot her down. If a war erupts ahead of schedule, I'll be in a tight spot. But I can't be sure if she used my stolen vitality to conceive a child on her own. We can verify this by looking into how the Everland clan kept her isolated and calculating the girl's age. Ravenous grew even more bewildered by the Duke's theory. But Axela Everland isn't exactly human. Like any demon, it's feasible she could reproduce through essence alone. But judging by her lineage, isn't she a child of God? She must have found a loophole. So you truly have a daughter born of your own mana. The Duke offered no reply to Ravenous' probing. He simply lapsed into a heavy silence. Visualizing the striking eyes shared by Axela and Mia, he thought, I never planned on being a father, but anyone who births a child from Milhana's light, that child is destined for an early grave. I see, Ravenous remarked, visibly shaken. Then what's the plan for the little one? The Duke shifted gears. Keep a close watch for now. And what of Aban? Ravenous snapped to attention. It's a blessing you decided to skip the victory celebration. I'm aware, the Duke replied coolly as an ominous dark vapor began to coil around his boots. With a sudden poof, the Duke dissolved into the shadows, leaving Ravenous with a final command. I'm heading out. I need to see what those spineless seraphim have been plotting behind our backs. Deep within the heart of the opulent and towering imperial palace, a thunderous, disbelieving voice rang out. Did that fool just admit they let the child escape? Before the speaker stood a figure trembling in total defeat, pleading, It's my failure, I beg for your mercy. The figure atop the throne spoke with lethal gravity. That was our perfect shot to erase Aban. He's far too trusting to suspect a gift from his own kin. Count Everland pressed his forehead to the floor in terror. Forgive me, I will rectify this. Is the brainwashing protocol still in effect? The other man spat back. Didn't I command you to strip away its very will to flee? You couldn't even keep a leash on a child and jeopardize the entire operation. Aban. If he remains on the board, our grand design crumbles. Suddenly, the elder Everland raised a hand to interject. The surrounding council went dead silent. He looked up, his voice cracking with desperation. Grant me one more chance. I will settle the score. A voice echoed back, a chance. The speaker glared down at Old Man Everland with pure disdain. No, you have outlived your usefulness. Upon hearing his death knell, Old Man Everland was paralyzed with shock, his features twisting in a mask of pure horror. The man roared, "Begone out of my sight!" Instantly, the heavy doors behind him groaned open. The ruler continued coolly. Another child of God is already on the verge of being born. With a flick of his finger, a burst of energy sent Old Man Everland crashing out of the chamber before he could even gasp. Tumbling through the halls, he wailed in despair, "No, this can't be happening." He was unceremoniously hurled from the palace gates just as they slammed shut with finality. Only then did he reflect on the insatiable greed for power he felt the day his sister Axilla was anointed as God's daughter. He let out a hollow laugh, thinking, I could have been a saint myself, but my ambitions were stripped away. The moment that demon brat was born, I heard the whispers of the Netafim on the very night Axilla perished. The old man recalled the cryptic prophecy he was given, that child will eventually serve a purpose. He was forbidden from killing her, but he wasn't required to show her a shred of affection either. He had played the obedient servant, hoping that by following orders he would eventually ascend to the heavens. Suddenly, several nobles approached from the gloom and sneered, "Count Everland, what a pathetic sight." They froze, spotting the brand on his brow. One shouted, "Look, it's the mark of shame." Another gasped in mock surprise. "Has the great count finally been cast out like trash?" The old man frantically clawed at his face, realizing with soul-crushing dread that the mark of shame was the Netafim's eternal brand for traitors. Amidst the cruel, mocking laughter of his peers, he realized, this mark means a traitor will never again bask in Elhana's divine grace. The crowd shoved him into the dirt, jeering, "Don't you dare show your wretched face in this city again." Later, as he dragged his broken body through the streets, one question haunted his mind. What do I have left? The old man gripped his hair in a frenzy of panic and mental collapse. Should I use my hidden gold to rebuild, or perhaps wed Marion now that she's single? I have to act before the scandal breaks. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide in terror. He stammered, "Wait a second, this isn't the path to my home." Out of nowhere, a grotesque figure materialized before him. He loomed over the old man with raised hands, causing him to shudder violently as he stammered, Who are you?" "Stay back." After that, the trail went cold. Nothing remained but the blood-curdling screams of Old Man Everland echoing in the dark. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Mia Everland, who is currently chugging a glass of milk lost in a sugary daydream. I literally can't survive without milk and marshmallows. She wondered with pure innocence, when will father show up? Days have passed without incident or updates, and her time in the sanctuary is running out, yet father remains silent. Is she so small that he's simply forgotten her existence? Standing by her side, Tina chimed in, asking, "Young mistress, is something the matter? Are you dying of boredom?" However, Mia Everland played it cool though. Internally, she screamed, "Bored, my brain is about to go nuclear." Tina then proposed a grand tour, mentioning the Duke had granted her full permission to explore the palace grounds. Hearing that, Mia Everland's eyes lit up. "A tour?" Tina smirked and added, "Indeed, but seeing all 666 rooms is going to take us an eternity." Tina's smile widened. Some chambers are themed like oceans overflowing with pearls. Others are encrusted with diamonds, and there's a trophy room on the 3rd floor curated by the Duke himself. At this, Mia Everland's jaw dropped. I have to see it. She realized that exploring would be the perfect way to decode her father's true character. Tina warmly replied, "As you wish, I shall be your guide, young mistress." As Tina led the way, Mia couldn't help but notice the servants' gazes following her every move like hawks. Feeling the heat of their stares, she wondered, why is everyone low-key obsessed with watching me? Tina giggled. It's because you're a total heart stealer, young mistress, with a face that precious, how could they look away? Mia Everland bashfully looked aside and muttered, "Cap." Tina laughed and insisted, "No, Cap, it's the truth." Then Tina urged, "Come on, let's go play. I've got the master key so we can check out this specific room." A moment later, Tina gestured toward the impending doors and beamed. Here we are, the legendary Soleil Diamond Room. Mia Everland was floored. Wait, what? Her mind raced. The Soleil Diamond. This mythical gemstone contains trapped rays of pure sunlight and can only be harvested from the treacherous Dragon's Cave. No amount of grime can dull its luster. It perpetually radiates with the brilliance of a midday sun. Just a single stone on a ring is worth an entire estate and a fleet of carriages in the capital. You could live like royalty even with a massive staff. But is that really the theme here? Mia thought skeptically. There's only supposed to be one stone. Suddenly, Tina stepped forward and announced, I'm unlocking it now. Mia felt a surge of nervous energy. Then an ancient glittering tree manifested before her eyes. It was breathtakingly ethereal. The second she laid eyes on it, Mia Everland let out a sharp gasp of pure wonder. She turned to Tina breathless and whispered, It's absolutely stunning. Tina beamed back, Gorgeous, right? It seems the young mistress has a weakness for all things sparkly. That was exactly why she chose this spot. Mia Everland pondered, I knew father was loaded, but is his personality just money? Staring at the ring it displayed before her, she delved deeper into her thoughts. In her third dream, she had caught a glimpse of the Soleil Diamond once and assumed she'd never see its like again. Unconsciously, she reached toward the Soleil Diamond with a soft smile, thinking, It's so beautiful, it's literally snatching my soul. Suddenly, she froze, a chilling realization washing over her. Ah! She gasped, and Tina immediately jumped in. Yes, young mistress. Mia Everland blurted out. Wait, where exactly did these stones come from? Tina gestured to the surrounding displays. Rumor says they were gathered 5 years ago. The base was meant to be vacant, but it's been completely filled now. Apparently, Levius went to the ends of the earth to secure the highest grade Soleil diamonds. Mia realized she had to speak her truth regardless of whether the maid would even comprehend the gravity of it. Mia Everland pointed a trembling finger at the Soleil diamond and stated with ice-cold certainty, This is a total fraud. Tina blinked in total confusion. Wait, what? Mia started pointing frantically from one stone to the next, and that one and even the one right above your head. Finally, Mia dropped the bombshell. Every single one is a fake. After hearing that, Tina's jaw hit the floor. What? Mia suddenly felt a wave of anxiety, thinking, Did I just do too much? I'm about to get roasted. They'll say, What does the kid know? Stop capping. But these are 100% counterfeit. If they were authentic, the internal air bubbles would spin counterclockwise. In these knockoffs, the bubbles are fractured and rotating clockwise. They've been played, Mia spoke up. This is a disaster. A panicked Tina stammered, Wait, just wait, and rushed over. Young mistress, stay right here. I have to fetch Mr. Levius immediately. Mia exhaled, realizing, wow, Tina actually believes me. In that exact moment, a servant slammed the door open and barked, Young mistress. Ravenous burst into the room, gasping for air, and stammered, Young mistress, what on earth did you just say? Please repeat exactly what you just disclosed to Tina. Mia gestured toward the nearby structure and explained, This tree stands as tall as a man to appear authentic, but this isn't real soil. Ravenous choked back a gasp as Mia mused. Perhaps because humans are so much larger than the sapling, they assumed no one would ever question the forgery. Even children with a clear vantage point wouldn't suspect the deception. Ravenous, brandishing a magnifying glass, began a frantic inspection of the bark. Tina, hovering nearby, growled under her breath. How could those scoundrels dare to swindle the House of Depper? Mia stepped forward, her voice small but firm. Is there anything else I can do? Ravenous pivoted in shock. What you truly wish to assist us, young mistress? Mia nodded. I'm ready to work. Internally, she resolved, Ravenous mended my injured foot, so I must return the favor. I need to settle my debts immediately. Mia paced around the installation, pointing relentlessly. This one is a sham, and this one and that one too. Beside her, Ravenous could only mutter, Yes, exactly. Heavens, it's a catastrophe. Tina watched the scene with pure adoration. The young mistress is a literal genius. Hearing this, Mia blinked in confusion. Wait, what? Tina beamed with pride and asked, How did you manage to distinguish the fakes from the gems? You're incredibly gifted. Mia began to stammer. Well, while thinking, if I claim I saw it all in a prophetic dream, they'll think I've lost my mind, right? She turned back and adopted a cheerful, casual tone. I'm simply earning my keep for the meals I've had. Tina looked bewildered. Your meals, Mia explained. I've feasted so much since arriving. Surely it cost a fortune. Tina's expression suddenly shifted to one of profound sadness. She knelt down and asked in a soft, trembling voice, Who? Who was cruel enough to poison your mind with such thoughts? Mia answered simply, My uncle, Muggle, and my aunt. With tears pooling in her eyes, Tina choked out, Good heavens, young mistress, please eat until your heart is content. These trifles cost us nothing. Witnessing Tina's breakdown, Mia felt a wave of awkwardness and wondered, I'm perfectly fine, so why is Tina the one crying? She reached out a tiny hand to comfort the maid. Please don't cry. Tina forced a watery smile. Ah, look at me. Was I actually weeping? Seeing the effort, Mia encouraged her, Don't cry. You look much more beautiful when you're smiling. Tina's grin widened with genuine warmth. Understood. Thank you, young mistress. From across the room, Ravenous finally broke his stunned silence. They've been defrauded of 7,100,000,000 hef. Utterly preposterous. Ravenous bowed deeply and said with total sincerity, Thank you, young mistress. Your keen eye saved us from a total financial ruin. Mia shrugged. Oh, it was really nothing. Ravenous countered, I'll be reporting this to the Duke personally. This victory belongs to you. Mia waved her hands, frantically shaking her head. No, please, that's not necessary. Ravenous noted, Standard protocol dictates that anyone who exposes a forgery receives a bounty. Surely you want your reward. The payout should be roughly 7,100 hef. Hearing this, Mia's internal voice shrieked, What? Her eyes transformed into shimmering stars as she blurted out, Actually, I'd love it. Mia calculated, In my third dream, the top annual salary for a high-end jewelry clerk was a mere 4,000 hef. But for this one simple task, I'm earning more than a year's wages. Maybe I found my true calling. If these fakes fooled the Duke, I can outsmart anyone. She'd be a legend. Mia grinned, imagining herself asking Father to hire her as the official Depper appraiser. Now that sounds high-key, prestigious. Tina watched Mia with a fond smile. Let's leave the cleanup to Mr. Levius. Young mistress, shall we explore the other galleries? Suddenly, Mia remembered her goal and exclaimed, Oh, I want to see the trophy room. Tina replied, Of course, young mistress, right this way. Mia skipped along happily. She navigated the corridors of the sprawling, opulent mansion. Round and round they went, through endless halls and spiraling stairs. Moments later, Mia was trudging beside Tina, looking completely drained and lightheaded. She whimpered, Everything is spinning. Tina caught her hand, worried. Oh dear, are you all right? We're almost there, my brilliant young mistress. Mia's heart skipped a beat. She thought, She called me brilliant. Standing before a colossal reinforced door, Tina pointed and announced, Here we are. Mia's first thought was a giant butterfly. There truly was a strange obsession with butterflies in this house. Tina swung the doors open and invited her in. Step inside, young mistress, and behold. This is the chronicle of the Depper family's heroic legacy. Mia stepped into the vast space. She stood in awe, whispering to herself, It feels like I've stepped into a grand museum. She approached an exhibit. Straining on her tiptoes, she sighed, I really want a closer look, but everything is way too high up. Mia's face was glowing with genuine excitement as she took in the relics surrounding her. Tina came over to take her hand and apologized for the oversight, giggling that seeing her look so tiny was just too adorable. Mia hung her head, feeling a bit discouraged by her height. Then Tina hoisted her up with a smile. No need for thanks. I'll carry you so you won't miss a single detail. Mia felt a bit stiff, but she still whispered, Thank you. Mia gazed at the artifacts behind the glass and asked, How did they manage to assemble such a collection? Prompted by the question, Tina recoiled and pointed dramatically, shrieking that silver cuff was once a legendary cursed relic. She elaborated, but when the Duke was a mere 4-year-old, he crushed a demon and sealed it inside that very bracelet. Stunned by the tale, Mia Everland gasped. At only 4, immediately after Tina, swung around her sharp gaze, locking onto another display as she declared, Precisely, and here we have the infamous warrior doll. It's a malevolent puppet that creeps up behind its master to deliver a fatal blow. No matter how far it's discarded, it haunts its way back to sow chaos. Hearing those words, Mia Everland peered at the object and felt an icy shiver crawl down her spine. She thought, looking closely it seemed mundane before, but when the Duke was only 7, he effortlessly subdued it and treated it like a plaything. Yet here it sits, eternally imprisoned. Mia burrowed deeper into Tina's arms and whimpered, Father actually brought this monster home just to play. Responding to the tremor in her voice, Tina nodded. Yes, that is the legend. Tina added, The Duke even broke the doll's will to use it for commanding his generals. Mia's heart hammered against her ribs as she thought, What that is absolutely unhinged. Escalating the tension, Tina frantically gestured toward a somber pile of dust. Sensing a foul aura, Mia whispered, "Curse dash?" However, this time Tina simply smirked and countered, "Oh, not anymore, but its history was certainly drenched in blood." She recounted how the Duke incinerated a tyrant who terrorized innocent villagers, which is why that hamlet still offers prayers to demons to this very day. Mia was left in awe, musing to herself, has father always had a twisted obsession with testing his limits since he was a toddler? That is beyond badass. Then Tina placed Mia back on her feet and guided her forward, narrating the exhibit. And this wing houses the trophies the Duke claimed when he ascended as the Holy Eucharist. Tina then pointed at a grisly wall and exclaimed, "Young mistress, behold!" Mia followed the direction of her finger and let out a sharp, "Oh!" The sight before them was a row of severed monster heads mounted like decorations. Tina boasted, "These are the spoils every warrior dreams of. The skulls of the most formidable beasts in history. This bronze plaque chronicles the sheer savagery of the war." Mid-sentence, Tina noticed Mia began to tremble violently and gasped, "Mercy, is the young mistress terrified?" She was at a loss. As for Mia, she was quaking, thinking, so brutal, "I don't want to die, I don't want to be broken." In her past, she had faced the executioner's blade. The memory turned her face a ghostly, sickly pale. She spiraled further. "Everything here is a prize on a hook. Is it only a matter of time before I'm mounted up there too? Father is the man who dared to threaten the king's life without blinking." Sensing her charges mounting hysteria, Tina finally intervened. "Let's head out. These things are long dead. They can't hurt you. Young mistress, do you see that massive jagged cleaver?" Mia strained her neck to look at the weapon being described. The moment her eyes landed on it, Tina chirped that this was the very tool the Duke used to claim those heads. Mia stared at the deep gouges and dried gore still encrusting the steel and thought, with that blade. Her eyes flooded with tears of pure, unadulterated dread. Terrified that a small child like her would be snuffed out in a heartbeat, she cut Tina off, seized her hand, and shrieked, "Stop!" Tina faltered, "Young mistress." Then Tina screamed, "No!" As a sickening thud rang out, Tina wailed, "Young mistress, please open your eyes." Back in the bedchamber, the Duke sat stoically beside Mia, who remained trapped in a deep faint and demanded of Tina. She collapsed during a simple stroll through the trophy room. Tina dropped to her knees in a cold sweat and stammered, "Yes, my deepest apologies, Your Grace." The Duke probed for more details on his daughter's recent behavior. Tina, terrified of his wrath, spoke with total candor. She appeared to be settling in. Despite her constant nerves, her appetite has significantly improved. And her nights, Tina nervously confessed. "At night I stumbled upon a heartbreaking discovery. Every time I check her room, I see her tucked into bed, but by morning I find the young mistress curled up on the hard floor." The Duke was baffled. The floor, not that luxurious silk-lined bed I ordered the finest comforts for her. Is the mattress defective? Tina theorized, "I believe she's paralyzed by fear." This left the Duke questioning, of what? The answer of the weight of joy. Mia was still drifting in her subconscious, her cheeks flushed pink from her body's sheer exhaustion. The Duke pressed the maid for a clearer explanation, to which Tina replied, "It's merely an observation, sir. But I suspect the young mistress doesn't view this palace as her home. She never asked for a single thing. She suppresses her anger and insists that everything is perfect." As she spoke, Tina's eyes glimmered with profound pity. "I think she's convinced her stay is temporary, so she refuses to get attached. Or perhaps her mind is simply too advanced." The Duke went silent for a moment before noting, "You hold a degree from the Demon Academy and specialized in magical psychology, correct?" "I do, sir," Tina confirmed. Hearing this, the Duke commanded, "Good. You will teach this child to stop fearing happiness. She is one of us now. Understand, reveal the true demon world to her, and purge the seraphim's mental shackles." Though Tina didn't grasp the full weight of the situation, she bowed to the Duke's iron will. "By your command, Your Grace." Demons are a race that shamelessly pursues bliss. They are brutally honest with their cravings, and thus the world rewards them in kind. That is the core tenet of our nature, yet here she is, a demon terrified of joy, and she is my own blood. The Duke was incredulous. Even his 2 sons had never tasted the bitterness of misery. This child is truly... Gazing at Mia, the Duke realized, come to think of it, I don't even know her name. What should I call her from now on? Tina thought her duties were finished, but the Duke's voice made her snap to attention. "Yes," the Duke asked. "Tina, do you know this child's name?" But the Duke didn't press for an answer and simply commanded, "Forget it. Tomorrow, when she finally awakens, provide her with a mountain of sweets to lift her spirits." Tina bowed, "By your command, your grace," and withdrew. The Duke remained deeply troubled by her state. Levius reported no physical ailments, yet she is haunted by visions of blades and the slaughter of the hunt. The Duke turned to leave, resolving that he must carve out precious time to return on the morrow. Suddenly, a minuscule hand desperately gripped his finger. Instantly, the Duke signaled Tina to vanish while he remained by the bedside, watching the princess slumber peacefully. A rare smile touched his lips, finding the sight utterly precious. The following day, Tina crowded the table with a decadent feast of confections. "Try these. They're heavenly, young mistress. You must feast to regain your strength." Mia gaped at the spread. "But I've already eaten so much." Tina could only gently coax her to indulge further. "A little more won't hurt." Mia reluctantly reached for a slice of cake. "Very well." With that, Tina prepared to depart. "Please savor every bite. I shall return by nightfall." As Mia lost herself in the dessert, a voice rumbled, "You look much more vibrant now, don't you?" causing her to choke and drop a glob of frosting on her gown. Staring at the stained fabric, Mia's heart sank with dread. This dress was a fortune. What if he demands I pay for the damage? The Duke instantly read the panic in her eyes. "Are you distressed over your attire?" Mia stammered breathlessly. "Yes. Greetings, father." "I have finished my investigation. You are undeniably my daughter," the Duke declared, confirming the little girl's true lineage. "Since our kind are born with intellect far beyond humans, I know you grasp my words. So tell me, how did you know you were a depper?" Mia struggled to find the words. "Should I confess the dreams I'm a terrible liar so a secret might be safer? My knowledge is limited, so honesty is the best policy." She looked up and confessed to the Duke that she had seen it all in a dream. The Duke mused, "A dream that implies your latent power resides within the subconscious. We won't even need the world tree to gauge your potential." Mia was completely bewildered. What is he talking about? Before she could process it, the Duke pressed on. "You must have envisioned me in your sleep. Isn't that how you tracked me down, knowing I was your father?" Those words left the little girl paralyzed with shock. How did father figure it out? The Duke explained, "When I scoured the Everland archives, I found no trace of your name, and you were clearly neglected, left without so much as a winter coat. Even with spring approaching, the winds still carry a lethal chill." Mia felt a flush of shyness. "Father has been watching over me this whole time. I assumed he was indifferent, but I was so wrong." Suddenly, the Duke appeared at her side and gently stroked her hair. "It's been an ordeal for you, hasn't it?" He took a seat beside her. He began to question her about the escape and the horrors of that house. Mia decided, "I have to seize this moment to tell father about my epic journey. A bit of flair won't hurt. If I emphasize how hard I fought to flee, he'll surely grant me a massive reward, right?" After hearing her tale, the Duke pieced it together. "So the entire city was hunting you, yet you slipped through the shadows and vanished. Impressive." The Duke fired off him more questions. "You saw the path in a dream, and that's how you navigated the labyrinth of the slums," Mia replied. "No, it's because in the third dream, those back alleys were my only home." It turned out she hadn't just seen 3 futures before. The Duke praised her talent. "Compared to other demons, your potential is staggering. To manifest precognition before your coming of age. Typically, a demon of 5 years possesses the stature of a 10-year-old human. That is our natural growth spurt." The little girl looked down, realizing she didn't fit that description at all. The Duke reassured her. "Fear not. Your stunted growth is merely a side effect of the Seraphim's poison. Under this roof, you will flourish rapidly." Mia's heart soared with joy. "So that's why I'm so tiny? I can't wait to finally grow tall." The revelations didn't end there. Mia's prophetic dreams were a signature demon trait. The more her power swells, the more vivid the visions. And as long as she wills a specific outcome, that is the destiny that will manifest. Thinking of this, the little girl felt a pang of regret for settling for the third dream instead of the fourth. The dream where she was truly cherished and protected by her father, and he would call her Mio. Elsewhere in the Empire, the aunt was seething with rage after reading her agent's report. Is there truly not a single shred of evidence left, or... The spy insists he's clean. There is simply no trail leading back to him. The aunt crumpled the parchment, her teeth grinding in fury. "Fine. We shall simply label him as a victim of misfortune." Clutching the paper, her entire frame shook with murderous intent. "By any means necessary, track down that brat's location," the aunt snarled at her subordinate. Meanwhile, within the Dundorf manor, Tina rapped softly on Mia's door before entering. "Princess, it's time for your evening milk." But discovering the Duke seated beside Mia nearly gave her a heart attack. She stammered an apology, dropped the milk, and bolted. The Duke informed Mia it was time for sleep. Typically, female demons are whisked away to the royal palace. Immediately after birth, and by law, you should be there too, but with my influence, you stay here. The Duke's family flex is just on another level. The Duke then posed a question to Mia. However, if you truly wish to go, I will escort you. What is your choice? Mia didn't hesitate for a second and refused. She had no desire to be trapped in a strange place surrounded by strangers. In a palace, escape would be impossible, but staying here, she might at least find a chance to slip away. Hearing her answer, the Duke was visibly elated. So you choose to remain here with me, perfect. Now call me father. Mia finally didn't have to agonize over whether to address him as Your Grace or father anymore, and she was low-key stoked. Suddenly, the Duke decided Mia needed a formal renaming because he despised her current one. Since you are officially my daughter, I must craft a name worthy of you. The innocent Mia whispered, But my name is Mia. That's the name my aunt gave me. The Duke was having none of it. How dare a lowly seraphim name a scion of House Depper? I shall weigh your new title with the utmost gravity. But first, it's time for rest. The Duke tucked her in, wished her sweet dreams, and cautioned, From this moment on, you must never share your visions with the soul. That is the iron law of demons. Dreams are to be obeyed. In your sleep, ensure you memorize them. Your dreams belong to you alone. Mia nodded obediently to signal her compliance. Understood, I will. Once the Duke departed, the little girl beamed and thought, Even though I didn't land in the fourth dream, it's honestly amazing that Dad is being this sweet to me. However, the thought of staying made her heart heavy, fearing she'd only be a burden. The next time I see Father, I really need to break the news that I'm leaving, and I'll definitely ask about my payout. Snuggled into the plush bed, she pondered the new name her father would bestow upon her. My name was the only decent thing my aunt ever gave me. Yet I still crave a name given by a parent who actually wants me. That's not too much to ask. Mia's ultimate goal was to purchase her own sanctuary. She didn't care if it was tiny or dilapidated, but with the meager reward from the Soleil diamond case, that dream felt a bit out of reach. In her palm, a shimmering diamond suddenly appeared. I have no clue what this trinket I was given is actually worth if I hawk it. I don't even know if it's enough to buy a house. What kind of gem is this anyway? What if this is some cursed human artifact? Mia bolted upright in bed. No, I can't waste another second. I have to go demand answers right now. With that, the little girl scurried to the table, snatched the very last marshmallow, and popped it in her mouth. Meanwhile, in the Duke's wing, a high-stakes strategy meeting was underway. I need you to commission educational tools for children. The council was floored. Wait, what? It turns out the Duke wanted custom gifts for Mia. Is that the extent of it? Of course, anything for the young mistress, but we need to finalize the specific designs. The Duke commanded construct miniature replicas of the most notorious monsters and beasts. The reason she collapsed in the gallery was because she's unaccustomed to monsters and lives in fear. If she plays with them as toys, she'll become fearless. The Duke even demanded the toys be forged from solid gold. Absolute peak Duke energy. The assistant ventured a follow-up. Should we encrust them with rare gemstones as well? Obviously, why would we even leave those out? The Duke mused. Children must be surrounded by things they adore, just as I spent my youth hunting for cursed relics and haunted treasures. My eldest Kian is obsessed with ancient texts, and my second Aban lives for his weapons. If my little daughter finds joy in gold, silver, and jewels, I shall let her bask in them as much as she desires. The assistant continued, How shall I handle the bounty for exposing the jewelry fraud? The Duke didn't blink and ordered a trust fund to be established in Mia's name. Not stopping there, the Duke planned to convert the massive vault into a private playroom. The assistant was reeling, thinking he'd misheard, but the Duke was dead serious. Don't look so stunned. What's truly shocking is how a mere child can manifest 4 distinct prophetic timelines. You agree, don't you, assistant? The assistant, still processing the news, was beyond impressed. Good heavens, is she truly that gifted, sir? The Duke brought up the legends, asking if the assistant recalled the dream demon who roamed with the 3-eyed crow. The assistant nodded. Yes, a legend. My daughter's prowess far exceeds that reckless spirit. Her raw talent is unmatched, even with seraphim energy actively suppressing her. It was staggering. It turned out the Duke just wanted to low-key flex about his precious little girl. The assistant realized it hadn't taken long at all for the Duke to become completely obsessed with his daughter. But it tracks because a daughter is often a father's sweetest vintage. As he spoke, the Duke realized he was coming on a bit strong. He glanced at the assistant and immediately pivoted to a cold and nonchalant mask. I am merely executing my parental obligations, nothing more. The assistant took the hint and averted his eyes. Understood, sir. A moment later, the Duke added, I intend to visit the neutral zone tomorrow. File the application for the diplomatic visit immediately. Log this. We shall bypass the World Tree pilgrimage as per our usual custom. A map of the neutral zone materialized centered on a world tree. Regarding the world tree, this is the celestial sentinel that has stood since the dawn of time. Legend says its roots penetrate the very core of the world, and branches stretching toward realms far beyond human reach, leaving nothing in existence hidden from its infinite wisdom. Both demons and seraphim bring their offspring before the world tree for initiation, waiting for the ancient wood to decree the unique talents and fated destinies of their children. But before venturing into the neutral zone, a formal appointment must be secured as a sign of absolute deference. The assistant had just finalized the mountain of paperwork, and the moment the request was granted, a soft rap echoed at the door. It was little Mia. "Father, may I come in?" The Duke froze in his tracks, while the assistant suffered a literal nosebleed from the sheer heart-melting cuteness of the girl. The Duke immediately dismissed the room. The staff took the hint, snatched their ledgers, and bolted instantly. The Duke then knelt down to greet his precious, long-lost daughter. Mia had approached because she wanted to gift the Duke a single marshmallow she'd been saving just for him. The assistants left on the verge of tears, wishing they had a daughter as lovely as Mia, while the girl remained oblivious to the chaos she caused. The Duke looked at the offering and asked softly, "Is this truly for me? Why didn't you enjoy it yourself?" Mia shyly murmured, "It's incredibly sweet. I just wanted Father to taste it too." Seeing her bashful face, the Duke couldn't resist a little teasing. "It looks gourmet, but it's massive. Since it has horns, I can only manage half. The rest is simply too much. Perhaps I should give the leftovers to Levius." Mia's face fell with sadness, so the Duke quickly dropped the act. He took his half of the treat and gently handed the rest back to Mia. Mia happily nibbled on her share, convinced that her father was the kindest demon in existence. The moon reached its zenith, signaling it was past the little one's bedtime, so the Duke carried her back to her chambers. As they walked the silent halls, he said, "Mia, I plan to officially proclaim you as my daughter very soon. But before that ceremony, I have matters to attend to you elsewhere, so I'll be away for the next few days. And I'm telling you this as a grave warning. A creepy insect ghost prowls these corridors every night." The Duke mentioned it, and Mia's eyes went wide with fear, but the Duke kept leaning into the spookiness. "That insect ghost only creeps along the floor, so as long as you stay tucked in bed, you're safe. Also, Mia, this is your home now. Never feel the need to hold back." Hearing those words, Mia felt a surge of euphoria, yet a lingering shadow of doubt remained. "Father, are you truly okay with me being here?" The Duke tilted his head. "Why on earth would I mind?" Mia innocently assumed it was because her arrival was so abrupt, but the Duke clarified firmly, "No. You carry the distinct scent of the House of Depper. That alone proves you are my flesh and blood." Is this my first time hearing about a bloodline scent? But what if I want to stay in the mansion forever? Will the palace try to take me away? The Duke declared, "Not while I draw breath, I won't allow it." But Mia worried that meant they'd still try. She felt like a burden to her already busy father. Mia felt a wave of guilt wash over her, but her heart steadied after hearing the Duke's next promise. "I will never abandon you. My child, consider this entire domain yours." Then the Duke let her wander through a hallway shimmering with ethereal lights. Mia looked around in awe and asked, "Father, are there fire ghosts here too?" "Actually, I almost lost my way earlier, but I followed the floating candles that sparked to life, and they guided me straight to Father's office." The Duke explained, "I have a few loyal spirits like that. In a manor as ancient as this, many creatures live in the shadows." Mia realized then that it was the house itself that had shown her the way. Mia hugged the Duke tight and whispered, "Thank you." She felt a warmth she'd never known. Could she truly call this place home? A new dawn broke. Mia was resting in her room when Tina burst in, beaming, "Young mistress, I am beyond honored to announce that I've been appointed to your education team. We start your demon world lessons today. I promise to guide you through everything step by step so you can master it all." Mia was actually desperate to learn the truth about her kind, as she'd always been told demons were pure evil. Hearing Tina's news, she was absolutely thrilled. "That's amazing, thank you so much." Tina clutched her textbook, radiating excitement. Then she produced a diagram of a tower and began her lecture. "All right, lesson 1, demons are ranked as high or mid-tier. We have genders unlike the low-tier spirits." Mia nodded along, absorbing every word as Tina continued. "There are exactly 666 high-tier demons, and their unique abilities are split into 666 distinct types. Our powers rarely ever overlap." Mia immediately realized, they called me a dream demon, didn't they? That means my power is one of a kind. Father is the demon of death born on the day of desire. The way demons are sorted by the days of the week is a total vibe shift from the human calendar. There are 7 days in total: desire, deceit, pride, wrath, sloth, gluttony, and the empty day. Your birthday determines which ego influences you. For instance, Master Aban is the demon of fire born under the fierce day of wrath. Tina excitedly gushed about how the day of his birth perfectly aligned with his innate power. Can you imagine just how cracked he is? But in her heart, the little girl secretly viewed Aban as a fragile soul. Or even worse, she feared they used a lethal poison to snuff him out in a single unsuspecting sip. Mia questioned Tina, "What about vulnerabilities? Can a seraphim actually slay a demon?" Tina wavered, musing that those demons simply have better luck than humans. But if you're weak enough to get clapped by a seraphim, you might as well log out of life. Mia breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Yet, the memory of Aban and herself being slaughtered in her dream lingered. She vowed to uncover the truth one day. Dropping the topic, Mia asked Tina about her own birthday. Tina revealed she was born on the day of gluttony, hence why she eats like a beast but is always starving. With that, Tina suggested a feast. She told Mia, "Head straight to the kitchen and I'll catch up once I've finished tidying this place." Mia slowly drained her tea and prepared to depart, but suddenly Tina blurted out, "Oh, right, today you're finally meeting your big brother." The news made the little girl choke. Tina frantically rushed over to pat her dry with a towel. "Are you all right, young mistress?" Meanwhile, Mia was internally praying it wasn't Aban. "No way, I'm not ready to face him yet." Tina picked up on her anxiety. "Nervous, don't sweat it. There isn't a single demon alive who wouldn't fall for you." Mia quickly called Cap. "She's capping again." But then she reconsidered, actually, maybe it's true. "No. Seriously, you wouldn't believe how many people have been thirsty for info about you. I'm the lucky one who knows exactly how precious the young mistress is." Mia happily threw her arms around Tina's neck. "I like you the best, Tina. Thanks for the hype." Tina was visibly moved. "Oh, my young mistress." Tina's words felt like a warm embrace. At least within these walls, she could be herself. As she skipped down the stairs, a voice pierced the air. Mia locked eyes with the figure and was instantly paralyzed with terror. Why is she here? Her aunt sauntered up, faking a wide-armed, joyful reception. "It's your dear aunt. Come to me." In an instant, the room was suffocated by the heavy, oppressive aura of the Everland estate. Mia felt trapped in a nightmare. "What?" Her aunt continued her charade. "Your uncle has vanished, so guardianship of you falls to me." She beckoned her, but the girl wasn't falling for it. Mia recoiled in disgust, screaming for Tina. She refused to let that woman lay a finger on her or scratch her ever again. But her aunt pressed closer. "Do you have any idea how close we were to total ruin when you ghosted us? If you were born this pathetic, you should have at least stayed out of trouble." Barking her last word, she snatched the girl's collar, hoisted her up, and shrieked, "Why couldn't you just behave?" Tina charged in to pull her away. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The woman brandished a document and hissed, "See this? These papers prove I'm her legal guardian. Stop capping and get out of my sight. I'm here to take back what's mine." "You dare cross me!" Tina was struck and winced in pain. Mia's heart shattered for her. "Tina, you're bleeding." Yet Tina's only concern was the girl's safety. "Don't worry about me." The other servants instantly formed a human shield. "Go. Sprint to the Duke's chambers, only Depper blood can pass through. We'll hold her off. Hurry." The woman kept howling. "Who are these peasants?" Mia was terrified. Are they all getting hurt just because of my aunt's ego? What's the point of being a dream demon? I'm completely powerless when it actually matters. The little girl squeezed her eyes shut, searching for an exit. Where can I run to escape this monster? I'm so scared. Just then, a young man with crimson hair stepped into the light. "Oh boy. What disgusting human is polluting my home? Why do I smell something so wretched?" The stench of horse piss fitting. Aban, radiating lethal intent, asked, "You got a death wish? Is that why you came looking for me?" The little girl watched the confrontation with a mix of dread and awe, thinking, "Is that Aban? Is it really him?" Aban sneered, "I have zero mercy when it comes to the seraphim. What kind of fate do you expect after starting a riot in my house?" Hearing this, she could only hide her face in shame. Aban leaned in and mocked her relentlessly. "No, well, sorry, but so far I've only made a few. Mid-tier demons bleed just for looking down on trash like you. Perish, you ignorant filth." With a snap, a roaring inferno erupted and swallowed the woman whole. Her arrogance vanished instantly, replaced by agonizing shrieks of pain. The little girl, now cradled by a servant, buried her face in fear, shaking. "No, I can't look. Despite everything, she's still my aunt." She didn't want to witness anyone being broken or killed right before her eyes. Aban caught sight of her and asked gently, "What's this soft thing? It looks like a stray cotton ball. Wait, I thought you were mute." The little girl pouted at the insult and snapped back, "I am not a cotton ball." Aban smirked. "So the cotton ball has a voice." Mia spoke up to set the record straight. I'm Mia, not a cotton ball. Aban chuckled. All right, cotton ball, father mentioned you. But you're way cuter in person. Mia then asked, where's father? Didn't he come back with you? Aban gave her a bright smile. Father's on his way, but he had to make a pit stop at the Tree of Life. That's why I beat him here. Aban snarled in frustration. Walking back into this chaotic dump, this manor desperately needs to enforce some damn discipline. Trembling at their master's fury, one servant scooped up Mia while the others scrambled to haul the woman away, stammering, Our sincerest apologies, young master. Aban barked irritably. Do you all have a death wish? How did she even get past the gate? Mia's heart raced as she wondered, is my aunt even still breathing? After dismissing the staff, Aban turned his scowl toward the servant holding Mia. Hey, you... His sudden aggression made Mia flinch. Master Aban, her brother began his tirade. You're pathetic. How can a weakling like you protect Cotton Ball? You're better off dead. Crushed by his harsh rebuke, she could only hang her head in shame. I am deeply sorry, it's just that... Before she could explain, he cut her off with another rant. Save it. You clearly don't have an ounce of strength. The more he dwelled on it, the more his rage boiled. What if she'd been scarred? How would you justify that to the king? A princess of House Depper harmed by a mere human, preposterous. Witnessing this, Mia couldn't sit back and watch the girl get shredded. She summoned every bit of air in her lungs to shriek, Stop! Don't talk to Tina like that! Aban froze, caught off guard by the outburst. Huh. Mia glared at him defiantly. Tina was injured trying to save me. She did nothing wrong. Since when is being weak a felony? Taken aback by Mia's fierce protective streak, Aban fumbled for words. If it's not a crime, then what the hell do you call it? Mia's temper flared even higher, her eyes glistening with tears as she yelled, It's not a crime, you big dummy. She spiraled into her own memories. Because I was small, destitute, and fragile, my entire existence was spent being stepped on. Whether in my nightmares or this reality, I have been the weak one, but I have never been a criminal. Aban was paralyzed. He awkwardly reached out, trying to dampen the mood. Whoa, are you leaking? Don't cry. In his utter confusion, he just vigorously scratched his head and muttered, Fine, if the young noble says so, then weakness isn't a crime, even if it's a massive liability. Before Aban could retreat, Mia demanded point blank, Apologize. Aban recoiled in pure disbelief. Excuse me. Mia stood her ground, her voice echoing through the hall. I said apologize to Tina, you tyrant. She finished with a heavy, ragged pant. Being checked like that made Aban's expression turn lethally dark. A suffocating pressure radiated from him, leaving Tina drenched in a cold sweat. Aban murmured under his breath, A tyrant am I. Mia didn't flinch. She planted herself firmly in front of Tina, looking dead serious. Internally, she was reeling at her own audacity, thinking, This is insane. Where is this bravery coming from? Am I really not terrified of Aban? Is it because I watched his death in a dream? After a tense silence, Aban finally reached out, patted Mia's shoulder, and sighed. Fine. I'm sorry. Moved by the gesture, Tina whispered bashfully. No, Master Aban's assessment was technically correct. Aban smirked, satisfied by her deference. He turned to depart, but paused to flash a sharp grin. Exactly. Just make sure you guard her properly. At those parting words, Mia's brow furrowed in disapproval. Suddenly, a soft sob broke the silence. Mia turned to find Tina weeping. Thank you so much, young mistress, for standing up for a lowly servant like me. Mia felt a flush of embarrassment and simply muttered, Tina. The other servants watched with teary eyes. Tina added through her sobs, This moment is a treasure. I shall cherish this honor until my dying breath. Mia patted her awkwardly to offer comfort, thinking, What is happening? Is everyone in this house a crybaby? This is no time for a pity party. People are bleeding. Mia asked with authority, Where is the medical kit? Tina blinked. Medical kit? Mia clarified. You know bandages, antiseptic medicine? Tina stared blankly. Mia began gesturing frantically. Is there no clinic or hospital nearby? Have you sent for a physician? Tina, her eyes puffy, looked even more bewildered. A physician? The other servants started whispering among themselves in total confusion. Do you know what a physician is? No clue, never heard of a clinic. Mia went pale as a sheet. She let out a long sigh and asked tentatively, Then what do you do when someone falls ill? A servant blinked and asked, I beg your pardon. Realizing the nature of Mia's question, they replied with a touch of dread, If you fall sick, you perish. There is no alternative but the grave. The answer hit her like a lightning strike. Mia broke into a cold sweat, thinking, Something is fundamentally broken here. What kind of house is this? So they fixed my foot before, but now they're saying injury equals death. Finally, Mia shrieked in absolute horror. Father, truly an enigmatic child. After finishing the makeshift dressings, Mia whispered, there. The servants erupted into enthusiastic praise. The young mistress is a literal saint. Mia looked away shyly, thinking, I literally just applied basic bandages. Then a realization hit her. She asked, wait, Tina, why are there 0 guards patrolling this mansion? Thinking back to the break-in, it was far too easy for her aunt to just waltz through the front door. A fortress this size with no security is mental. Tina happily chimed in, actually, this manor has no need for guards. Mia asked, baffled, and why is that? Tina paused. Well, because the masters are all walking nukes. I suppose I got a bit too relaxed. But since you're the young mistress, you definitely need a personal protector. Mia recalled the earlier chaos and agreed, facts. Father and my brother are beyond OP. If an assassin shows up, it's just a warm-up for them. Since I'm the weak link, I'm the one who gets cooked. Mia steeled her resolve. She said with determination, I need to get stronger. How many more nights until I hit my growth spurt? Tina smiled warmly. Only 10 more nights of sleep, young mistress. Mia fell into deep contemplation. 10 nights, huh? A strategic plan began to take shape in her mind. Will I be tossed aside once I flee? If I'm on my own, I'll never be able to handle my aunt's obsession. I'm desperate to grow up and manifest as a powerful demon, but why is my head spinning like this? Ultimately, Mia's strength failed her. She stumbled, losing her balance and collapsing straight into Tina's frantic embrace. In that moment, Tina realized the gravity of the situation and shrieked in a panic, the young mistress is burning up. Despite the pain, Mia whispered, no, I'm all right. Just let me close my eyes for a second. Tina was consumed by worry, her voice trembling as she cried, young mistress, please stay with me. Meanwhile, Mia was drifting into the depths of a dark subconscious. She agonized internally. I must have been paralyzed with fear the moment I saw Auntie. If I ever flee this sanctuary, she'll hunt me down again, won't she? Uncle has vanished. What am I supposed to do? I don't know. My brain feels like it's on fire. When Mia finally opened her eyes again, she was utterly disoriented by the surreal vision laid out before her. Oh no, where have I been taken now? She felt a wave of skepticism, muttering, a banquet, this has to be another prophetic dream. Just then, a sinister voice hissed in Mia's ear. Being a fallen outcast is a luxury compared to this hell. I'd sell my soul to reach Paradise Island. Even if she isn't a true blood daughter of House Stepper, we simply need to snatch one of the girls from this hall. The younger the target, the better, they're easier to break. Just storm the place and take what we want. Overhearing this plot, Mia was chilled to the bone. She thought, kidnap. Who are they targeting? What kind of atrocity is this? Driven by a need to know, she suppressed her trembling and crept closer, thinking, if this is a glimpse of the future, I have to hear the rest. It could be my only leverage. With bated breath, she stealthily cracked the door to survey the room beyond. In that split second, the conspirators sensed a presence and bellowed with murderous rage, who's lurking there? Mia was paralyzed as they lunged, fear exploding in her chest like a siren. I've been compromised. As the kidnapper's hand reached out to seize her, the reality around Mia shattered and shifted once more. The relentless barrage of visions left Mia completely spiraling. Oh no, not another one. The scenery dissolved into a landscape of apocalyptic warfare. An adult version of Mia was screaming in pure agony, Father, Father, please, Father. Watching this little Mia was horrified. Why am I sobbing for him like that? Her chest felt like it would burst with a sudden searing rage, the unmistakable sting of betrayal. Aban materialized within the nightmare, his form mangled and drenched in blood. Despite his state, he spoke with desperate tenderness to the adult Mia. Cotton ball, run. Get out of here. But the adult... Mia remained defiant, screaming a visceral, no! Seeing her stubbornness, Aban roared sternly. When Father's light finally fades, the slaughter will become an uncontrollable tide. Everyone in this fortress is marked for death, so move, no matter how, Aban pleaded. Mia continued to wail. I won't do it, not because of Father or you, Aban, but because of that person. Looking closer, her beloved father was bound in heavy, soul-crushing chains. Her tears overflowed. Father! Father! Suddenly, the scene snapped away, and Aban was in a towering rage, cursing, Are you completely insane? Facing his wrath, the man before him was visibly shaking and stammered, Master Aban. But Ravenius was frantically searching his own mind. Did I commit some unforgivable error? I had nearly finalized the diamond investigation before I was practically abducted. Finally, he managed to choke out a trembling, Master Aban, I truly don't comprehend. Silence. Cutting him off with a snarl, Aban demanded, Who authorized this? How dare you desert your post? The spectral tiger behind Aban let out a bone-chilling roar. Stunned by the accusation, Ravenous could only blink. Pardon, Aban said with a cold finality. If my father were here, you'd be begging for a swift death. Ravenous immediately shifted into high alert. Analyzing the lethal aura, he worried. I can't pinpoint the offense, but Master Aban and the divine beast within him are radiating pure malice. Noticing Tina gesturing frantically from the shadows, Ravenous's gears finally turned. Wait, has something happened to the young mistress? He immediately asked with genuine alarm, did a tragedy befall the young mistress? Aban let out a sharp, frigid snort. Lucky for you, your instincts aren't completely dead. Follow me. And so Ravenous solemnly deployed his magic to stabilize the unconscious Mia. After a tense monitoring period, Tina sighed with immense relief. The fever is finally receding. Aban turned on his heel, signaling for Tina to follow. Good. A word with me outside. Aban couldn't stop the echo of Mia's earlier defiance from playing in his head. Tyrant. He mused to himself, no one has ever possessed the audacity to call me that. It's actually refreshing to have a little sister with the guts to boss me around. Interesting. Pushing the thought aside, Aban turned his piercing gaze toward Tina. I'm told you have a background in mechanical engineering. Tina replied with a humble nod. Yes, that's correct. I'm still refining my skills, but I know my way around a rig. Aban issued a blunt command. I'm giving you 3 days to rig the entire corridor leading to Cotton Ball's room with mines. Only those with verified clearance shall pass. Despite the insanity of the order, Tina bowed her head. By your command, Master Aban. Then he suddenly recalled another detail and added with a sharp edge, the garden is next. Specifically, the ground beneath Cotton Ball's window. If any fool tries to sneak in for a midnight serenade, let them be blown to bits before they hit the first note. Understood. Having dispatched Tina, he turned to the blonde guard and barked, You there, I hear you're a beast at martial arts, specifically in the art of breaking bones. Noticing the young master's intense focus, he replied firmly, Yes, sir. Accepting the answer, Aban commanded, If Cotton Ball is ever in peril, you are her shield. Hold the line until I arrive, or don't bother coming back alive. Aban then pointed at the brown-haired girl and noted, I'm told you possess a talent for painting. The girl replied, I do, Master Aban. He barked out fresh orders, produce 1 masterpiece every single day and deliver it to me. The girl bowed instantly, responding, By your command, sir. Aban couldn't suppress a smirk, musing, I figured a sister would be a total drag, but after meeting her, I can't let her be harmed or snatched away. I'll be her shield. This big brother was officially on duty. Aban declared with lethal coldness to the staff, To anyone who dares lay a finger on my sister. From this moment on, if so much as a hair on Cotton Ball's head is touched, you're all dead meat. The room erupted in a unified shout, Yes, sir! The atmosphere turned chaotic. I'd gladly die for Master Ben. I'll be a human rug so the young mistress can walk on me every morning. Scene shift. Mia finally blinked her eyes open after that marathon of surreal nightmares. The little girl trembled at the memory, thinking, That dream was beyond twisted. Was it a premonition? If I dodge the signs, I can change the future right. Suddenly, Mia felt a rhythmic wriggling beside her. She gasped to find a massive tiger trying its absolute best to look soft and cuddly. She melted instantly, thinking, he's so precious. Mia was totally stoked and leaned in for a snuggle. Such a sweet kitty. Where did you find me, Mia? Mia felt a flicker of doubt, wondering, where did this giant floof come from? Surely a beast like this isn't just a house pet. Suddenly, a realization hit Mia. She clapped her hands and said with total conviction, You're the one who guided me to Father's study, aren't you? It was you. The tiger emitted a low, rumbling growl as if confirming her theory. Witnessing its reaction, Mia was even more charmed. She beamed, Thank you so much for the help. The tiger growled softly again. Mia asked with a spark in her eyes, You want me to catch more Z's? With that, she ruffled its thick fur and giggled, I knew it. Let's take a nap together. The tiger gave an obedient, guttural growl in response. To Mia, the tiger was so plush and warm that all her fear evaporated. She thought, That nightmare was trauma, but right now I'm so lucky. Aban stood on the balcony above, peering toward Mia's chambers. The tiger from before materialized at his side. Ethan. In that moment, the tiger bragged smugly, She woke up for a second, but fell right back under my spell thanks to my adorable act. Aban wasn't stingy with the hype and ruffled its head. Solid work. Aban eyed its fluff and teased with a grin. Maybe I should just rebrand you as Kitty. Ethan's fur bristled as he snapped back, Stop catching feelings and stop laughing. But the more Aban dwelled on it, the harder it was to stay stoic. He exclaimed with pure hype, "Being home is actually a vibe." Two servants stood at attention introducing themselves. "It is an honor to serve the young mistress. I am Ben, and I am Doria." Mia scanned the room for a moment and asked with a hint of worry, "Where did Tina go?" Ben smiled reassuringly. "She's taking a 4-day leave. She'll return once she's fully recharged and recovered." Ben added, "Low-tier demons actually boast significantly faster regeneration rates." Mia's heart sank as she thought, "So she knew she'd heal instantly, yet she let me bandage her up just because I wanted to feel useful. Anti-brutalized Tina. Will Ben and Doria suffer because of me too? Am I a burden?" Doria seemed to read her anxiety. She asked with genuine warmth, "Is the young mistress feeling insecure? Thanks to your care, Tina will be back in no time. High tiers are OP but heal like snails, so stay safe." Mia asked with wide, hesitant eyes. "For real?" Doria continued, "Exactly. That's why high-tier lords usually roll with mid-tier companions, because many mid-tiers possess insane god-tier healing specs." Hearing this, Mia felt a wave of skepticism. "Is that the meta?" Doria explained patiently. "Indeed, Master Levius is a top-tier healer among the mid-ranks." Just then, Aban burst through the doors looking absolutely hyped. "Cotton Ball, what's the move?" Glaring at her brother's chaotic energy, Mia retorted with a huff, "I'm not a cotton ball." Because Mia looked so devastatingly precious, Aban couldn't resist the urge to troll. "Yeah, once you stop talking in baby font, maybe I'll stop calling you that." Then he leaned down to inspect Mia's fit and offered a rare compliment. "Cotton Ball, your drip is immaculate today." Mia stood her ground. "I told you that's not my name, but I'll admit the dress is a total win." Aban teased, "Floral pink and fancy hair clips, huh? Real princess vibes." Faced with Aban's relentless trolling, Mia felt her cheeks heat up. "Every time I deal with Aban, it's a struggle. He's a professional teaser." The butler presented a gargantuan feast. "Please indulge young master and mistress." Mia was awestruck. "Whoa!" The butler caught a glimpse of Mia's glowing face and was hit with a wave of emotion. "The young mistress is actually eating my cooking. This single serving could feed a minotaur for a week. Oh, the glory." Seeing this, Mia wondered, "Are all demons this extra?" Aban asked with a rare soft tone, "Cotton Ball, aren't you getting cabin fever cooped up in here?" The little girl pouted, "Not even a little bit." Aban leaned back with a smirk. "Oh, so you're dying of boredom. Come out and hang with me today." Mia snapped back. "Hard pass." Aban rested his chin on his palm. "What's the deal? What don't you like?" Mia said firmly. "For starters, the snacks at home are elite." Aban started flexing. "The outside world has better treats. Have you ever tasted crispy eclairs buried in mountains of cream? Or gold-leafed cakes layered with fresh strawberries and fluffy marshmallows?" Hearing this, Mia's resolve wavered. She thought, "What marshmallow cream?" However, she still offered a solid counter-argument to Aban. "Second, there are way too many creeps outside." Aban asked, with a look of pure confusion, "Humans are scary. Did some lowlife actually threaten you?" Mia suddenly shivered. Witnessing his aura flare up like a wildfire, she asked awkwardly, "Wait, are you triggered?" Aban let out a dry, forced laugh. "Triggered? Why would I be angry?" Mia muttered. "Because you look like you're ready to catch a body." Called out on his true feelings, Aban had to play it cool. He forced a grin and said, "I'm not." Then he doubled down on his plan. "Regardless, I'll make sure no human gets within 10 feet of you. Any other excuses?" At this point, Mia fell completely silent. Aban excitedly pressed on. "See nothing else, right? Then let's get out of here and play." Mia felt a surge of anxiety, but thought, "I am low-key curious about the world beyond the gates." Then Aban tempted her further. "Come on, I'll buy you hair clips encrusted with real gemstones. You're really gonna pass that up." Hearing that Mia asked gemstones, Aban confirmed exactly. "We'll hit all your favorite spots starting with the jewelry store." Finally, Mia caved. She said directly, "Let's go." Mia thought to herself, "Gemstones, seriously, Aban should have led with that. I would have been in the carriage 5 minutes ago." Watching Mia's eyes sparkle with greed, Aban smirked. "Seems you're quite mediocre after all." Hearing that, Mia was baffled. "Mediocre? Is that supposed to be a compliment?" Ben then leaned down and whispered in Mia's ear, explaining, "In the demon realm, mediocre is high praise for being shrewd and calculating." Mia was stunned. "That's a compliment." Ben continued, "Precisely. In romantic terms, it's actually an informal term of endearment." Mia started imagining, "Oh, my lovely mediocre one." Thinking about it felt totally cursed. Ben further explained, because a demon without a scheme has zero charm. We have to manipulate the situation and seize every opportunity to be alluring. Mia was a bit flustered. I see. She thought, in that case, I'll start calling father mediocre. During the carriage ride, Mia took the chance to ask Aban, there's something I've been wondering. Aban saw her hesitation and asked, what's up? Mia asked point blank. Exactly how powerful are you? Mia pondered. Aban must be stronger than a count since he can practically teleport right, regarding her question. Aban asked curiously, why do I look like a weakling to you? Mia quickly waved her hands. No, I didn't mean it like that. Aban bragged proudly. I'm ranked 37th in the global demon rankings. Do you have any idea how hard it is to crack the top 50 at my age? Mia shook her head. No clue. Aban patted her head. Yeah, I'm probably even higher by now. Mia seized the opening to ask more. What about Kian and father? How do they rank? She thought, I've never even met Kian. I'm so hyped to see what kind of person he is. Aban immediately struck a cool legendary pose. He's on a completely different level. Mia watched, not quite catching the vibe. Then Aban started fanboying over his brother. Immediately after his first coming of age, he absolutely smoked every high-ranked demon in his path. What's more, within just 1 month of awakening, he rocketed to rank 10. He's the shadow demon born on the day of pride. He's way more sophisticated and refined than father. He's the peak of the night demon elite. Mia asked further, so what does Kian actually look like? Aban said softly, words don't do him justice. He's the goat. You'll meet him soon enough. Then Aban bragged that father is ranked 2nd. Mia grew even more curious. Then who is rank 1? Aban said, the king, obviously. Mia asked, the king demons actually have a king? Aban dropped some lore on the little girl. Of course, the seraphim also have a god residing on the floating island. Don't you know about the ancient covenant between demons and seraphim from 7,000 years ago? What's that? Mia asked. Aban felt a bit smug. He cleared his throat and nodded, declaring, then today I shall be your instructor. Originally, the cosmos was split into 3 realms, the demon realm, the divine realm where seraphim dwell, and the intermediate world for humans and lesser creatures. But 7,000 years ago, a catastrophic war broke out between us and the seraphim, causing reality to collapse. The survivors gathered in the neutral zone, where the Tree of Life stands. Both sides signed a treaty to end the bloodshed and decided to expand the intermediate world. The world we live in now is that expanded space. Mia thought, life would be so much easier if they just skipped the war part. Aban continued, but the seraphim tribe claimed their purity forbade them from touching the ground. So they engineered a floating island and moved their entire civilization there. Mia was fascinated by the floating island Aban mentioned. He explained, that's the gist. But to maintain that height requires massive spiritual energy fueled by faith. That's why they're so desperate to recruit followers. We high-tier demons aren't nearly that stuck up, so we live among humans. Mia slowly processed the history. She said, I see, but internally she questioned. So, when did female demons start getting special treatment? Is the king actually a woman? Aban said casually. What, obviously? Mia was curious why it was so obvious. Aban replied, female demons have held rank 1 for the past 7,000 years. Brother is rank 10, but ranks 3 through 9 are all occupied by female demons. Male demons are naturally born with lower base stats. Brother and father are rare exceptions to the rule. Hearing that, Mia asked, so when I grow up, will I be more OP than Aban? Aban smiled and patted her head. Cotton Ball, you've got a long way to go. For now, work on not sounding so adorable. Mia set a secret resolution. I want to be at least stronger than Aban, so I can be the one protecting him. The carriage came to a halt. Aban led Mia out with a doting expression. Come on, let's go find those gemstones you've been dreaming about. Mia was stoked. Let's go. Aban dreading, she'd stress over the price tag clarified beforehand. Take whatever catches your eye. If the mood strikes, I'll buy out the entire shop. Mia mused to herself. This feels a bit extra. It's rare to own something truly unique. Suddenly, Mia flinched. Aban, ever vigilant, asked, What's the matter? Mia gasped in a panic. My wooden log pure dread filled her heart. I left it behind at the Evans Manor. Aban asked, bewildered, a log. What log? Mia snapped back. It's my best friend. Aban was floored. Your friend is a piece of wood. Forget it, I'll buy you superior timber and stones. Mia asked. What are woodstones? Aban replied. I'll forge gems that look exactly like your log. Hearing that, Mia's eyes shimmered with wonder. Gems that look like wood. Mia strolled along happily thinking, if that's how it is, then R.I.P. old log. It's officially time to move on. The shop bell chimed as they entered. The clerk greeted them with an overly energetic smile. Recognizing Aban instantly, he began his shameless brown-nosing. Master Aban Depper, the idol of every demon alive. He ignored the blatant flattery and cut to the chase. He needed a gift for his sister. The clerk then realized he'd brought little Mia, who was standing quietly in his shadow. The staff immediately pivoted to a fake gushing performance, squealing, "Oh, what a precious little angel." Aban felt a surge of pride. Noticing the staff was only simping for him, he decided to give them a sharp wake-up call. The staff stammered out excuses, claiming he was so radiant they were practically blinded to everything else. It's like staring into the sun. Then he turned and enthusiastically introduced himself to her. A true honor to meet you, young mistress. The man claimed to be human and employee of the boutique. Mia asked with peak innocence, "Is your name actually human?" Aban burst out laughing, bragging, "Look at that human, she nailed your name." The man quickly clarified his name was Philip, a human under Grand Duke Depper's protection. Was merely his surname. Mia introduced herself, as Mia realizing some humans are shielded by demons just as her family serves seraphim. A curated selection of dazzling gems was displayed on the table. Aban glanced at the samples and asked with a casual flex, "Should I just buy the whole lot for you?" Mia was seeing this level of luxury for the very first time. She gazed at them, marveling at how opulent and exquisite they appeared. She wasn't actually looking to shop, but since Aban insisted, she had to pick something. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto a unicorn figurine tucked among the gems. She was obsessed instantly. Aban saw her pick such a tiny trinket and asked, "Just this little thing? You can't call yourself a demon without a little greed." But the second he spoke, Philip whispered, "Master Aban, that's the priciest item in the vault." Aban immediately flipped the script to praise her. "You truly are a genius. An incredible eye for luxury." She wondered, "This tiny thing is the most expensive?" It was gorgeous, but she couldn't help asking why the price tag was so astronomical. Philip replied with a smug grin, as if he'd carved it himself, "Because this stallion was forged by a high-tier demon and it pulses with his raw power." Mia heard about infusing power for the first time, and it asked curiously, "Power, is that even possible?" Philip struggled to explain, but Aban cut him off. "Demons can channel their essence into compatible stones. My signature gem is the ruby." Mia's eyes danced with excitement. Aban noticed her hype and asked what was up. She confessed she wanted to see a power infusion with her own eyes. Aban immediately shut it down, grumbling that it was too much of a hassle. Mia, desperate to witness the magic, decided to play him like a fiddle. "It's because you can't actually do it right. Aban is just a weakling." Aban took the bait instantly, roaring, "What, you brat, what did you just mumble?" He whirled around and ordered Philip to fetch the finest ruby, but suddenly changed his mind, declaring he'd raid the vault himself. Mia watched him stomp off and thought to herself, he is way too easy to manipulate. While waiting for Aban to return with the gem, Mia clutched the unicorn box. The more she stared at it, the more enchanting it became. She couldn't help but marvel, "So exquisite, the demon who crafted this must be stunningly beautiful." It feels as if shimmering flower petals are floating within and releasing a scent as sweet as honey. I really should find the craftsman behind this. The scene shifted to a private corridor outside the showroom. Aban, who was supposed to be gem hunting, was currently pinning Philip against the wall. With a savage expression, he snarled, "Keep the buyer of this piece a total secret." Philip nodded obediently. Aban continued to threaten the terrified clerk. "For instance, if the Beelzebub family finds out my sister bought this, you'll be the first body I drop." Philip stammered that he understood perfectly and begged him not to worry. Aban thought about the unicorn Mia chose and felt a massive migraine coming on. That's the power of temptation. He wondered why she'd pick an artifact meant for boys. In the demon hierarchy beneath the king, there is one Grand Duke house and 3 Duke houses. Among them, the Beelzebub family has always been the Depper family's arch rival. Specifically, their 10-year-old son, who after his first awakening reeks of the aura of temptation from head to toe. That unique ability is... Thinking of this, Aban became even more determined to keep his sister far away from that brat. Aban returned to the lounge. Mia asked what took him so long. Aban offered no explanation and just slumped into his seat. Suddenly, a sweet fragrance hit him. He noted that the Depper scent is always sugary, but the aroma radiating from the kid was on a whole other level, like a freshly toasted marshmallow. Aban let out a heavy sigh. Mia asked what was wrong. Aban brushed it off, blaming a headache. But internally, he was spiraling over her future. Once she matures, that scent will act like a beacon for every demon in existence. If she were at the palace, the king's aura would mask her own, keeping her safe. But since father left her with me, he clearly expects me to be her guardian. Fueled by that thought, he secretly vowed to let no man ever breathe the same air as her. Finally, he presented the chosen ruby and warned her, "Eyes on me now, this isn't a show you get to see every day." Hearing that, she obediently chirped, "Okay." He immediately pivoted and barked at Philip, "Shut your eyes and turn around this instant." Naturally, Philip obeyed without a second thought. He began the ritual for her, narrating as he worked, "My innate power is fire. You already knew that, didn't you?" With a snap, a flame ignited in his palm. He continued, "We channel our essence exactly like this. The energy won't bleed out. Instead, it's compressed into a single lethal point. Watch what happens when it's anchored into the stone." He then displayed the ruby, which had once been a simple, transparent red. Now a miniature inferno flickered within its depths. Watching this, she was spellbound and asked, "Can I pull off magic like that when I grow up?" Aban smirked and replied, "Obviously. Once you hit your coming of age and awaken, it's a wrap. You should bug father about the details then." Mia obediently replied, "Yes, sir." She stared at the jewel in her palm, marveling, "It's so radiant and so warm." She had always craved this sensation. She couldn't believe she was actually holding something so precious. Suddenly, Aban declared the gemstone was hers to keep. She gasped in disbelief. "For real?" Aban replied that his energy was already bound to it forever. "It's yours. Consider it a debut gift for my one and only little sister." Overwhelmed with joy, Mia beamed, "Thank you so much, big brother." Aban then commanded Philip, "Display every hair clip that matches her vibe." Philip bolted, who'd pass up a chance to secure the ultimate bag. Soon the table was overflowing with hair accessories dripping in jewels. She marveled, it's a literal ocean of gemstones. But she felt uneasy because they looked way too expensive. Suddenly she cheered, "A butterfly, I want this one." She grabbed a clip shaped like a delicate butterfly. Aban saw her choice and asked, "Why settle for the one without any rocks?" Mia replied, "Because this is way easier to liquidize for cash. Classics never go out of style." Aban let out a mocking laugh and repeated, "Liquidize it for cash." "Man, you really are mediocre. That's top tier, truly father's daughter." Mia didn't even flinch. She proudly affirmed she was indeed peak mediocre. "But brother, the mansion is crawling with butterflies just like this one." Suddenly it clicked, and she cried out, "The crest!" Aban didn't miss a beat and simply asked, "Did no one fill you in? The butterfly is the sovereign symbol of House Depper. In the future, no matter where you roam, if you spot a butterfly, it's the mark of our bloodline. The other great houses have theirs too. The Beelzebub, Lilith, and Sabin lineages." Mia marveled, That's a lot of lore. Aban kept rattling off the family names, then reached out to ruffle her hair and said, "Look, there's no way a kid like you can memorize them all." But she insisted she'd learn. Aban shrugged, saying it was fine if she didn't, because Depper is the GOAT regardless. "Unless you're speaking to the king himself, just pay them no mind." Hearing that, she remained lost in thought. She was determined to master every name he'd dropped. She decided Beelzebub had a nice ring to it, so she locked it in first. Then Aban took her hand and escorted her out. Internally, she marveled at how she still hadn't fully processed this main character life. But even so, the anxiety was fading because every moment was a total blast. Scene shift. A young man stood before the unicorn artwork and mused, "It appears the unicorn has finally recognized its master." When Mia drowsily fluttered her eyes open, a gentle hand was resting on her head. The little girl leaped up in pure joy. "Father!" The Duke patted her head and asked softly, "Did you sleep well, little one?" Mia lunged into her father's arms. "Father, I missed you so much." The Duke continued to stroke her hair. "Forgive me for not returning to your side sooner." Mia smiled and chirped, "It's fine, father. I know you're super busy being important." Depper promised, "From this moment on, my schedule is cleared for you. I heard the seraphim rats invaded while I was gone." Mia gripped his hand, hesitating. "Auntie..." Before she could finish, the Duke cut her off. "I should have been here to protect you. You must have been absolutely terrified." Mia replied, "I'm okay now, Brother Aban handled it." The Duke patted Mia's head and beamed. "My daughter is so kind and so resilient." The girl radiated happiness. Depper then pivoted. "In 2 days, we journey to the World Tree. We'll finally uncover the secret of your birth." Mia gasped, "I get to go with you, father." The Duke gave a low hum of confirmation. Mia squeezed her eyes shut and hugged him tight. "This is the best." Duke Depper then leaned in. "Once you stand beneath the canopy of the World Tree, you can summon your familiar." A familiar serves only you, bound to your side for eternity, like a fragment of your soul. Those pathetic seraphim won't be able to touch you then. Mia's eyes went wide, sparkling with hype. She thought, then father must have a legendary familiar of his own. Just as the thought crossed her mind in a flash of light, a pair of ethereal wings sprouted behind the Duke. She watched mesmerized as a stunning little fairy with flame-red hair and emerald eyes materialized. The spirit shyly ducked behind the Duke. I told her to stay hidden, but she likely missed you too much to stay away. The Duke introduced her. Meet Yahello, my familiar. She's a high-tier fairy. He gave a nudge. Say hello. Mia's eyes widened. A butterfly? So our family's sovereign crest is a butterfly. Yahello tilted her head, scrutinizing the girl. Mia reached out with a beaming smile. Greetings, Miss Fairy. The spirit hummed back greetings. Yahello shyly averted her gaze and vanished behind the Duke. He explained, familiars possess a lexicon all their own. They hail from a dimension far beyond our understanding. Mia looked up, curious. Does the world tree originate there too? The Duke nodded. More or less. Mia mused happily. I can't wait to meet my partner. Even if Uncle tries to drag me back, it will shield me. I'd finally feel safe from those nightmares. Fragments of her visions flickered through her mind, bloody snapshots of the two factions tearing each other apart. She saw flashes of her father falling in battle. I should warn him, but maybe it's too risky. Mia shook off the dark thoughts and looked back at the Duke. But father, if we speak entirely different tongues, how do we ever understand our familiars? The Duke lifted Yahello into the air. Masters and familiars bond through pure thought. You wouldn't believe how much she's yapping right now. She says you're absolutely precious. Mia leaned in, reaching out with both hands. The fairy is so stunning. She lost her balance and tumbled back, but the Duke's reflexes were instant. Mia felt a ping of guilt. I was so clumsy. Why does father's expression look so intense? She scrambled onto the bed and squeezed her eyes shut. Time for sleep. The Duke tucked her in gently. Rest well. Don't let the world weigh you down. Mia drifted towards sleep. Father is so kind. Maybe he finds my childishness annoying. Since I arrived at Depper, I've been so spoiled I forgot my place. I'm just a stray child who appeared out of nowhere, so... Just before she drifted off, the Duke whispered, House Depper is graced by your presence. Fear nothing. After those words, the little girl was out cold. Father, what did you just say? Suddenly, Aban burst through the door shouting, Father! The Duke pressed a finger to his lips and hissed, Take it outside. Once in the hall, the two paced together, trading sharp remarks and updates. Aban asked, How's the vibe at the palace, Father? The Duke sighed, tiring as ever. Then Aban followed up. And my brother, thriving. Aban laced his fingers behind his head. I miss that guy. It's been ages. The Duke replied, He'll return for his sister's debut. Aban's eyebrows shot up. Oh, and the king. The Duke added, He might grace us too. Aban groaned and scratched his head. I hate how he looks at me like I'm a target. Last time my brother and I were just chilling. Aban continued to vent, rambling on. The Duke thought privately, no matter how I raise these boys, they lack any charm. My daughter truly is built different. How is this possible? Everyone else is paralyzed by my death aura, even if I have it on a leash now. In my youth, that energy was a ticking time bomb. The rumors still haunt the palace halls. My sons are the same. They're never truly relaxed in my presence. The Duke recalled Mia's fearless embrace. They never dared to get that close. If I hadn't caught her just now, what then? She would have been bruised. But she is just so incredibly adorable. The memory of Mia made the Duke's stoic heart swell, even if his face remained a mask of stone. My daughter is a treasure. I want to flex her to the world, yet I want to hide her away forever. I want her all to myself. I told this brat to guard her, but I hate every second of it. They'll probably sneak out the moment my back is turned. The Duke called out to Aban, who snapped, Yeah, father. The order was simple. Go harvest a merman. Aban crossed his arms, stunned. Are you serious right now, father? He thought, listen to this guy's demands. The Duke turned away cold and expressionless. I'm forging a vitality orb for her. Aban scowled and fired back. Do it yourself. Yahello could bag one with a flick of her wrist. The Duke grumbled, You talk too much. Aban waved him off. Nah, I'm staying here to hang with Cotton Ball. The Duke froze. Cotton Ball, he thought, a pet name, I'm out of the loop. Aban stood defiantly, pointing a finger. Cotton Ball is Mia's nickname. You didn't know? He teased. What? Aban roared with laughter. I said Cotton Ball is Mia's nickname, man. You're totally clueless, eh? The Duke's rage simmered, his brow twitching. I knew, I just didn't know this brat was using it. I need to disappear him. Yahello manifested with the murderous glare radiating pure lethal intent. Aban didn't flinch for a second. He smirked and summoned his own familiar. The two auras collided with violent intensity. The Duke thought darkly, I should exile him to the demon farms for a while. But first, he masked his fury and asked coolly, I heard the Seraphim tried to negotiate her guardianship. Aban raised a hand dismissively. Yeah, she came to bark about it. What's the play, father? Aban's expression twisted into a devious grin. Perhaps they've overstayed their welcome in that house. Infernos erupted. Screams tore through the air. Voices wailed, Mercy, it's too hot, help us. Aban stepped through the smoke laughing like a maniac. Consider this a housewarming gift. Suddenly, a wall of soldiers drew their blades to bar his path. Demon heathen, how dare you defile the sanctuary of God? Divine judgment awaits you. Aban waved a hand flippantly. Spare me. You lot started this by bullying my sister. You enjoyed it, didn't you? Now I want to see the hole where she suffered. Move or be moved. The soldiers roared, You won't set foot inside. But Aban marched forward as a wall of fire engulfed them. They shrieked in pure agony. He abruptly tilted his head and came to a halt. Aban called out, Father. The Duke emerged from the smoke declaring she wasn't kept in this sector. Searched the far end of the corridor. The pair reached a secluded corner and the Duke kicked the door open. Aban muttered in disbelief, Did she actually survive in a hole like this? The door groaned open, revealing a pitch-black rotting chamber. The Duke whispered, It appears so. Aban nudged a scrap of paper on the floor with his boot. What's this? He knelt to retrieve it. His expression turned to stone. Scrawled across the page were the words, I am the monster who killed my mother. Aban let the paper slip from his fingers. What kind of sickle is this? They both stood there paralyzed. That day I seized Count Everland and dragged the truth of Mia's birth and torment out of him. But this, thousands of times the phrase, I am the child who caused my mother's death. It was carved into these pages over and over hundreds of times across the floor. Aban gripped his head in fury. Father, we can't let these bastards off with a quick death, right? The Duke's gaze hardened into ice. The terror of an eternal end. It is a debt they must pay forever. The manor was sealed in a curse, a never-ending loop of agonizing death and forced rebirth. Finally, the day of the pilgrimage to the World Tree arrived. Mia was still drifting in a peaceful slumber. Soft whispers fluttered around her. Oh my God, look at that adorable little pout. One voice hissed, Are you capturing every detail? The other whispered, Duh. She's literally too cute for words. Mia's brow twitched. Sensing eyes on her, she shifted with a sleepy huff. Tina waved her arms frantically. Did you see that face gray hair quit stalling and draw? My creative soul is absolutely ablaze. Ben sat nearby, sipping tea and judging. It better be a masterpiece. Mia froze as she woke. What are they even doing? Am I a statue now? Am I even allowed to move? Mia shifted onto her side. Tina's eyes glowed with obsession. Oh, look at those tiny toes. I just want to poke them once. Ben leaned back with a dramatic sigh. I could die a happy man if I got that chance. Mia lay there in silent agony, unable to take any more. The two servants beamed and moved closer. Ben asked softly, Is the young mistress finally awake? Tina chirped. Rise and shine. I'm fully recharged and ready for duty. Mia waved a tiny hand at Tina. Are you really all better? Tina beamed. Yes, thank you for your sweet concern. Gray hair scrambled to shove the sketchbook under the table. A moment later, Ben bowed. I shall inform the Duke that the young mistress has graced us with her presence. Tina and Gray hair added, We'll go prep the bath. Mia spotted the edge of the drawing peeking out from the shadows. She scurried over, snatched the paper, and scrutinized the image. Mia's eyes went wide. That's me, but I look way more glamorous than in real life. Like a tiny angel? Wait, maybe a little devil. She panicked as Tina returned with water. Mia dove under the table. There was a sickening thud. Tina shrieked, Young mistress? Mia clutched her head, let out a pained whimper. Tina wailed, Oh my God, what have I done? Are you broken? She dropped the basin, entirely losing her mind. The young mistress is critically injured. Tina bolted out the door. I'm fetching Master Levius this instant. Mia watched the basin roll away. That looked expensive. A chaotic mob suddenly swarmed the doorway. She's down. Oh no, are her ribs shattered? Mia recoiled. The rest of the staff crowded in hysterical. Is her skull intact? Is there still a pulse? Minutes later, Tina reappeared, bossily shoving the crowd aside. Make way, you lunatics! She smiled and scooped Mia up. Master Levius has arrived. As she held her, Tina's face morphed into a smug grin. Jealous, I'm the chosen one who gets to carry her. But Levius emerged in his pajamas, grumbling, I didn't arrive. I've been standing here for 10 minutes. Tina blinked. That was incredibly fast. Levius adjusted his frames and leaned in close to Mia. He asked solemnly, "Where is the trauma located?" Mia hesitated. "It's just a bump on my forehead." Levius sighed heavily. Good heavens, that could indicate a catastrophic brain injury. "Let me run a full diagnostic." Mia squeezed her eyes shut in pure cringe. "It's just a tiny knot on my head." Why is everyone doing the absolute most? This is so humiliating. But Levius suddenly gasped, his eyes widening. His deathly serious look made Mia's heart race. "Well, what is it? Am I actually dying?" Levius continued, "The initial protrusions of your demonic horns are manifesting on your forehead." Tina was ecstatic while Mia remained utterly baffled. She asked, "Horns." Levius confirmed, "Indeed, the hallmark of your true lineage is surfacing." The crowd outside the chamber erupted into a frenzy. "The sign of the horns is here. The awakening is beginning." Good heavens, I'm actually witnessing the horn sprouting of a high-tier female demon. The Duke stepped in at that exact moment, his voice low and heavy. "What was that you just said?" Mia cheered "Father." As she lunged toward the Duke for a hug, he asked softly, "The signs have appeared already." Mia beamed with a radiant smile. She didn't fully grasp the significance, but she felt an immense wave of pride. The Duke hesitated, then a rare smile touched his lips. "Then today shall be a Depper family jubilee." Mia's face drained of color. "Wait, what? What?" Tina squealed with delight. "The transformation is complete." She smiled, admiring her work. "The young mistress looks breathtakingly regal today." Mia replied with a polite nod. "Thank you, Tina. But I have to know, is the day my horns itch really cause for a national holiday?" Tina answered with a giggle. "Absolutely. The young master has a horn day anniversary too, but I think the Duke is especially soft for you." "Didn't you see him melt when he saw how precious you look?" Mia shyly fidgeted with her fingers. "Really, I hadn't noticed." She held out both hands. "Ben, hand over the pony." Ben happily obliged. "As you wish." Tina nudged her forward. "Now, as we approach the Tree of Life, stay calm. Just keep your composure." Suddenly, a persistent voice barked from the hall. "Cotton Ball, why are you lagging?" Mia opened the door and stepped out. "I'm ready." Aban greeted her with a dazzling grin. "I've been waiting an eternity." Mia's eyes widened in sheer awe. "Brother Aban, you look so handsome in that outfit." She immediately followed up with, "Brother Aban, you must be a total heartthrob with the ladies, right?" Aban let out a stunned, "Huh?" before quickly flipping back to his arrogant persona. "With my level of riz, Cotton Ball, my charm is as essential and everywhere as the air itself." Mia repeated with a worried frown. "The air? Does that mean you're invisible to them?" "Oh no, I didn't realize. You poor guy." Aban replied with a playful whine, "Exactly just like the air." "Let's move, Cotton Ball." Mia chirped back, "Coming." The carriage rattled as they began their descent. Mia asked, "Brother Aban, will the Seraphim be making an appearance today?" Aban raised a hand. "Unclear. We'll find out at the summit. Don't stress it. If a skirmish breaks out on neutral ground, the Tree of Life will lash out with its branches to purge them." Mia gasped. "So the tree is a literal titan." Aban coughed. "Precisely. It's an ancient entity manifesting as a colossal tree." Mia's heart sank with a sudden worry. "The Tree of Life won't reject me, will it? Since I'm a demon born of a saintess, the tree might sense I'm a hybrid. I don't want to be an outcast or a mistake." The Duke, sensing her inner turmoil, gently ruffled her hair. "I wish this peace could last forever. I suppose I'm being too greedy." The carriage continued its slow, steady crawl, carrying the weight of a little girl's hopes. "Please, Tree of Life, don't hate me." Her father's voice snapped her back to the present. "We've arrived." Beholding the lush, ethereal landscape outside, Mia let out a cry of pure wonder. Even before they stepped down, she couldn't stop marveling at the scenery while her father played the role of the proud guide. Seeing that the Duke caught a shimmering object floating, drifting by the path that had caught her eye, placing it gently in Mia's small hand. Mia clutched the object, surprised by its impossibly soft texture. Suddenly, Mia grabbed the Duke's sleeve and whispered that they should sell it. She knew a high-value item when she saw one. At this, her second brother burst out laughing. Mia couldn't help but feel frustrated. Her second brother was surprised since she was the first demon he'd ever met to jump straight to a business pitch. He found her hustle absolutely adorable. "You're quite the little capitalist, aren't you?" Her father chimed in. "We wouldn't even have to pay overhead if we harvested and sold the leaves of the Tree of Life. It's pure untaxed profit." Mia had a different vision, though, since it was so cute, high-end fashion or luxury book covers. Hearing this, the Duke praised her vision and prepared to launch the venture. Mia was taken aback. Realizing she was now a business owner and seeing his unwavering trust, she knew this wasn't a test. Whatever Mia desires, she nodded firmly, ready to take the plunge. Moments later, the carriage came to a halt. A hooded figure stepped forward to welcome them into the sanctum of the neutral lands. They stated their purpose to verify Mia's true birth date. The man politely ushered them inside. Meanwhile, her brother explained that the figures draped in gray cloaks were ascetic monks dwelling within the neutral zone. He then pointed toward a gathering in the distance. Those are the seraphim. The Duke reached out and snatched a shimmering floating orb. The little girl sensed his gaze, tracking her every move. Suddenly, the mysterious figure raised a finger and gestured a silent shh. They soon relocated to a private area. The guide insisted Mia proceed alone. She glanced at the Duke, then steeled her resolve. But without warning, a hand snatched her arm. An arrogant brat appeared, flexing his status as a Hariel scion. Aban's face twisted into a mask of fury from the rear. The Duke's patience also hit zero. Knowing a brawl here would get them blacklisted, the little girl begged her brother to stay chill. Aban was still fuming. Gazing at her harasser, Mia's mood soured as the boy gave her a deliberate, nasty shove. She confronted the brat, who felt insulted and erupted in a pampered rage. She maintained her cold indifference, treating him like a fly. Mia then flatly demanded a sincere apology. The boy looked repulsed and began hurling insults before turning to grill the guide. Why do these demons get priority when we clearly beat them here? The guide looked apologetic. The boy ranted about being 30 minutes late, standard travel time, right? As he tried to double down, Mia called him a total idiot. He whirled around, snapping at her instantly. He barked about his Hariel bloodline. She stood her ground, logic bombing him about his tardiness. She figured a little arguing wouldn't get her band right. On the flip side, the boy's voice cracked as he yelled, swearing he'd never bow to a lowly demon. Mia suddenly hoisted her dress and delivered a swift, satisfying kick right to his backside. The parents across the way panicked, while the boy pointed at her, trembling with indignation. Mia's squad stayed unbothered and smug, while the other families started losing their absolute minds. They glared at her with murderous intent, signaling that this feud was far from over. The Duke knelt to scoop Mia up, asking coolly, weren't they the ones who instigated this mess? They'd offered a chance for redemption, but the brats had squandered it. A suffocating dark aura surged forth, a crushing pressure that made the air itself feel like lead. Only then did they realize the Duke had an heir. He demanded they apologize to his daughter. Terrified, the man ordered his son to bow. The boy glared at his father. He couldn't believe they were folding for demons. The Duke noted that a rotten child is always the parent's failure, right? The man shook and bowed frantically. For a split second, Mia's internal monologue was ready to end the brat. But then she let out a sigh and said it was fine. Mia hopped down and offered her own apology, reaching out her hand. The bully was shell-shocked. The little girl pointed out his nose was leaking blood and asked if he was okay. Meanwhile, the Duke mused that their bloodline had truly produced a pathetic failure. With such a fragile power level, he'd never secure a seat at the legendary Round Table of Eight. The rival family stood in humiliated silence. Mia caught the look in the boy's mother's eyes and decided to drop it. She didn't want to see a mom cry. She urged the Duke toward the World Tree. They eventually reached the sacred groves. The attendant instructed her to stand before the ancient wood and reach out. The little girl obeyed. The guide promised she would soon commune with the soul of the Tree of Life. The instant her palm touched the bark, a voice echoed, "What a precious little soul." Mia spun around in confusion and the tree's consciousness continued. A dream demon born on the day of enchantment. It's been eons since I've seen such a divine synchronicity. She stared up at the towering trunk as the voice vibrated through the air. I have a soft spot for those born on the day of enchantment. They're always as darling as you. Mia wondered if she was truly cute. The tree teased that she was peak adorable when she was being humble. Mia then suddenly queried the Tree of Life about whether she could summon a familiar. The Tree of Life hummed, "But of course. A familiar is forged from the depths of a demon's soul. Your father and Yahello wield the power of death, so your spirit companion will pulse with the energy of dreams. I eagerly await its arrival." With that, Mia succumbed to a heavy drowsiness and awoke in a surreal poetic void. A different dimension entirely. Was this where her familiar was hiding? I'm such a klutz. She explored the space, jumping onto pillows of clouds. She wiped out, but the fluffiness meant zero damage. She felt at home here, but Mia realized the task was daunting. In this infinite expanse, how could she track down her spirit? Suddenly, a thought struck her. She gripped her lucky charm tight and whispered, "Little pony, please lead the way." A moment later, the sound of hooves echoed. Mia gasped. A voice resonated, "Greetings, my master." As the entity manifested, Mia's heart skipped a beat. She realized in a panic that she hadn't even thought of a name yet. Before her stood a majestic winged steed with a single ivory horn. the beast declared that only a name could bind them forever. Mia's heart raced with dread. If she failed to find the right name, would her familiar vanish into thin air? Suddenly the name tumbled from her lips, Suga. It felt like destiny because its coat was so radiant and downy. Mio and Suga were clearly meant to be a pair. Even though I haven't officially claimed the name Mio from Trang yet, I've already lived it within the realm of my dreams. I felt the urge to share that secret with Suga. In that instant, the stallion neighed, clearly enamored with its new title. Slowly, the bond solidified, and just like that, the dream faded, thrusting them back into the waking world. The Duke's eyes widened as he spoke. This is a legendary unicorn. Mia was completely floored. Was it possible? This wasn't just some ordinary horse, but a mythical unicorn. Now that she could see its face, it was undeniably precious. Her brother was equally shook. No way. This is the first time a unicorn has actually manifested. Mia continued to stroke Suga's mane, marveling at the fate that bound them. The unicorn whispered that since the dawn of its existence, it had been waiting for its true master to arrive. It had endured an eternity of solitude waiting for this very moment. Hearing that, Mia felt a pang of sorrow for how lonely it must have been. The unicorn nuzzled her affectionately, murmuring that the pain didn't matter now that it had finally found her. On the sidelines, her brother grumbled that it was just acting out since he couldn't hear a thing. Mia scoffed because they were mid-conversation and he was simply out of the loop. Suddenly, a memory flickered, and Mia asked the Duke if he'd spotted the boy in the cloak. She stared intensely at the horizon. She was certain that boy had been tracking her. The Duke simply shook his head. Even her brother was completely clueless. Then her brother broke the tension, announcing he was starving and ready to eat. But a lingering restlessness tugged at Mia's heart. Why did she feel such a profound sense of longing? She couldn't forget how ethereal that person looked, especially those striking, unforgettable lips. Suga trotted beside her, promising to appear whenever she called. With that, they climbed back into the carriage. Meanwhile, across the clearing, a mysterious man mused, "That little brat is sharper than she looks, actually sensing my presence." The cloaked figure from before reappeared, a faint, intoxicating aroma following him. The nearby women were dazed by a scent as sweet as wildflower honey. Clutching a strange relic, the man muttered, "I borrowed this from the Emperor. We can't let things escalate too far." He replayed Mia's face in his mind and wondered it was his first time encountering a female demon from that specific bloodline. Are there truly female demons left? If a female demon were hiding in the palace, it would turn the world upside down. He couldn't be certain. He'd been far too preoccupied eavesdropping on the familiar earlier. Consequently, the tree of life's wisdom had escaped him. He knew he had to return for confirmation. He stood before the towering ancient tree. According to the grim prophecy, his first death would be caused by... Back at the palace, the atmosphere was much lighter as Mia sat down to a feast fit for a queen. Aban insisted they buy a lavish gift for Cotton Ball to celebrate her new companion. The Duke gave a nod of approval. However, he didn't expect Aban to beat him to the punch. Aban looked absolutely smug about his victory. The Duke was low-key salty. He realized he'd raised the boy to be a bit too sharp. He'd have to beat some obedience back into him later. Aban just stuck out his tongue, the ultimate crafty demon. The Duke asked what her heart desired. He even casually offered to bring her the king's head on a silver platter. Mia nearly choked in terror. Why on earth would he think she'd want something so gruesome? The Duke reconsidered, noting that the king's head probably wasn't aesthetic enough for her room anyway. Then he suggested rounding up seraphim children to be her play slaves. Mia panicked frantically, asking if all demons had such dark humor. The Duke froze, looking a bit wounded, and claimed he was only joking. On the side, Aban didn't miss a beat to clarify that the Duke was being 100% serious. He then asked if she knew what gift he got for his familiar. It was a dragon hatchling. When it matured, it would be the size of the entire manor. Aban nearly saw the afterlife just trying to break it in. He sighed, remembering the week-long battle for dominance. The little girl was horrified. She had zero interest in such a dangerous hobby. Mia quickly interrupted him, declaring that she wanted to dedicate herself to her studies. The room went silent with shock. Mia realized there was an ocean of knowledge she had yet to uncover, both about the demon realm and the secrets she'd missed. She tried to push the thought away, but what if father had another daughter? What if that girl was more stunning and gifted? Mia knew she had to grind and learn the art of survival. When pressed for a reason, she explained her thirst to understand the demon hierarchy, dream manipulation, and even the world of finance. The Duke beamed, promising to summon the realm's greatest tutor tomorrow. Mia felt a surge of nerves at the thought of her upcoming lessons. Aban found it bizarre. She loved gems but refused to use them. She insisted on earning them herself. The Duke praised her for having such an extraordinary spirit, and Mia embraced her greed. Receiving gems as handouts just didn't hit the same. If destiny allowed, she wanted to become a true mogul, hoarding every precious stone in the kingdom. Later that night, Mia tucked herself in, the anxiety still humming in her chest. She took a deep breath to settle her nerves, praying that Suga would be her constant shield in the days to come. Suga immediately vowed to stay by her side, and she felt the sudden urge to snuggle up with him. So Meo hopped off the bed. If Suga couldn't climb up, she'd happily sleep on the floor. Suga insisted she stay on the mattress, because the floor was punishingly hard and freezing. Hearing that, she realized Suga was only looking out for her. Suga suggested that if they must share a spot, they should do it together. Before Meo could process his words, she watched in awe as Suga transformed into a soft unicorn plushie. She squeezed it tight. He told her that even in this form, their bond remained, so his master should just hug him and drift off. Meo nuzzled his face. Sometime later, Tina arrived. She had finished redecorating a vacant room on the ground floor to serve as a classroom. Hoping Mia would be impressed, she gave a light knock and stepped inside the new study. The moment she peeked through the door, a melodic voice greeted her. "Hello there, little princess." Standing there was a stunning, elegant lady. She introduced herself as the noble Nivlily. She had accepted the Grand Duke's personal invitation to tutor the young girl on the secrets of the demon realm and to help her master her chaotic, unique energy. Mia was thrilled to realize her teacher was a fellow demon. Niv confirmed it, stating she was a proud daughter of House Lilith. Mia introduced herself with a bright smile. Niv beamed and patted her head. It had been an age since she'd met a young female demon. How could a child this precious have been tormented by those seraphim wretches? Mia observed her and realized Niv was already well versed in her dark past. Then Niv asked where their lessons should begin. Mia looked lost, so Niv decided they would start with the 4 fundamental demon curses. Mia was frozen in sheer shock. Then she watched as the teacher produced a shimmering yellow talisman, asking if she was ready to learn the art of hexing others. Apparently, there were 4 tiers: the sacred, the noble, the caring, and the deadbeat parent hex. Mia was utterly floored. The tutor explained that the final category was vital since it was a universal tool for any demon. She smiled warmly, noting that her parents must be proud since the Duke actually snagged a Parent of the Year award. It was a miracle considering he raised a brat like Aban, who used to leave a trail of destruction everywhere. Mia couldn't help but feel a surge of dread. Weren't they terrified of inciting the king's legendary fury? Of course they were. The king once dragged Aban by the scruff of his neck and hurled him into a pit of hellfire. But luck was on his side. He discovered rare fruits that only bloom in volcanic craters, and his life was spared. Mia silently swore she would never be a disaster like Aban. The teacher then slid a parchment toward her and announced they would pivot to the art of the demon praise. On the sheet were 6 dark compliments: noble, gold-obsessed, death-loving, jinxed, treacherous, and completely shameless. Mia felt these praises were slightly questionable. Niv patted her head and insisted Mia must survive this life by any means necessary. There will always be rivals coveting what she possesses. They'll focus on dragging her down, waiting for a single slip-up to crush her. That hit home. She used to live in that constant shadow of fear. Back then, if she didn't act meek and submissive, she would be left to starve in the dark. The teacher hammered the point home: never be too soft and never ever surrender. Never let your prizes slip through your fingers. You must grip them tight to truly claim them. Mia felt as if a new world was unveiling itself. That settled it. The days of being a pushover were officially over. At this point, Mia nervously confessed that her true goal was to amass a fortune. The beautiful woman asked if her father was being stingy. Mia shook her head, explaining she wanted to build her own empire. Impressed, Niv praised her as a high-tier demon of the highest caliber. Then she asked exactly how deep her greed ran. Mia couldn't find the words, only that she wanted an endless supply. It felt strange to Mia, but as a demon with a fever for gold, she knew she had to embrace her inner glutton. Mia then declared she wanted enough wealth to buy out every mansion and acre the king owned. The woman was struck dumb. Mia panicked. Had she just committed high treason with her mouth? Suddenly, Niv erupted into peals of laughter. Seeing this, Mia whispered, if not that, then maybe just becoming the human emperor. Niv couldn't stop the hysterics. Do you have any idea how much bank the human emperor is sitting on? She followed up. In short, do you want to be buried in a mountain of gold and rare jewels? Mia nodded firmly. Her ambition was reaching a fever pitch. Only then did Niv happily exclaim, you are undeniably a depper through and through. She smiled, wishing her own flesh and blood had half of Mia's drive. Suddenly, she summoned a glowing map. She traced a border. This is the sprawling territory of the human emperor. Mia gasped in awe. This is the very heart of the royal palace. She was low-key jealous. Niv continued, the divide between the king's realm and humanity. No human dare cross into the king's soil. In short, this is demon country. Then she asked if Mia felt the fear. Mia realized fear was unnecessary. She too could evolve into a formidable demon, perhaps even rivaling the king. If an opportunity arose, she'd seize it instantly. Meanwhile, the teacher noted with a hint of melancholy that the current sovereign shared that same drive. Mia was baffled. The king is cut from the same cloth. Mia's goals were simpler. She just wanted to stack enough cash to live stress-free. The tutor sensed that the political climate was about to get a whole lot more spicy. Just then, the Grand Duke strode in and declared it was time to wrap up the lesson. Mia spotted him and lunged into his arms. Everything felt perfect, though the Grand Duke secretly worried that overstudying might drain her. Suddenly, the teacher teased, "When she eventually finds a boyfriend, are you going to go full, overprotective final boss?" The Grand Duke's expression soured instantly. He scooped up the little girl, announcing it was time for some quality father-daughter bonding. Her teacher waved goodbye with a smirk, promising more intense lessons ahead. As they walked, the Grand Duke offered Mia some fatherly advice. "Niv is a brilliant mind, but don't let her get in your head too much." Mia tilted her head. He claimed she was practically being brainwashed. Mia caught his drift. Then the little girl innocently asked if he was falling under her spell as well. He faltered for a second, then scoffed dismissively, claiming such a thing was impossible for a man of his stature. Shortly after, they arrived at a heavy set of double doors. He pushed them open, ushering her inside. The little girl followed, only to find a chamber literally drowning in gold coins. Since she loved gems, he told her to go wild. Her eyes first landed on golden animal figurines. He explained they were just high-end toys forged from solid gold and precious stones. "This is a wyvern." Then he lifted another, and this is a merman. She examined the trinket, realizing her father was actually a huge fan of these toys. His aesthetic was definitely unique. The Duke asked if they were to her liking. Mia beamed and said she loved them. The Duke told her to do whatever she wanted, break them, throw them, it didn't matter. Mia was floored. She barely dared to touch them, yet he was giving her the green light to wreck them. The Duke mentioned Aban used to toss them aside like trash after 5 minutes. Hearing that, she felt a wave of concern. Is every demon in this family a total agent of chaos? Mia figured maybe that was just their way of venting when they were stressed or annoyed. But in this moment, Mia was pure sunshine. She stepped toward him and whispered, "Thank you, Father." The Duke looked genuinely stunned and confused. To her, gratitude was only logical given the sheer level of flex he'd just shown. The Duke's expression softened as he spoke. "Every treasure in this vault belongs to you. If you need it, consider it your startup capital for business." Mia tried to calculate the total net worth of the room and nearly short-circuited because the sum was astronomical. Mia waved her hands in a frantic, embarrassed panic. He was puzzled, recalling she wanted to be a mogul. He claimed this was just early exposure. "So you'd better get used to the lifestyle." Mia clapped her hands as the realization hit her. The Duke casually added that this was just her allowance until she turned 5. After that, he'd top off the vault annually. Mia's imagination ran wild, and she couldn't help but let out a joyful cheer. Mia flopped onto the gold, vowing to fill every inch of space. Her father mused that she was a born merchant with a killer instinct. Days later, they scouted a new location. Tina asked for her thoughts. Mia felt that with Tina by her side, any place was paradise. Flowers bloomed everywhere. The scenery was breathtaking. Tina was impressed by her vocabulary and praised her wit. Mia's eyes wandered to the trees. "Are those edible fruits?" Just as she reached out, the butler materialized, looking like a man who hadn't slept since the last century. Mia was so startled she actually keeled over and fainted. The group immediately spiraled into a panic, screaming her name. Back at the villa, an assistant was practically sobbing, "I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." Meanwhile, Mia was vibing, enjoying a slice of decadent cake. She tilted her head while chewing. "What's the deal, Ravenous?" As it turned out, Ravenous was desperate. "I need you to deliver this specific letter to the Grand Duke for me." Days prior, in the office, the Duke had declared they must set a date before the ritual. The staff was shook. The Duke was peak proud dad mode. "The world needs to know my daughter is a literal prodigy. We're declaring a smart daughter day. No, let's go bigger Genius Mia day." The room stayed dead silent as the Duke spiraled deeper into his delusions. "We also need money-hungry demon day. On and future business empress day. We definitely can't forget jewelry-obsessed princess day." Suddenly, the Duke paused, struck by a moment of clarity. "Wait, if we pack the calendar with too many holidays, Mia might get burnt out." He stood up and signaled his subordinates. "We must filter only the elite celebrations." "Move it, get to work." The assistants wouldn't dare argue with a man that intense. "Yes, Grand Duke." The result was 2 massive mountains of paperwork. Ravenous approached her nursing a massive migraine to vent his frustrations. He's so obsessed with celebrating you that he's ghosting all the critical kingdom documents. If this keeps up, the entire Depper estate is going to faceplant. I am not even exaggerating. Mia and Tina both thought he was being a total drama queen. Then Ravenous gave the little girl a piece of advice. Please tell him you don't want a father who slacks off on his duties. Mia finally caught the vibe. So, you want me to stage an intervention? Ravenous gave her a frantic thumbs up. Exactly. The young mistress is a certified genius. Suddenly, Mia dropped a line that turned Ravenous into a statue. So, you're coming to me for a favor. What exactly am I supposed to do about father? The moment she finished, Ravenous hoisted a mountain of documents to report the dire situation. He's supposed to be issuing vital inspection permits, but he's ghosted the paperwork for over a week. This is mission critical because it involves the production of sky interception weaponry. Mia tilted her head, confused. Interception weapons? Cannons that fire projectiles from the earth into the clouds. Wait, I always see those massive explosive battles in my premonitions. She asked for clarification on anti-air artillery, leaving Ravenous visibly stunned by her insight. The young mistress is terrifyingly sharp. That tech is strictly for defensive measures. But suddenly, Mia pulled a total 180 and refused to help. No weapons, I'm out. What if this actually triggers an all-out war? I have zero interest in being the mastermind behind a global conflict. Mia shifted her focus to the other files. Ravenous scrambled to hand them over, sweat dripping down his face. These records. Tragedy has struck the Depper territories. Demonic surges have peaked at the border, creating a literal nightmare scenario. It's a catastrophic mess because a dimensional vortex tore through the frontier and leveled everything. These incidents are frequent and the collateral damage is insane, but we're currently powerless to stop it. Ravenous pulled a heavy stack from the pile. This is the comprehensive damage statistics report. Then came another wave of petitions from frantic officials, making Mia feel totally buried. Looking at the horde, she knew father had to get to work, but she couldn't just boss him around. This is my debut contract as a legendary mogul in the making. The little girl put on a poker face and asked Ravenous, but if I pull this off, what's in it for me? Ravenous froze, looking momentarily shell-shocked. Of course I will compensate the young mistress handsomely. Mia smirked. If the price is right, I'll consider it. I've already got vaults of gems and gold, and my wardrobe is overflowing, so these rewards need to be top tier and unique. The little girl thought, I'm finally acting like a true ruthless demon. Her ambition flared. Master well played, Ravenous mused deeply. I'll have to offer her something legendary to win her over. Mia could tell Ravenous was cooking up a plan. Either way, she had played her cards right. Suddenly, Ravenous tried to tempt her. How about a stash of gummy candies? But Mia stayed stony-faced. In this demon world, you have to stay sharp. Ravenous raised the stakes. I hold the ultimate authority over the mansion's snacks. I'll provide 31 distinct flavors of premium gummies. Mia's jaw hit the floor. I need to taste them all. Ravenous kept the hype going. The shapes are incredibly diverse, too. Flowers, bears, and even kittens. Does the young mistress want the rainbow variety? You can even dip them in melted chocolate and cheese sauce. We have a deal right, but Mia felt a flicker of doubt. Will father actually listen to me? Ravenous beamed with confidence. Absolutely. If it's you asking, he'll surely cave. Finally, the two finalized their secret operation. Even if it fails, the hustle was top-notch. Mia sat in her room plotting what's my move. Suddenly, a light bulb went off. When it comes to children, isn't there an ultimate psychological weapon? How did I miss that? It's so obvious. Father spends over 2 hours at dinner with me while the estate's business is drowning. If father keeps slacking off because of me, the whole family is going to hit rock bottom. We might run out of coin for the staff and my budget will be slashed. Ravenous is grinding so hard. I can't tell if he's being a drama queen or if the situation is truly that bleak. While the trio were dining, Mia spoke up. I'm not a fan of father skipping his duties. I only respect demons who hustle and get the job done. Then the little girl added with a mischievous grin, I've made up my mind. I'll only give a kiss on the cheek to a hard-working demon like that. The Duke sat there completely losing the plot. She signaled Tina to lean down and abruptly planted a kiss on her cheek. Back in my dream life, I worked at a toy boutique. The kids getting gifts would always kiss their father's cheek and he'd burst out laughing. Would father react the same way? But the vibe in the room shattered instantly. Was that a kiss? Tina and Mia were both paralyzed by pure, unadulterated terror. The Duke and Aban were beyond livid watching Tina secure the first kiss instead of them. Hey, why does she get the first one? Mia felt like she heard the world literally crack around her. Terrified, she scrambled to explain. Tina is a model employee. Tina's face was so overwhelmed with emotion, she looked ready to burst into tears. Young mistress, I could depart this world in peace right now. With that, she collapsed to her knees, sobbing. A lady of the Depper bloodline has graced a lowly servant with a kiss. Mia watched in horror, feeling like the mansion was about to implode. She glanced at Aban. Brother Aban, it feels like the walls are literally closing in. Aban was vibrating with rage, but managed to choke back his fury. No, hold on a second. Why did she get the VIP treatment first? Mia imagined Aban seizing Tina's hand to demand a refund while Tina fled in agony. Mia misread the room, thinking he wanted Tina to kiss him. I must shield Tina. The little girl stepped between them. Back off. Don't bother Tina anymore, Brother Aban. If you want a kiss, you've got to earn it through hard labor. Aban's blood hit the boiling point. Hey, do you have any idea how I feel? I'll outwork Father 10-1. Truly a model son, always ready to troll his old man. Outside, lightning streaked across the sky, and inside the estate, the chaos was just as loud. Mia shouted, I've never once seen you lift a finger, so it doesn't count. Aban snapped back. Is there no justice in this house? Mia sat atop her white horse, her anxiety peaking. What have I done? They're both absolutely fuming. Is there a way to force Father to work without him turning into a jealous monster? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck. She would host a grand challenge. If anyone finishes ahead of schedule, they'll get 2 kisses. Instantly, the atmosphere became dead silent. Mia turned to the Duke with a firm reminder-filled gaze. Father, you must work. Playing with me all day isn't productive. The Duke asserted, I've already cleared my backlog, but his daughter's sharp eyes saw right through him. Father is bluffing. From now on, it's a competition between you and Brother Aban. Only the winner gets a kiss. The Duke and Aban felt a surge of motivation. They locked eyes in a silent, competitive glare. Then they both bolted toward their desks. I'm heading to work first. Not if I get there first. Before vanishing, Aban commanded, finish all your fruit. The little girl was left wondering what had just happened. Watching the 2 figures disappear, Mia let out a sigh of relief. This childish tactic actually worked. Tina, meanwhile, was glowing with joy from the kiss. The assistants were pushed to their limits. Everyone was buffed to tackle the mountain of paperwork. In particular, Assistant Gios, nicknamed the Golden Ox, strained his eyes to the breaking point. I will conquer every single page. Today, Ravenus arrived to brief the Duke. Sir, the tainted medicine has been synthesized, manufactured, and distributed at the border. The Duke demanded a status report on the victims and the source. He learned 3 perished and the black market supply had no traceable origin. The Duke immediately ordered a dragnet of all black market dealers to uncover the production hubs and their true intent. Depending on the severity of the crime, the sentence is 500 lashes. As he spoke, the Duke's quill moved like a blur. After an intense session, the Duke called for a 1-hour truce. Everyone instantly collapsed onto their desks from pure exhaustion. Ravenous asked if the Grand Duke desired a snack. Unnecessary, the Duke replied. Catching the hint, Ravenous signaled a servant, send up some juice. He was internally celebrating the Grand Duke's return to form. His bribe to Mia was paying dividends. Ravenous was ecstatic, half the pile was gone in 10 hours. Young mistress, you are a lifesaver. He felt he had finally put his trust in the perfect ally. He offered a silent prayer of gratitude to Mia. A few days later, Mia was savoring a slice of cake, wondering if her father was actually staying focused. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed at the door. A servant rushed in, clutching a parchment. Young mistress, the Grand Duke has summoned you to his office. The note read, to Mia, witness how a high-tier demon masters his craft. Will you join me, your father? Tina prepared a fresh dress for the occasion. We should make a grand entrance for the Duke, shouldn't we? Suddenly, Tina gasped in shock. Oh my goodness, young mistress, you've had a massive growth spurt. This hemline used to be here, but now it's way above the knee. We need a new wardrobe immediately, young mistress. Hearing that, Mia was over the moon. Finally, I was so worried I'd never get any taller. The little girl entered the study. The Grand Duke affectionately scooped her up and settled her onto his lap. This office is vast and magical. It was once buried under paperwork that touched the ceiling. An assistant started to whisper, Sir, it wasn't quite that extreme, but was immediately elbowed. Shut it. Innocent Mia believed her father had conquered that entire paper mountain. Father truly wants me to be his cheerleader. She praised him. Father is the absolute best. The Duke looked immensely satisfied and demanded his prize on the spot, catching Mia totally off guard. You want me to kiss your cheek right here in front of the whole staff? Was father intentionally flexing his status? The little girl shot a questioning look at Ravenous for a reality check. Uncle Ravenous, did father actually work hard? Receiving the signal, Ravenous nodded vigorously and flashed a thumbs up. True to her word, Mia gently planted a kiss on the Grand Duke's right cheek. But the Duke insisted on symmetry, turning his head so she could reach the left side too. The entire room was green with envy, yearning for a princess of their own. So jealous. We've lost. It's a total defeat. Mia suddenly noticed a face in the crowd, hopped down and scurried over to Gios. It seemed he was feeling left out by father. Beyond Uncle Ravenous, having more allies on my side is always better. Right. If just being adorable wins them over. Uncle. Gios replied gently, "Yes, my lady." Suddenly, Mia asked something that turned Gios into a literal statue. The others had to carry his frozen body outside. Mia used the chaos to cuddle back up to the Grand Duke. "I still love father the most." The Duke hoisted her onto his shoulders, feeling victorious. "Of course you do." He then ordered the men to clear out the trash. Mia curiously asked, "What exactly is a harem?" Neve hesitated, then offered a mischievous smile. "It's like having a dozen boyfriends at your beck and call." Mia was puzzled. What's the benefit of having such a crowd of boyfriends? Niv asked Mia. "A month has 31 days, doesn't it?" Mia nodded. "That's correct." Niv explained further, "If you rotate one for every day, you'll still have a spare. You could even double up on a busy day." Faced with that answer, Mia's heart was full of confusion. Rotating them? They sound like snacks. Niv spoke with total nonchalance. "To put it simply, you can wield your demonic essence to bend dreams to your will, as if saying, 'I'll haunt your sleep today, but tomorrow I'll pick someone else.'" Mia pondered this for a moment, her imagination beginning to paint the possibilities. However, the little girl hesitated, her voice trembling. "But teacher, why do demons perish? If this dream power is mine now, it means the one before me is gone. I'm living such a happy life, so why did they have to die?" Niv's expression clouded with sorrow, because in the brutal struggle for the throne, the ultimate price is one's own soul. Hearing this, Mia was paralyzed with fear. "My life," she whispered to herself, "I am absolutely staying far away from that blood-soaked throne." Niv continued, "A demon king faces a new challenge every 50 years. At that turning point, the victor of the carnage claims the crown." Mia gasped, "That's terrifying." Niv patted her head, offering a gentle comfort. You don't need to worry. Those power-hungry demons think they're destined for glory, but..." Mia thought, "If it were me, I'd definitely run the numbers and predict my victory before I even stepped onto the battlefield." Suddenly, a memory flickered in Mia's mind. Wait, did the previous dream demon already foresee their own defeat? Mia looked up, her curiosity piquing. "Didn't you ever try to compete, teacher?" Niv smiled wistfully. "That was all decided long before you were born. The Demon King has already been crowned." Mia, fully captivated by the lore, pressed for more. "Who is it?" Niv leaned in closer. "The first and most formidable Queen Kangaya. She is the mother of all demons and the commander of an infinite abyssal legion, which is why she is revered as the Demon Queen. Our houses, both the Dukes and the Astaroth family, predate the current King Kryriton, because we have endured since the legendary era of Kangaya." Through this ancient tale, Mia's fascination was ignited. "I'm so curious. I wonder what kind of legend she really was." After sharing the history, Niv remembered her duty to tutor Mia and pivoted. "Let's focus back on your awakening." Mia thought, "I understand my gift now, but the real mystery is..." Mia looked Niv in the eye. "Teacher, why is it that I can't speak my prophecies aloud?" Niv hesitated. "Well, every drop of power demands a heavy toll. It's the law of equivalent exchange. Simply put, everything has a price. Knowing the future is a divine gift. But imagine if everyone could glimpse the dreams you see. Some would thrive on that future while others would burn with rage. What if everyone fought to twist the dream to their own ends?" Niv offered a relatable example to clear Mia's confusion. "Suppose you're beaming with pride over a dream where you find a mountain of sweets. I'm talking about that secret chocolate stash. If Aban wasn't in the picture, you could feast on all that chocolate yourself. But think, what if Aban caught wind and stole your treasure?" The realization hit Mia like a bolt of lightning. "Oh!" Niv patted her head softly. "That is exactly why you must keep your secrets locked away. You alone hold the key to the dream and the path it takes. If you reveal the vision, the future fractures, and the weight of that change falls solely on you." Mia finally grasped the danger. She muttered hesitantly, "So, it's like having my precious gummies snatched away." Niv's tone turned somber. It's far graver than that. You could be physically harmed or lose everything you hold dear. Hearing that, a chill ran down Mia's spine. She thought, I hate the sound of that. It's a relief I've kept my mouth shut all this time. Niv sensed the girl's anxiety and offered a soothing word. Don't fret too much. You are a daughter of the Depper house. You are well protected. Previous dream demons were hunted and snatched because their families were too weak to defend them. Mia's eyes widened in horror. Oh my God. The girl's mind raced. I had no idea, and here I was actually planning to run away and live on my own. Pushing the grim thoughts aside, Niv returned to the core lesson. Now I will demonstrate the art of weaving sleep upon others. Mia steeled her resolve and focused. Yes, teacher, Niv began the ritual. First tap into the dormant energy swirling inside you. You haven't reached maturity yet, so wandering alone is a death wish. I'll guide you through this gently. Just follow my lead. Observe. Niv channeled her mana and her horns manifested. Mia stared mesmerized. Those horns, they're nothing like the low-tier ones. Niv whispered, Can you lock onto the target? Mia mimicked her with total focus. Yes. Niv reached out, guiding Mia's hand with steady precision. Try to synchronize with the flow of the energy. Mia touched the shimmering star before her and felt as if she had breached the veil of a new dimension. Is this my true power? In that transcendental moment, Niv's voice echoed in her mind. Now open your eyes. Witnessing the results, Mia was breathless with awe. It's so incredibly magical, Niv beamed. Isn't it? Today you've mastered the basics, so you might even glimpse a fragment of the future. Mia chirped. Really? Niv chuckled. It's a possibility. But if the vision doesn't come, don't be discouraged, she added softly. We'll conclude for today. Tomorrow we'll practice on 4 animals. Also, I've brought you a special memoir. It contains the wisdom of the dream demons who came before you. Study it well. It will be your greatest ally. The scene shifted. Mia was buried in the 4 volumes Niv had gifted her. She thought, Teacher believes in me. I won't let her down. It's time to get serious about these studies, Mia resolved. The author of this blue notebook was clearly a genius. Even if dream prophecy is an innate talent, it can be sharpened through rigorous training. To the point of witnessing both the immediate and the distant horizons of time, my prophetic sight can be leveled up. The purity of the heart is also paramount. Dream magic is fueled by one's deepest emotions. Absorbing this, Mia squeezed her eyes shut with intense focus. She wondered if her resolve was pure enough. I'm being so sincere. Now I want to know exactly when Uncle Livius is going to deliver those gummies he promised me. She knew she had to be truly earnest, for the future does not yield its secrets easily. So the depth of your sincerity directly fuels the potency of your prophetic visions. In the end, Mia let out a heavy sigh. She realized that mere knowledge wouldn't cut it. It's true those 4 marathon dreams I had only happened because my heart was truly in it back then. Anyway, craving gummies isn't exactly sincere. Is this the diary of some 32-inch imprisoned demon? I am obsessed with this. A demon's lifestyle is peak. Mia pondered the contents and hesitated. Dare she dive deeper into these pages? The world is green with envy. It's no small feat to juggle as many lovers as I do. A legend like me was born for the throne right. Reading this, Mia couldn't help but roast the author. Apparently extreme narcissism is a subject I need to master as well. Oh, did I mention the proper way to hunt a demon yet? Mia was instantly hooked by those words. She locked in to devour the next passage. Demons live for the duel, so this body is a weapon forged for any fray. Dreams are limitless. It's absolutely divine. I'll take on every challenger, haha. A demon's life is pure drama. With certain demons, I'll see if I can do a thing until a thing happens, then I'll do a thing, and then another thing. Mia fell into a stunned silence. She decisively slammed the book shut. Glancing at the final volume resting on the table, Mia thought, this is the one. Suddenly, a prickle ran down her spine. She felt a wave of paranoia. I feel eyes tracking me from the shadows. Then the unicorn whispered, an intruder is approaching. Mia was intrigued. Who's there? The unicorn replied. It's your brother, Aban. At that moment, he poked his head in tentatively. Mia jumped at the sound and whirled around only to find Aban standing there. The girl let out an annoyed huff. I'm in the zone. I even posted a keep out sign. Aban glanced back at the scrap of paper on the door. It was indeed Mia's DIY warning. He looked a bit sheepish. Seeing Aban stalling like that, Mia curiously asked, what's the move? Only then did Aban admit awkwardly, I'm grinding hard too. It's totally unfair. I've been waiting just for a chance to talk to you. Softening at his words, Mia relented. She sighed and said, "Fine, get in here." Aben's eyes lit up. "For real?" Seeing his hype, the girl added sternly, "If you're going to complain, you can keep walking." Aban didn't miss a beat, radiating excitement. "I'm in. I'm totally in." Mia took on a serious tone. "Aban, hold out your arm so I can clean you up." She thought to herself, what a mess, he's got ink everywhere. Startled by Mia's sudden care, Aban shyly yanked his hand back. Don't do that. A little sister shouldn't be scrubbing her brother. Just drop it." Mia was baffled. She wondered to herself, is this the little sister protocol I'm supposed to follow? Then Aban asked, "Can I take a seat?" Mia answered flatly, "No." Aban faltered, "Wait, really?" Mia smirked and said, "Psyche, go ahead and sit." Aban plopped down with a weary sigh. Mia sat beside him and curiously asked, "So what's your actual hustle, Aban?" Aban shared the truth. "Usually I'm with the military, but right now I'm handling the family's external affairs." Mia wondered, external affairs. Aban held nothing back debt collectors who vanish or scammers trying to play the Depper house, basically hunting down the trash. Mia processed this low-key, impressed by his grit. Aban got lost in thought for a second. Suddenly, Mia's voice cut through his trance. "But why are you covered in ink?" Aban blinked, dazed. "Huh," Mia pointed. "That ink smudge on your neck." Aban looked slightly embarrassed. I was busy drafting commitment letters." Mia narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Commitment letters," Aban explained. "The world is full of creeps. They borrow from House Depper to gamble and then ghost the bill." Aben's energy spiked. "So I deal with them in style. I make them sign papers to donate their organs." The more he spoke, the more unhinged his excitement became. "Basically, my job is persuading them to sign a pledge to pay us back." Hearing about Aben's heroic deeds, innocent Mia showered him with praise. "Whoa, Aban is actually a badass." The compliment made Aban beam with pure pride. He shifted gears and asked Mia with genuine care, "How's the studying going? Are you having a blast?" Mia chirped, "It's amazing." Suddenly, Aban leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Cotton Ball, have you heard the rumors?" Mia was lost. Aban played it mysterious for a second. He couldn't hold it in and blurted it out, "Your debut celebration is going to be absolutely legendary." Mia went quiet, her mind racing. A celebration just for her. Could it really be as big as her brother said? The girl recalled the Duke's promise, "I will soon proclaim to the world that you are my flesh and blood." Back in the moment, Aban kept rambling. "Since you're the first female demon born in ages, every birthday is going to be a kingdom-wide event. It looks like Father is throwing the biggest rager in history." Aben's words struck a chord deep in Mia's heart. She thought emotionally, "Father really cherishes me. I'm gonna cry. I finally feel like I truly belong to the Depper family." Seeing Mia's eyes start to shimmer, Aban panicked, wondering if he'd accidentally offended her. He stammered, "Wait, Cotton Ball, are you actually crying?" Caught in her feelings, Mia shyly brushed it off. "No way." Even so, her heart was full. "I know nothing lasts forever, but this place is my true sanctuary." Then Mia curiously asked, "Who's on the guest list?" She thought, "I don't know a soul in the demon world." Aban reassured her. "Don't sweat it. The whole world is coming. They'll be packed in here like sardines. Every demon is dying to meet you." Mia was stunned. "That many?" Aban laughed. "Don't act so shocked. It's standard procedure. Who'd be crazy enough to snub a Depper princess? You'll meet other female demons too." Mia's excitement soared. "Other girls? Can I actually make friends?" Suddenly, Mia's confidence dipped. She thought, everyone probably has insane powers, right? What if I'm the only one who's clueless? If they're all high society, will I even fit in? Noticing her worried expression, Aban patted her head with a smile. "I told you to chill. You don't have to prove anything to anyone." "Don't stress. Just be your adorable self." Mia felt the weight lift off her shoulders. She whispered softly, "Yeah, I get it now." Aban dropped one last piece of hype for her. "Kion is attending too." At the mention of Kion, Mia's excitement hit a new peak. She double-checked, "Really, Kion is coming?" Aban nodded. "He's been waiting to see you." Suddenly, Aban clocked the obvious favoritism in how Mia addressed Kion versus himself, and he immediately exploded in protest. "Hold the phone? How come he gets a brother while I'm just Aban to you?" Mia looked totally clueless. "Brother Aban." At the sound of the title, Aban couldn't help but flinch. But in the end, Aban had to surrender to Mia's stubbornness. He sighed in defeat. "Fine, just keep it casual like before." Mia smirked, tasting victory. "You got it, Aban. Meanwhile, Mia's mind was already racing with thoughts of Kian. She mused happily, I'm finally going to meet the legend himself. I wonder what he's actually like. Is he a total heartthrob? Wait, will that other kid be at the gala too? What's the play? I really hope he shows up. I'm literally vibrating with excitement. Seeing Mia so hyped, Aban didn't miss a beat to drop a warning. Stay sharp. Aside from family, don't let your guard down with outsiders. Other demons will pull every trick in the book to clout chase around you. Mia was off in her own world of happy fantasies, giggling to herself and completely tuning out Aban's lecture. Seeing her zoned out, Aban could only ramble on in frustration. Now repeat the protocol. Rule number 1, if any random male demon tries to slide into your DMs at the party, you ghost him instantly. Mia asked vaguely, so step 1 is the silent treatment. Aban nodded firmly. Exactly. If anyone starts acting up, just yeet them out of the room. Hearing this, a dormant memory from the past suddenly surged to the surface. Wait, this feels familiar. The gala in my dream. I was at a massive event right here at the manor. She thought, panicking. Is that dream about to become reality? Noticing Mia had completely spaced out, Aban cleared his throat and nudged her. Earth to cotton ball. Are you even following me? Only then did Mia snap back and ask with deadly seriousness, Aban, are these ragers a regular thing here? No, right. Aban didn't sugarcoat it. Not a chance. Father absolutely loathes those kinds of social gatherings. Fearing he'd killed the mood, he quickly backtracked. Except for your big debut, obviously. With that, Mia had her confirmation. If these parties are a rare occurrence, then it's a lock. It's the exact same gala from my nightmare, wandering through the corridor following those eerie footsteps right before I was snatched. Aban added solemnly, yeah, Father really isn't the party animal type. Mia's resolve hardened. I have to be at that party. If it's not me, some other innocent kid is going to get kidnapped. Suga, standing guard nearby, spoke up firmly. Master, do not fear. No matter what chaos unfolds, I will be your shield. Hearing his vow, the weight on Mia's chest lifted. Thank you, Suga. I'm lucky to have a familiar like you. Aban chimed in. Well, obviously. Mia looked at Aban with a hint of hesitation. Aban, will you really have my back at the party? Aban gave her a soft protective smile. Without question, I'll be your shadow the whole time. His words finally put her mind at ease. Mia chirped excitedly. Okay then, it's back to the grind for me, so you'd better clear out. Aban let out a dramatic sigh at being evicted. He grumbled a few protests under his breath as he shuffled toward the exit. Getting kicked out of my own sister's room. And here I was visiting because I missed you. So cold. Aban gave Mia a tragic little wave and vanished into the hall. Mia dove back into her research thinking the solution has to be hidden in these pages, whether it's me or a stranger. I refuse to let anyone suffer on my watch. The text read, not even a dream demon can override the threads of fate. It is the absolute law of destiny. Even if the path leads to a tragic end, even if death itself is the only outcome. Yes, the future is unalterable. We are but passengers as the inevitable approaches. Mia felt a surge of righteous fury. I don't buy it. Was this author just a demon born on a bad luck day or what? Recalling Aban's words, Mia mused, this is the first gala Father has ever thrown for me. Who would dare pull something sinister under his roof? The more she dwelled on it, the more her determination flared. I won't let anyone ruin my big night. She realized what she lacked was raw power. I can't overpower a high-tier demon in a brawl, but I only need enough juice to put them under. Mia's eyes lit up as she found the perfect passage in the grimoire. She cheered, bingo, found it. Outside night had truly fallen. The sign on Mia's door still stood guard. Father and Aban keep out, studying in progress. By now, Mia had crashed into a deep sleep. The Duke, spotting the warning sign outside, let out a soft chuckle. The little imp actually banning her own father from her room. Sleep well, my little princess. At the celebration, I'll finally bestow your true name upon you. I hope you're ready for it. In that instant, Mia landed with a heavy thud inside her dreamscape. Dusting herself off, she grumbled, so it's another vision. But seriously, why do I have to land on my butt every time I peek into the future? Suddenly, a radiant, piercing light erupted. Mia shielded her eyes in a panic. It's too bright, I'm being blinded. A distant, cold voice drifted toward her. The pact with the demon is sealed. Now we simply play the waiting game. I must secure a trophy to keep Elhana satisfied no matter the cost. It has to be useful for the cause. This sterile white estate was unmistakably Seraphim territory. The seraphim are cutting deals with demons. Mia watched her heart hammering. The conspirators continued, "It's a shame to part with the artifact, but if this works, Elhana will be thrilled, so it's a worthy trade." The other one smirked maliciously. "It must be mine. This will be the ultimate weapon to purge the demon race when the end times arrive. Rescuing such power is our most sacred and honorable duty." "Exactly. Snatching a demon brat will be the ultimate morale boost for our side." Hearing their scheme, Mia broke out in a cold sweat. "Wait, hold up. Are the seraphim actually the ones behind the kidnapping? What weapon are they talking about? What am I supposed to do?" Mia shifted her position, peeking carefully, determined to squeeze every bit of intel out of the conversation. Suddenly, the vision began to dissolve. Mia felt a surge of frustration. "No! Give me just 5 more seconds." The dreamscape flickered and warped, dragging her into an entirely different realm. Mia scanned her surroundings and wondered, is this a boutique for stuffed animals? After wandering a bit, she stumbled upon a unicorn plushie that was a dead ringer for Suga. The little girl was absolutely enchanted and squealed, "It's Suga's twin! How precious!" Unbeknownst to her, a young boy was lurking in the shadows, stealthily tracking her every move. Mia caught a glimpse of him, but the boy bolted instantly. She dove after him, her mind racing. Wait, who on earth is that kid? She yanked the curtain aside, but the world began to warp yet again. She cried out in frustration. It's shifting once more. She witnessed Aban trying to console her. "It's all right, Cotton Ball, but the whole thing is a total disaster again." Seeing Mini Mia in puddles of tears, Aban couldn't help but offer some gentle big brother advice. "Don't sweat it. Just take it as a hard lesson learned." Mia sobbed, but that entire line was crafted from premium waterproof fabric, so the collection was a total flop. Aban took it in and proposed, "Should I pull some strings and find you a real designer?" Mia blinked, stunned. "Huh." Aban went on, "I've got a lead. It's Joan Wright, the human genius who pioneered waterproof stitching." Mia let out a heavy sigh. She muttered awkwardly, "Too late. A 10 billion ruby deficit. How do we even survive that hit?" The real Mia, witnessing this exchange from the sidelines, felt a cold shiver of dread. In her mind, she screamed, No, that's a catastrophic fail." The little girl massaged her temples in frustration. When she opened her eyes, she gasped the scenery had transformed into yet another mysterious location. This time, a voice echoed from the chamber ahead. "This is revolutionary waterproof fabric. That inventor, June, is a certified mastermind." Who would have thought waterproof tech could be this lucrative? Mia silently eavesdropped on the meeting. She etched the name into her memory, June. The voice inside continued, "What's the bottom line for this month? Total revenue has hit 10 billion rubies." Seeing the sheer joy in the room, the little girl realized, if I track down this June kid first, it won't be a 10 billion loss, it'll be a 10 billion ruby jackpot. The lively chatter inside continued. June is great for June, but December has its charms too. Exactly, it's perfection. The boy played the director like a fiddle and got the contract finalized. Mia calculated quickly. So there are 7 key players in total, including this December. I wonder if I can scout them all. Whatever it takes, the little girl was locked in and determined. Mia made a silent ironclad vow. No matter the obstacles, we must cross the paths. Suddenly, the world spun. Mia clutched her head. Everything is spinning. As the environment continued to morph, the little girl couldn't help but be impressed by her own luck. I'm hitting a non-stop prophecy streak today. Is this the surge of energy the teacher was talking about? Surveying the desolate landscape before her, Mia felt a pang of doubt. Where am I? This place feels like a death trap. At that moment, a guttural, furious voice reached her ears. You little brat, you're aware, aren't you? My brother is dead because of your filth. He's gone. Mia watched, paralyzed by confusion. In front of her stood a distraught man and a boy concealed by a hood. The boy's features were strikingly handsome. She had no clue what kind of chaos the future held for him. The man bellowed, My brother paid with his life because of you. He's dead. He was spiraling into a manic rage. He seized the boy by his collar and hissed, You knew, didn't you, kid? That wasn't medicine. It was pure poison. The boy didn't even flinch. He replied with an icy, bored drawl, How tedious. Honestly, Hugo, do you have any idea what authentic medicine actually costs? The man roared in fury. What? The boy continued with chilling calm. If you buy bargain bin meds, they're obviously going to be laced with toxins. I sold you a product and didn't even get a thank you. Is it my fault you're too dim to tell the difference? The man lost his mind at the disrespect. What? You little snake, you scamming brat. You knew exactly what would happen the moment he swallowed that pill. Hearing this, Mia couldn't help but gasp. What a diabolical scheme. The man continued to press him. If you hadn't peddled that poison... Suddenly, a memory clicked in Mia's mind. She thought, wait, could this be the same stuff that killed Aban? The alleyway suddenly fell into a haunting silence. The boy offered no defense, staying quiet for a beat, as if calculating his next move. Then he sighed, so noisy. As he spoke, the boy shed his hood, revealing his true identity to the world. Mia got a clear look at him. She was so blindsided she accidentally made a noise. With platinum hair like that, he must be from the Seraphim house. The boy instantly picked up on the sound, yet he didn't show a flicker of panic at being caught in a murder plot. Despite his dark deeds, he walked with a terrifying calm grace. As he approached he muttered, I absolutely loathe prying rats. In a flash, he closed the distance to Mia's hiding spot. With a gaze full of dark amusement, he said, What do we have here? A little rodent. Mia looked up, frozen in shock. In her heart, she was reeling. Wait, I've never actually been spotted by someone inside a dream before. The boy's smirk widened. Intriguing. I'd already woven a defensive barrier around this space. Just who are you? He paused for a heartbeat, his smile turning wicked. Doesn't matter. I'll just end you here. Mia was so traumatized by the vision that she bolted upright in bed, heart hammering. Shuga, seeing his master's soul-shaken face, scrambled over in a panic. Master, are you all right? Talk to me. Meanwhile, in a distant fortress drifting through the clouds, the boy from the dream also snapped awake. He spoke with a chilling lack of emotion. How fascinating. I went to such lengths to wander in a child's guise. Yet it seems that wasn't enough to paralyze them with my gaze. A shared prophetic vision. To break it down, a simultaneous prophecy is a legendary phenomenon where the precognitive visions of two souls perfectly sync in real time. In that dream state, he mused that this usually signals a world-altering cataclysm, though this time the omens felt different. Could this simply be the raw, untapped potential of that girl? At the mere thought, a dark chuckle escaped his lips. Demons are truly pathetic creatures. I haven't felt this level of intrigue in centuries. Perhaps that dark future won't even come to pass. Reflecting on their clash, a hint of regret surfaced. Behaving so boorishly during a first encounter was beneath him. Suddenly, a muffled voice drifted from beyond the door. Lord Elhana. He swiftly donned his mask, his mind racing. I need to track her down immediately. While Elhana plodded back at the ducal estate, Mia was feeling completely drained and overwhelmed. Something's wrong. I'm seeing way too many visions. I need to snap out of this now. Teacher Niv awaited Mia, her expression softening as she beckoned. Over here, quickly. Mia scurried over with adorable tiny steps, a bright smile on her face. Greetings, teacher. Ben and Tina were the designated test subjects today. Niv said warmly, It's time for our practical training session, just as we discussed. Mia chirped back with enthusiasm. Ready? I've already devoured all the textbooks. Noticing Mia's unusually pale complexion, Niv asked with concern, You look exhausted. Did you actually pull an all-nighter with those books? With a wave of her hand, Niv directed Ben and Tina. All right, you two assume the position. Without a moment's hesitation, they obeyed, though a flicker of anxiety crossed their faces. Niv stood by to soothe their nerves. Just relax and let the princess unleash her dormant power. Mia watched them, her heart racing with nerves. I'll give it my all. Tina, ever loyal, offered a final encouraging nod. Don't worry about us, young mistress. Just let it rip. Mia tilted her head, wondering, are they terrified of Teacher Niv? The vibe doesn't feel that menacing. Niv seemed to catch the girl's drifting thoughts. She smirked and clarified, Of course the staff is intimidated by me. Don't let it trouble your little head. Mia was floored by her intuition. No way! Can she actually read my mind? Niv then shifted into a strictly professional tone to begin the lesson. Even if your target is miles away, you must master the art of plunging them into slumber instantaneously. Mia soaked in the instructions like a sponge. Understood. Niv added, Master this technique, and you'll be able to neutralize any threat before it touches you. Mia began to circulate her mana. If I follow the manual, I can feel a surge. I'll imagine myself as a honeybee pollinating the air with pure drowsiness. Mia followed Niv's guidance step by step. Here goes. Observing Mia's flawless execution, Niv didn't hold back and showered the girl with praise. Your talent is truly frightening. She then tested Mia on the fundamentals. Step 1 is the energy pulse. What follows? Mia answered with total focus. Step 2 is the direct energy transfer. A shimmering wave of sedative mana radiated from Mia. She addressed the two subjects with a serious face. Tina Ben, I'm sending the pulse now. Tina smiled warmly. It's the highest honor to be the young mistress's very first guinea pig. Mia felt a rush of confidence. The little girl beamed, thank you. Your support makes me feel like I can actually do this. In a sudden burst, the magic was unleashed. Behold the dream carpet. Drape this veil over them and command them to sleep. In an instant, Tina and Ben began to succumb to the heavy fog of slumber. Niv watched the process with a keen analytical eye. In a low, soothing tone, she whispered, now describe the sensation. However, the pair had already transcended into a blissful dreamscape, giving zero response. Witnessing the instant knockout, Niv was momentarily stunned before her face lit up with pride. She clapped her hands in delight. Incredible, they're completely dead to the world. A total success on your first attempt. Both of them simultaneously, you're a natural. Mia blinked, feeling a bit dazed. Wait, did I actually do it? Niv reassured her. Absolutely, they're just in a deep rest. See, they're even smiling in their sleep. Looking down at the two, Niv remarked, are you aware that a vast number of demons suffer from chronic insomnia? Mia's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. Demons can't sleep, Niv explained. Exactly. High-ranking demons would literally pay in bars of gold for a single night of peace. At that, a spark ignited in Mia's eyes. Niv continued, statistics show that 80% of our kind is sleep-deprived. Only those born on lazy days like me sleep like babies. In Mia's head, the gears of capitalism were already turning. Hold on a second. Is this a potential business empire? Mia thought with a grin. Whether you're human or demon, and sleep is the ultimate luxury, right? Insomniac demons would go wild for a professional nap service. I'll launch a high-end sleep salon. The little mogul was absolutely hyped, patting her head as she mapped out the venture, targeting elite clients and gathering intel through small talk. Man, why didn't the previous dream demons capitalize on this, eh? Suddenly a maid chimed in with a hesitant voice. Pardon the intrusion, Lady Niv. Niv looked over calmly. Speak. I'm just concerned about when they'll actually wake up. She gestured toward the two who were snoring away in a magical coma. They're the lead coordinators for tonight's gala. Mia froze as the realization hit her. If the schedule falls apart, we're all going to be in deep trouble. She scrambled to her feet in a panic. She rushed to Tina's side, shaking her with all her might. Tina! Tina, snap out of it! Tina remained out cold, mumbling happily about a feast. Succulent grilled frog legs. Forget the frog legs, we're in a crisis. Juicy beef? Tina was lost in her buffet, completely unresponsive. Mia slumped to the floor, her soul practically leaving her body in despair. Niv gently patted the girl's head to comfort her. The party's canceled without them, please. Livius can handle it with his eyes closed. Relax, princess. Despite the comfort, Mia's eyes welled up with guilt-ridden tears. But Uncle Livius is already drowning in work. I've just added to the chaos. What am I going to do? Mia sobbed, looking up at Niv. What if they never wake up? Niv maintained her serene, encouraging smile for the distraught girl. That's impossible. Trust me. If you're truly that distressed, you could always gallop into their subconscious on the unicorn. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Mia's eyes sparkled. Oh, right, there's still a way. Niv watched her student nod in obedience with a smirk. Just let them slumber for 48 hours. After that, if they're still out cold, then you can make your move. Mia retreated to her chambers, her heart heavy with dread. Tina had been trapped in sleep for 35 hours now. The weight of it kept her wide awake. My nerves are too frayed to even blink. Suga, standing sentinel nearby, urged her, Master, you need your rest if you ever want to grow taller. Despite the advice, Mia couldn't shake the fear. It's been an eternity. Why won't they just wake up? Suga chimed in soothingly. It's likely because the dream buffet is too tempting. They're quite the gluttons. But the little girl's tears continued to spill no matter how hard she tried to stifle her sobs. What if they're lost in there forever? Grisly passages from the Red Grimoire flashed through Mia's mind. I banished the villain into the abyss between dreams and never saw his face again. Ha ha ha. That was the ancient witch's boast. In the blue volume, the witch pointed toward a warning. Her mind burned with a new, somber resolve. I must be surgical when inducing sleep, for some may never find the exit. A dream demon must carry the full weight of their power. Mia wept openly, yearning for Tina's warmth and care. Even Doria, who clumsily forgot a detail every single morning she served her, like washing her face but forgetting the basin, or preparing a bath but leaving the clothes behind. Mia huddled under her covers, a wave of loneliness washing over her. It's too late to wake Father or Aban. They're likely deep in their own dreams. Suga sighed, watching Mia tremble beneath the quilt. Master, you're spiraling into overthinking. Mia peeked out from her fortress of blankets. Suga offered a warm gaze and explained, Master, just follow your heart. Everyone here is genuinely fond of you. Despite his reassurance, the MC was plagued by doubt. Maybe for now, but how long until they tire of a whiny brat? Ugh, dreams are such a chaotic, anxiety-inducing mess. Mia's mood plummeted, and she retreated back into her cocoon. Suga could only let out a weary sigh. Master is back to being a hermit. Under the covers, Mia's tears refused to stop. What exactly is the Seraphim house plotting? Something truly wicked. Suddenly, a soft rhythm echoed through the room. Knock, knock. What was that? Mia crept over to open the door and discovered an elegant gift box resting on the threshold. What's this? She hoisted it up, her curiosity piqued as she pried it open. It doesn't feel like a trap. Mia speculated about the mysterious sender while lifting the lid. If it were from Father or Aban, they'd have shoved it into my hands personally. Cookies, Mia gasped. Rows of adorable hand-shaped treats were nestled inside. Whoa, they look a bit rustic. Clearly Chef Yotun didn't bake these. Mia gazed happily at the sweet hoard. Suga nudged her toward a small detail. There's a note. Mia unfurled the card. Inside was a handwritten message. Dear young Mistress Doria mentioned you were feeling down today. We baked these to brighten your spirit. Thank you for your kindness back then. We hope they bring a smile to your face. Signed, the servants of House Depper. Mia was paralyzed as she processed the words. They did all this for me. Suga's voice was a soft whisper behind her. See, you are cherished. Mia's eyes blurred with fresh tears as she gripped the letter tight. This is just... She was so overwhelmed she pulled the letter to her heart. What am I supposed to do now? The MC turned to Suga. Can you tell who specifically made these? Suga replied. It looks like a group effort. Everyone probably pitched in a little piece of their heart. I have to thank every one of them, Mia whispered. Suga gave a supportive nod. Just make sure to thank every servant you cross paths with from now on. The MC gently closed the lid. I can't eat them. If they disappear, I'll have nothing left of this moment. Suga sighed and teased his master. True, a sugar rush might lead to a stomachache. Besides, watching you munch on a unicorn-shaped cookie feels a bit personal. Suga's comment sent Mia's imagination into overdrive. You're right, if I saw Aban eating a cookie with my face on it, I'd be scarred for life. Suddenly, Suga's ears twitched at a sound from outside. Why is there a crowd gathering in the courtyard? Are the servants assembling at this hour? Mia rushed to the window to investigate. Aban was standing there, looming over the staff. A servant was reporting a total of 193 mana mines have been fully deployed. Aban stood with arms crossed, his gaze icy. Are you certain they are all buried? Yes, Master Aban. The two servants stammered, visibly shaken. Aban glared at them in sheer annoyance. I don't trust cowards. This detail is non-negotiable. Because I won't have anyone disturbing the peace near Mia's room during the gala. Aban pointed a finger at a servant. How about you test one of those mines for me? What? The man turned pale, but Aban pushed. I said step on a mine. I want to see the exact blast radius. The servant trembled, pleading for mercy. Master Aban, please. Spare me. I'm the one who mops the very stairs you walk on every day. At that, Aban's focus immediately shifted. Oh, is that so? Then I need a new volunteer. You... The next victim shrieked in terror. I'm the one tailoring the young mistress's gown for the big day. And I keep a detailed log of every vital detail like the young mistress's cuteness level and her daily smile count. Others joined the frantic chorus. Me too. I personally polish the soles of the young mistress's slippers. I track which dish she favors and report to the chef. I monitor the room's humidity so she can sleep like a queen. Aban's voice dropped to a low, dangerous growl emphasizing every syllable. Are you all just trying to waste my time? Is there a single soul here? Suddenly, Mia's voice drifted down from the balcony. Aban, what are you doing down there? The servants looked up as if they had just witnessed a divine intervention. The young mistress is our savior. Aban used the momentum of the moment to leap upward. In a blurred second, he reached Mia's floor, leaving her wide-eyed in shock. Cotton ball past your bedtime, isn't it? Aban asked the little girl. Aban Depper crouched down and offered a rare, soft smile. Cotton ball, why aren't you tucked in? Mia replied with a pouting, coquettish tone. I just can't sleep, Aban Depper said gently. Is that so? Then how about your big brother reads you a story? Mia was floored, a bead of sweat forming as she looked at Aban skeptically. Wait, you actually know how to read? Aban Depper tossed his coat aside and glanced back. Of course. Did you take me for some unlettered brute? Aban Depper snatched up the parcel, muttering a confused, huh? Mia's heart skipped a beat as she shrieked, Don't touch that! But Aban had already raided the cookie stash. He peered inside and scoffed, What's the deal? Why do you have these random cookies? Beside him, little Mia was bouncing in a frantic tizzy, her voice hitting a high-pitched squeal. It's my treasure, hand it over. Aban Depper plucked the letter from the box and asked, Who sent you this messy scrap? Mia snapped back crossly. It's not messy. Aban Depper then scanned the signature of the humble servants of the Depper estate. Just then, the white unicorn manifested and nudged Mia back, calling out, Master! In a flash of motion, Mia was perched atop the unicorn's back, successfully snatching the gift box back from Aban Depper's grip. The unicorn looked smugly satisfied with its tactical move. But Aban Depper just shrugged and warned, I'm just saying a midnight sugar rush is a bad move. Mia immediately fired back. I'm not even eating them. They're precious, so keep your hands off. Aban Depper's eyes widened. Precious, this cheap stuff? Mia looked away shyly and whispered, Yes, they're precious to me. Aban Depper reached out and scooped Mia up like a doll, hoisting her off the unicorn and commandingly saying, Cotton ball, ground yourself. You need your beauty sleep if you ever want to hit a growth spurt. Mia stubbornly dug in her heels. I've already grown an inch. Aban Depper looked genuinely baffled at her claim. He peered around and began to troll her. For real? Then why are you invisible to me? You're so tiny I can't see a thing way down there. Mia flailed her arms, fuming. I'm right here. I said I'm right here. Okay. A beat later, Aban Depper leaned down to her level, still grinning. Oh my, you're practically part of the floorboards. Mia went full pout mode and huffed, Aban, you're a total moron, with a defiant, Mia dived into her blankets and curled into a ball. Aban Depper stood over her, chuckling at her sheer cuteness. I'm sorry, I'll drop the teasing, he promised. He edged closer to the blanket burrito and poked it gently to lure her out. Check this out, it's actually really stunning. However, Mia just grumbled back through the fabric, whatever. Aban Depper pressed on. My companion, you're really going to snub her. Hearing that Mia's curiosity won out, she poked her head out of the covers. She asked innocently, Your companion? Aban Depper summoned a flicker of light in his palm and called out, Ethan, front and center. Mia was absolutely floored and energized by the majestic sight before her. A gargantuan tiger manifested and stepped into the light. The moment it appeared, the little girl gasped, Wait, what? This is your friend Aban. She dashed over to bury her face in the tiger's fur, beaming. Oh my god, it's been an eternity, Aban Depper added. Ethan says he's missed you just as much. Aban Depper gestured toward the beast and asked, Ethan is a fire spirit beast, sick, right? Mia smiled radiantly. He's so adorable. Aban Depper blinked. Wait, adorable. The girl insisted he was a cutie, and the tiger started acting like a giant clingy house cat. It was peak wholesome. Aban Depper sat back and surrendered. Fine, have it your way. A moment later, he offered, I'll leave him here to guard you when I'm deployed. Treat him like he's me and trust him. Mia was over the moon, stroking the beast's fur and chirping, Deal. Aban? Depper yanked the tiger back and muttered, Ethan, get a grip. You're embarrassing me. Then he stood up. All right, for real this time, lights out. You'll be a zombie tomorrow if you don't sleep. Mia asked. But when are you going to bed? Aban Depper said softly. I'll head out once you're out cold. Mia snuggled into her pillow and asked innocently, What if I pull an all-nighter? Aban Depper gave a tender smile and said, Then I guess we're both pulling an all-nighter. Mia realized she didn't want him suffering for her. She told him, I'm going to sleep now. You go get some rest too, Aban. Aban Depper replied, I'll head out in a bit. Mia asked. Aren't you wiped? He let out a sigh but forced a grin. I'm exhausted, honestly. Today was a marathon, but it's cool. Hearing this, Mia's heart sank. Oh no, Aban needs his sleep too. But his company is so nice. The little girl whispered, then just stay for 5 more minutes, then you have to leave. Aban Depper felt a wave of relief and chuckled. Man, thank you, my merciful little sister. Mia then murmured, Aban, you know. And Aban hummed. Mia started. Tina and Ben still haven't woken up. They'll be okay by tomorrow, right? Aban Depper wasn't fazed at all and asked casually Tina and Ben, who are those guys? Then the light bulb went on. Oh, those two? Mia was stunned thinking, good grief, how could he forget the 2 demons I'm closest to? Aban Depper then reassured her, relax, they'll be up with the sun. Mia pressed, and if they aren't? Aban Depper just laughed and said nonchalantly, then we'll just dump a bucket of ice water on them to jumpstart their day. Mia was speechless. She hated the idea but realized there was no winning this argument. She retreated back under her blanket and announced, I'm sleeping now. Aban Depper looked on and praised her atta girl cotton ball. As the night deepened, the silver starlight became the sole glow illuminating the quiet room. Aban Depper leaned in and whispered kindly, Cotton ball, you out. Mia was already in dreamland. He stood up and watched her sleep thinking, this kid is all bark and no bite. She was such a tiny, fragile creature, yet she had completely hijacked his attention. She didn't fear him or flinch away like the others. He stood up and began his quiet exit. As he walked, he clicked his tongue. She shouldn't have to treasure such trivial things. He continued his inner monologue. One day you'll have treasures so grand that losing this box won't even matter. Yeah, but even if you don't, it's cool. Cotton ball, this is your sanctuary. Unlike me, a home is exactly what you need. The Depper name will be your ultimate fortress. Suddenly, his mother's voice from his childhood echoed in his mind. In the hazy sunlight of a distant summer, Aban Depper remembered his mother's warmth. Aban, that power you hold. He never sought to shield or cherish anyone, but one day when someone appears and you choose to be their aegis, you will find true strength. Aban Depper was momentarily stunned. His mother had pointed directly at his heart. However, because he was just a boy, the profound weight behind those words flew right over his head, leaving him silent and confused. Now looking back on that memory, Aban Depper could finally smile, knowing that back then he had been completely clueless. But now, perhaps you've grasped a shred of the wisdom your mother once shared. He is prepared to drench his hands in the blood of battle just to carve the path he desires. By the next day, Tina and Ben had been under for 53 hours. Dawn and dusk had already cycled through, yet Mia was still gripped by an agonizing anxiety, her eyes fixed intensely on their forms. Right before her lay Tina and Ben dead to the world and shamelessly drooling. Mia spoke up just as a massive soft hand appeared to rub together. Next, it was the towering woman who finally broke the silence. Let's infiltrate their dreams. The woman turned with a smirk and questioned Mia, do you know the protocol for entering a dreamscape to wake someone? Hearing the challenge, Mia politely countered, yes, I've studied the memoirs thoroughly. Then the woman conceded, fair enough, let's see what you've learned then. Mia squeezed Suga tightly and whispered, Suga, I'm counting on you. The unicorn gave a loyal reply. Consider it done, master. Then it tossed its mane proudly, causing its horn to erupt in a brilliant, dazzling radiance. Perched on its back, little Mia began to drift off into the subconscious. The realm she materialized in this time was a chaotic landscape of dense thickets and amber light. The ground was trembling. Suga, carrying Mia, warned, navigating this terrain won't be a walk in the park. Mia felt her pulse quicken, thinking, is there actually an exit to this mess? Suddenly, the unicorn lost its footing. Mia gasped, watch out, one wrong turn into the abyss between dreams and they're lost forever. As she spoke, she lunged forward to grab hold of something. The moment she made contact, a violent crack echoed and the entire world warped around them. Mia looked utterly paralyzed with fear, her voice trembling as she whimpered, we're totally lost. Niv manifested out of thin air, perched beneath a tree, and coolly asked if the girl had located the dream path yet. Mia replied, it's there, but it's so faint. I can't find the gateway. Mia glanced at her 2 comatose friends, her mind racing with a million ways to fix this. Niv rested her chin on her hand and mused, from my experience, once you're inside, you have to manifest your own exit strategy. Mia's eyes went wide as she let out an, oh. Then she followed up, like following a hidden melody or literally drawing a door into existence. The realization hit the MC like a bolt of lightning. She thought, duh, I was so panicked I completely blanked on the entry rules. Phase 1, the spirit beast carves a path into the target's psyche. Phase 2, a gateway will manifest at the journey's end. Phase 3, the path stabilizes in a tranquil environment and clarifies if the subject doesn't fight the intrusion. At this stage, one must synchronize with a melody, sketch a portal, or illuminate a lantern. Hey! Niv pulled something out with a knowing smile, saying she had a tool that might aid the princess. The MC asked, "What is it?" Niv pressed a box into Mia's palm and said, "A little gift, save it for the right moment." Mia clutched the gift and bowed, "Thank you, teacher." Niv smiled, hoping it would provide the edge she needed. Mia pried the box open and cheered, "A music box!" Niv held the device and laughed. "Bingo! Let the music flow. It should act as a beacon to help you breach their subconscious." Then the music box began to spill out a series of gentle, enchanting notes. Enchanted by the tune, Mia smiled, "It's so beautiful." She locked eyes with Suga and thought, "All right, one more try. Let's do this." Suga asked if his master was ready, sensing her earlier confusion had passed. Mia felt locked in. The unicorn began to glow with blinding intensity, warning his rider, "Hang on tight." Mia gripped Suga's mane, thinking Tina Ben, "Whatever you're feasting on, better be worth it because I'm dragging you back right now." With that, the unicorn lunged into the void. Mia felt the world blur, then let out a startled cry. "Oh my god." The MC and her mount were suddenly submerged in a surreal underwater world surrounded by a mountain of gourmet food. Nearby, Tina and Ben were radiating pure, unadulterated bliss. Tina clutched her cheeks and beamed, saying, "Heaven is real. No matter how much I gorge myself, the plates never stay empty. The young mistress has no clue what she's missing." Beside her, Ben was eating so aggressively he was drooling. Tina's face lit up as she continued, "I could eat this crispy golden fried chicken for all eternity." She clearly values poultry over gold. Mia, watching the chaos, felt totally exhausted and done. Then Ben chimed in, muttering that thanks to the young mistress, he finally knew what it felt like to be truly full for the first time in his life. Mia stepped into their personal space, gave them a nudge and sighed, "Fine, fine. At least you two are safe and sound." Ben smacked his lips, lamenting the end of such a delicious dream. Mia realized that her first real mission to wake someone up hadn't ended in disaster. "Right." Mia looked totally frazzled. "You two were out so cold I thought you were gone for good." Tina and Ben were visibly shaken by the news. Tina gasped, asking if they had really been under for that long. Mia confirmed, "Yeah, over 2 full days." Suddenly, Tina's eyes went wide as she shrieked, "Oh no! The young mistress's debut cake! I was supposed to finalize the design with Yotun." Beside her, Ben began to shake with nerves, stammering, "Wait, Master Aban was supposed to brief me on the high-level security for the gala too." Mia offered to accompany them to help smooth things over. Tina, overwhelmed with gratitude, cried out, "Young mistress, you're an angel." Niv placed a hand on Mia's head and declared that their princess had nailed it on her very first try, pure talent. Mia, humble as ever, shook her head. "Not quite, teacher." It actually took 3 grueling attempts. The first one was an absolute train wreck. The second time I got inside, but I couldn't break through their trance. The MC recalled her desperate struggle to snap Tina out of it, shouting with every fiber of her being, "Tina, wake up, snap out of it, stop eating, and come home." Honestly, the third time was a total battle too. This time, she had to resort to jumping like a maniac just to snap Tina out of it. Recalling the struggle, the MC let out a weary sigh and muttered, "Total exhaustion." Niv beamed and announced, "Looks like today's grind ends here. You were stellar, princess." Mia offered a faint, drained yes. At that moment, Tina hoisted Mia onto her back and whispered tenderly, "You're wiped out because of our greed, aren't you, young mistress?" Mia admitted as much, but confessed she was just relieved Tina was back. Tina flashed a radiant grin and promised they would make the preparations legendary. "Your big debut is only 6 days away, so leave the stress to us." Mia's heart sank as she realized only 6 days remained until the kidnapping. She needed a foolproof plan and fast. From the following morning, the estate became a hive of frantic activity for the upcoming gala. Every corridor was being transformed into a dazzling display of opulence and glitter. Mia scanned the horizon and thought, "I still can't wrap my head around how massive this manor truly is." Mia turned to Tina and marveled, "It's absolutely breathtaking." Tina replied with fierce loyalty, "This all reflects the supreme status of our precious young mistress. We wouldn't dream of cutting corners." Mia felt a blush creep up, thinking being pampered like this is actually kind of amazing. Beside her, Tina's gaze sharpened as she mentally noted that if any servant dared to slack off, it would be their funeral. Mia eyed the luxury items flooding the palace and thought in awe, they actually splurged on all these treasures just for me. Mia asked curiously, Uncle, what's the story with this tree? Ravenous gave a hearty chuckle and said, thanks to your presence, this tree has bloomed into something truly vibrant. Ravenous continued, it's going to be the centerpiece for the Depper family's grand banquet. Mia felt that using such a majestic tree as mere decor was a bit of a flex. Mia found herself sinking into a plush sofa surrounded by the people she cherished most. She realized she didn't mind this life at all. She genuinely hoped her new family could find the same happiness as other demons. The MC scrutinized a floor plan and nodded confident that she had scouted the entire ballroom and memorized every exit. She took a steadying breath and vowed, I won't be a victim and I won't let any other child be snatched in my place. Mia slammed the book shut, determined to patrol every hidden nook of the mansion. Beyond the looming threat of kidnapping, she had a high-stakes debt to settle. Mia turned to summon the butler. Seeing her intense gaze, he asked, Mia demanded point blank, where's the delivery on my gummy bears? The butler froze in sheer terror, then frantically lunged to cover Mia's mouth before anyone heard. Her expression turned cold as she interrogated him. You didn't drop the ball, did you? Seeing him stammer, she pushed, Are you for real? Where are my gummies? The payoff for our first deal. The butler desperately mopped the cold sweat from his brow and tried to pacify her. He swore to deliver by the gala, promising even a custom gummy in his own likeness. Mia gave him a look of pure skepticism. She could smell the cap. The butler immediately hit the deck, kneeling and begging Mia to trust his word just one last time. Then he pivoted to a bigger bribe. He promised to construct a full-scale gingerbread-style mansion just for her. Mia's imagination took flight as the butler conjured a vivid illusion of a sprawling cookie estate. He pitched it as a private sanctuary where she could play freely and even snack on the walls. He promised to design a custom tea room inside so she could host her own parties whenever the mood struck. Mia drifted into a sweet fantasy of a tea party. The butler kept spinning the tale of the ultimate cookie house life to keep her hooked. Finally, Mia bought the hype and decided to let him off the hook for now. The butler showered her with praise for her divine mercy. Just then, a deep voice echoed through the hall. It was Mia's father. He offered a rare smile and suggested it was time for an outing. Mia eagerly took his hand and matched his stride. Her mind was already racing with ideas for the perfect gifts for her fellow demons. The guests would receive 3 tiers of luxury, one for the elites, one for the kids, and most importantly, a special gift for the demon she hoped to befriend. Mia went into full strategist mode, debating the perfect selection. She visualized the mysterious boy in the gray cloak with the striking blonde hair. As they strolled, Mia hummed a happy tune. Coming across a blossoming tree, the Duke hoisted her up for a front row view of the petals. In that moment, Mia felt a surge of genuine, unadulterated joy. Convinced that things were finally looking up, Mia plucked a stray flower and beamed, A gift for you, Duke. Tucking the bloom into the Duke's hand, Mia radiated happiness. The Duke followed suit, picking a flower and gently placing it in Mia's hair. And so the powerful Duke and his daughter walked side by side, both sporting flowers behind their ears. As they moved, he asked if the blossoms pleased her. She chirped that she absolutely loved them. The Duke's mind immediately went into overdrive. I'll commission a private garden in the manor filled with nothing but these trees. Mia was floored by the grand gesture. The Duke then signaled for Jizu. A man in dark frames with prominent horns stepped forward, presenting a formal document. He jotted down a final note declaring this would be her official birthday bounty to accompany the gala. The deed included several prime villages complete with elite vineyards, world-class wineries, and lush gardens. The entire territory was being signed over to her. Mia was stunned and ecstatic. This was her first time being gifted an entire province. The Duke asked for her forgiveness, regretting how he'd failed to protect his little girl over those last 5 agonizing years. Mia was beaming with pure, unadulterated joy. He then slid a document toward her, explaining she could scribe her own name, but only after the gala was over. Involuntarily, Mia's mind flashed back to her 4th prophetic dream. It was such a radiant vision. Was he truly planning to officially christen her at the banquet? Mia clutched the parchment tightly, feeling as though every ounce of misery she endured at her uncle's hellish mansion was finally being repaid in full. She tugged on his sleeve, whispering for him to lean down just a bit. Without warning, Mia planted a soft kiss on his cheek. The iron-willed Grand Duke froze, completely blindsided. As for Mia, she chirped a sweet thank you. The Duke struggled to maintain his stoic facade, desperately stifling the sound of his own delight. Despite his efforts, the little girl noticed the Grand Duke's lips quivering with sheer suppressed happiness. She had finally decoded the Grand Duke's soft spot. Following the moment, he gently asked the little girl if she'd like to grab a bite. And so the two of them strolled forward side by side. Behind them, the foliage began to rustle violently. Seconds later, a group of spectators peered out from the shadows of the tree trunks. They stood there, jaws dropping in absolute disbelief. The legendary Grand Duke was actually parading around with flowers tucked behind his ear. They scratched their heads in a daze, laughing nervously and insisting to one another that their eyes must be playing tricks on them. The sight was beyond absurd, but their laughter died in their throats as they froze in their tracks. A cold sweat broke out across their brows. It was true, the Duke really had a daughter, and she was openly calling him father. That village the Duke mentioned as a dowry, could it be the legendary one? In the southern reaches of Depper territory, the ancient village that supplies wine to the entire realm. It's home to a vintage so exquisite that even high nobles and kings are lucky to snag a bottle. The birthplace of that rare devil's tongue is none other than Absent Village. Isn't that the crown jewel of their entire estate? At that realization, the gravity of the situation finally hit them. The sheer wealth of the Depper family had just been handed to that little girl on a silver platter. They immediately scrambled to dig up every scrap of info on her. A cutthroat competition erupted to find the perfect gift, with everyone hunting for whatever treasures a child could desire. On the other side of town, Mia was still happily dining with her father. Once they finished their feast, they hit the streets again. By now, Mia had finalized her strategy. The adult demons would be gifted with premium wine. She'd let them indulge a little extra, seeing as she was now the official mistress of the winery. As for the younger guests, Mia was still deep in thought. She suddenly recalled the whimsical stuffed animal boutique from her prophetic vision. She planned to track down that specific shop today if it even existed. However, a few shops later, they walked back out empty-handed. Nothing felt right. The Duke remained incredibly patient, ready to hit the next spot. This place was a far cry from her dream. Had Mia's memory failed her? No, she had to find that boy June. A short while later, they emerged from yet another store, finally deep in the heart of the city. By this point, Mia was looking a bit pale, her frustration mounting as the boy remained nowhere to be found. In a final act of desperation, she picked a shop at random and marched inside. The moment they entered, a man offered a sycophantic greeting. He was a dead ringer for Count Berlin. She stared intently at the displays. The Duke told her to point out anything she fancied. If nothing here met her standards, he vowed to summon every master tailor in the capital to craft the perfect model just for her. Mia beamed and began scanning the items. Her father truly was her ultimate trump card. Mia's goal was to gift the little demons with adorable unicorn plushies. It must be noted her friend Shuga was still nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the little girl's eyes landed on a familiar unicorn plushie. She scooped it up, marveling at how it was a perfect replica of Shuga. Seeing her interest, Jizu turned to the shopkeeper and demanded every single plushie that matched that design. They were buying the whole stock. He slammed a hefty pouch of gold onto the counter and asked if they could double the stock by tomorrow evening. The shopkeeper estimated about 20 more. He locked in the contract on the spot, handed over the advance, and promised a massive bonus for a job well done. In that moment, Mia's gaze drifted toward a nearby curtain. A sense of déjà vu washed over her. Then a young boy's head peeked out. She recognized him instantly. The same boy from her dream. But the boy bolted the second he saw her, catching Mia off guard. She didn't hesitate and chased him into the back room. This was the hidden genius she had to recruit at any cost. Shuga floating overhead suggested she just call out to him, but she needed to see the truth with her own eyes. Mia was on a mission. She wanted to see the conditions where he crafted his art. If they were exploiting the boy, she wasn't about to let it slide. The Duke followed her lead, looking genuinely intrigued. Could it be that Mia had actually taken a liking to the boy? As Mia descended into the workspace, she stumbled through the dark, dusty air. The place was littered with scraps, and they hadn't even provided candles. This was straight-up negligence. Mia pushed open the door, her skin crawling. The shop was pulling in 17 gold coins per plushie. Looking at this slum, it was obvious the owner was pocketing everything while the worker didn't see a single cent. The second Mia swung the door open, she was met by 3 pairs of eyes staring back at her. The little girl let out a startled gasp, her heart jumping into her throat. Instantly, the man lunged forward to stifle her cries. At that same moment, she caught a glimpse inside and spotted a grown man passed out. Mia surmised he was the one exploiting these children. She immediately demanded an explanation for what they were doing in such a place. It was a cramped, wretched room. Don't tell her these filthy scraps were their only supplies. Mia asked if this was where they lived. The eldest girl fixed her with a gaze full of suspicion. It was clear they just wanted her to scram, but no child should be forced to survive in such misery. Mia showed her genuine concern, trying to reach out, but the trio remained stone-faced and silent. They were desperate to drive her away. She pressed them again, asking if they slaved away here just for the money. They felt like she was just looking down on them, so they barked at her to get out. Mia whispered that this wasn't pity, it was about properly compensating a rare talent. With the potential to rake in billions of gold, the shopkeeper's face was nothing but a mask of pure greed. Then she turned to the youngest boy and asked if he was the one crafting the unicorn plushies. He nodded timidly. She asked if the ones out front were his handiwork. The boy confirmed it. In that heartbeat, Mia decided she was going to scout him. The older girl beside him scoffed in disbelief, telling Mia to stop talking nonsense. Mia made a bold vow to pay 1 solid gold coin for every single plushie. By cutting out the middleman and buying directly from him, she'd secure a much better deal. The older girl remained skeptical, questioning if a kid like Mia actually had that kind of bank. Even if she did she really think she could just buy their freedom? She suspected Mia was just looking for new servants to boss around. Did they look like mere playthings that she could just purchase with a pile of gold? Mia admitted that she was indeed loaded, but she'd never once viewed them as toys. She plucked a jeweled hair clip from her head and pressed it into their hands. She told them to consider it a down payment. The older boy recoiled, not daring to touch it. She tossed it straight to him and promised there was plenty more, if they agreed to work for her. "Take it and split the profit," she commanded. He was bewildered that a young noble would go this far. Mia felt the logic was simple. She was launching an empire, but she lacked the master artisans to craft the goods. She laid out her vision with cold hard facts, hoping to win their trust. She even dropped her father's name to prove her status. She even considered bringing in her second brother to handle the logistics. Right then, a heavy, groggy yawn echoed through the room. The overseer had finally stirred and demanded to know who she was. The brown-haired girl's heart skipped a beat in panic. She hissed at Mia to flee while she still could. Mia just stood her ground, looking totally unfazed. Then the man stomped toward Mia with a look of pure malice on his face. Mia told herself there was no reason to fear, not when she held this kind of power. Above them, the ethereal, shimmering aura of a unicorn began to manifest in the air. The brute hadn't noticed a thing barking about where her parents were and how she dared to break in. The 3 children watched the girl with faces etched in sheer terror. But they were too paralyzed to speak a word. Mia whispered to herself, "Stay focused. Don't flinch." She called him a wretched, wicked old man. Hearing the insult, he gnashed his teeth in a blind fury. She told him his judgment was coming and that she would be the one to deliver it. The man roared in anger and raised his hand to strike her. But she just smirked and told the others to pay close attention. She was about to be their shield. The 3 orphans were floored. Suddenly, a glowing butterfly emerged and fluttered toward the supervisor. He flinched in surprise before collapsing into a dead sleep right on the grimy floor. Mia had no idea what nightmare he'd be trapped in, but it definitely wouldn't be a walk in the park. The 3 others stood there, completely stunned. She immediately turned and asked for their final answer. Then the boy June rushed over to Mia and grabbed her wrist with desperation. He confessed they didn't actually build the plushies from scratch. They were imported, and the 3 of them were just cogs in the machine sewing on eyes and limbs. At most, they were just patching up the damaged goods. Mia caught the vibe. Essentially, they were just doing assembly line work, but that was fine because her visions had already revealed their true potential. The twins are absolute math whizzes, while the eldest Amber is a natural-born shark in the business world. Young June is a total design prodigy, and the last one has a magic touch when it comes to high-end fabrics. She could take them under her wing now and polish their skills later. This was a strategic investment in her future empire. She questioned them about their current pathetic wages. He muttered that if the dolls didn't sell, they barely earned enough to eat. Mia nodded understandingly and told them to follow her lead. The little girl flatly told her father she wasn't buying a single plushie here and demanded a full refund. Instantly, their attendant snatched the gold back from the owner and she signaled the children to follow her. They hesitated to take a step, so Mia declared she was hiring them to craft plushies exclusively for her. She even offered to take them in lieu of a birthday gift if her father resisted, but the Duke conceded without a fight. The owner finally found his voice sputtering in confusion and calling the trio ungrateful wretches after he saved them. Mia had heard that pathetic excuse countless times. It triggered a dark resonance with her own traumatic past. Like, isn't this better than scrounging through the gutter for scraps? Or, aren't you glad you're not starving to death in some alley? But mere survival isn't a life. Mia condemned him for withholding their wages while the owner pathetically tried to backtrack. The little girl snapped, "Drop the saint act. You exploited and abused them. This was never an act of mercy." Mia knew the secret. 2 years ago, families with children under 10 were granted subsidies. She'd caught the tea at the Herberan Manor. Back then, she was berated because they refused to register her for palace funds, even branding her a filthy devil child. Mia accused him of forging adoption papers just to siphon off the royal coin. Turning pale, the owner frantically stammered that he wasn't desperate enough to pull a stunt like that. Mia pointed directly at the welcome pics displayed prominently on the wall. Those honors are strictly for families with 5 or more children. At that revelation, the owner visibly flinched. The Grand Duke listened intently before backing her play. From what I gather, my daughter's assessment is flawless. At that moment, a localized storm of dark energy began to swirl around him. The king's decree on this is quite clear. Yes, if some lowlife raids the royal treasury with forged documents, he doesn't just let it slide. It looks like you'll be the first to test the gallows. The shop owner was paralyzed with terror. It was a choice between a gruesome execution or letting Mia have the kids. He folded instantly. Mia couldn't help but glow with pride she'd won, even if she didn't quite understand the gallows part. By now, the horizon was bleeding into a deep sunset. They arrived at the estate where the butler was already waiting to welcome them home. The Duke inquired about the 3 newcomers. The butler noted that humans mingling with demons usually creates friction, so he secured them in the inner sanctum. Though they were skin and bones, none of them were actually ill. Hearing that brought a smile to Mia's face. With proper care from now on, everything would be perfect. The butler also confirmed production could begin immediately as the finest fabrics and tools were already in place. The Duke was pleased with the efficiency. He also commanded that elite servants be handpicked to apprentice under them, sternly warning the staff not to intimidate the kids since they are Mia's personal workforce. The butler bowed, understood. Meanwhile, Mia began outlining her creative vision. She insisted the unicorns have gemstone eyes, but since the kids only knew basic assembly, the butler assigned them to finishing work before asking about their pay. Mia beamed. Now they'd never go hungry, and she could secure their loyalty while honing their craft. She wasn't doing this to play hero. It was a calculated move. Mia was already mastering the art of being a demon. She also decided to prepare a special necklace as a gift for her most mysterious friend. In the final countdown to the gala, Ravenous approached to give Mia a high-level briefing. Young mistress, please review this. I've compiled a list of the key players you must recognize before the curtain rises. Mia studied the dossiers, her father, brother, Kian Aban's mother, her mentor, and a host of unfamiliar demons. She spotted a peculiar detail and turned to the Grand Duke. But father, why are you listed with 2 names? It was the same for the other heads of house. The Grand Duke began to explain the tradition. The first name is the gift of one's parents. The second is a title claimed upon ascending as head of the family. In the ancient tongue, pasa signifies genocide. In the runes, it translates to massacre. Mia looked on in awe before a cold shiver ran down her spine. She finally understood how her parents became a power couple. One is genocide and the other is massacre. Honestly, talk about a match made in hell. She asked why the king only carried a single name, and the Grand Duke replied, because the king is the definition of perfection. No mere family would dare claim the king as their offspring. Upon his coronation, he severs all ties to his birth name. His chosen name is a unique sovereign title. In other words, Kiristan stands alone as the only one of his kind in the demon realm. Mia nodded, truly starting to grasp the king's absolute crushing authority. Ravenous suddenly interjected. Beyond the house heads, the young mistress should also familiarize herself with the names of the noble children. Of course, if they bored her, she could just blow them off. Mia recalled how Aban always told her to just ignore the losers anyway. It stands to reason, given a Grand Duke's prestige is eclipsed only by the throne, leaving him without a single equal. Ravenous noted that most would simply ignore the list since the young mistress did, but she felt compelled to scan it at least once. Suddenly, a name leaped off the page, Kana Lilith. She was the daughter of the Lilith matriarch and coincidentally Mia's own mentor. The only peculiarity was that her name was inscribed in a haunting shade of gray. Her curiosity piqued, she discovered the truth. The woman had been a runaway, vanished from her home for 15 long years. Mia was floored. Wasn't that essentially the same as being a missing person? Was that the shadow of sorrow she saw in her teacher's eyes? She questioned whether this woman named Kana was truly devoid of any power. Ravenous racked his brain. Hardly. If memory serves, she belongs to the elf lineage. But Mia knew that such a bloodline possessed the rare gift to track others down, even without knowing Kana's location. What about the source? In truth, it's a nightmare to track. Both the Lilith heiress and her specific trait are masters of concealment. She vanishes frequently, and we're usually left chasing ghosts. She typically resurfaces after a 3-year stint, but if she truly desires to stay hidden, she becomes an absolute phantom. It's quite literally like searching for a microscopic needle in a mountain of hay. Mia found the concept alien. Why would anyone ever refuse to return home? I spent every waking moment dreaming of a way back. Teacher Niv seems to cherish her child with such intensity, so why on earth? Suddenly the Grand Duke's voice cut through her thoughts. Such is the erratic nature of demons born upon a void day. However, it seemed the Sandman was calling as the Grand Duke urged her to retreat to bed early. Mia sprawled across her bed, letting out a wide yawn. Tina, we finally have our very own workforce. Tina beamed with pride. Indeed, you're referring to that human lad Master Zeus recruited today, aren't you? Mia hesitated to ask Tina for a favor, but in Tina's eyes there were no favors, only the young mistress's commands. Even through the haze of sleep, her moral compass remained sharp. She knew this exceeded the scope of Tina's duties. I must ask this of you. Please, go to them and promise they are under my protection so they can finally sleep in peace. Hearing that, Tina was visibly moved to tears. Oh, my sweet young mistress, even if they are mere humans, I shall treasure them for your sake. The girl's eyelids grew heavy as she wondered, was my mother human as well? I have the horns. I have the gifts. Dreams are far more demonic than human, aren't they? I can't be certain, but... And then, as if in a blur of motion, the morning of the grand gala finally dawned. Mia was draped in a breathtaking gown. Catching a glimpse of her polished reflection in the mirror, she was absolutely radiant. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Oh, Tina, I believe my cousin is set to attend the festivities today as well. Valerie Asteros. As Aban's kin, she was officially part of the inner family circle. Tina shared in Mia's joy, thrilled at the prospect of the young lady expanding her social circle. Mia felt the same spark. Perhaps, but will the other children actually want to be my friends? To which Tina responded, without a doubt you'll be the star of the show. Everyone is dying to get close to the young mistress. You must hold your head high. Mia felt a surge of resolve. Right, forget the abduction plot. Everything is going to be perfect. The girl huddled with Suga, strategizing her moves. She'd memorize every girl's face to detect a disappearance the instant it happened, ensuring the kidnapper wouldn't have an inch of room to escape. That was the master plan. For the moment, Mia turned to Tina to request a special favor. Naturally, Tina was more than ready to serve. Mia leaned in close to Tina's ear and spoke in a low whisper. Is that clear? Aside from Tina, Ben, and Doria, this remains top secret. Yes, young mistress, count on me. I'll guard this secret with my life. And then the celebration erupted. The air was electric. Every guest was clamoring for a glimpse of the Grand Duke's hidden gem. A plush unicorn materialized at Mia's side. Relax, it'll be fine. Today is your day to shine, master. Aban approached and offered his hand with a smirk. Ready to face the music, Cotton Ball. Don't forget, my eyes are locked onto you. The grand door swung wide. Mia stepped out, looking like an absolute vision of charm and ethereal beauty. The little girl felt a wave of stage fright wash over her. Oh boy, every single eye in the room is pinned on me. Aban gestured toward the sofa, commanding, Cotton Ball, take your seat. With that, the haughty young lord reclined. Mia couldn't find the words. His aura was just way too overwhelming. Aban really... But she was stuck. He was her flesh and blood after all. Mia gracefully took her place. Suddenly a voice whispered, Mia, check it out over there. A familiar face appeared in the crowd. Looking toward the source, she saw Teacher Niv elegantly swirling a wine glass adorned in a dress of pure sophistication. Is that turtle perched on the table her spirit familiar? Its bizarre personality was a total mystery to her. She watched in disbelief as it proceeded to down wine until it was visibly tipsy, leaving Mia utterly floored. Aban caught the sight and couldn't help but groan. That lush drains the cellar every time we host a function. There truly isn't a vintage strong enough for that turtle. Mia scanned the room further and froze. Was that actually Marquis Sabnock? Aban presented them as the illustrious eldest daughter, Hadissa Sabnock, and the young Sabnock III. Peering closer, Mia noticed a literal spider chilling right on the eldest daughter's face. Out of nowhere, Mia queried about Aban's mother, but he was clueless. He figured that if Valerie was on the guest list, she couldn't be far behind. The moment the name dropped, a ginger-haired girl, the future Rose of the Demon Realm, strutted over. Mia tried to vibe with her, but she just gave a cold shoulder and pivoted away. Aban couldn't care less. She's always on that high horse, just ghost her. The Asteros clan is famous for their trash attitudes. He mentioned his big bro might pull up since the king was expected, adding that Kian wanted Aban to let Mia know he was down to meet. Kian Depper. Supposedly a shadow demon born on the Day of Pride. The thought alone hyped me up. After all, they're family. Suddenly a heavy, oppressive aura descended alongside the Grand Duke. Sensing the shift, the crowd hit the floor in total submission. Mia didn't hesitate. She sprinted over and tackled the Grand Duke with a hug. Father. The Grand Duke looked down at his little lady and asked, Is this gala to your liking? The girl beamed and chirped, I love it. It's absolutely amazing. And why wouldn't she? This entire spectacle was her official welcome to the world party. Witnessing the affection the onlookers flushed, Mia felt their intense stares. Father is a total flexer, but Suddenly, the little princess planted a kiss on the Grand Duke's cheek, triggering a wave of envy throughout the hall. She spun around and flashed a finger heart to the crowd, thanking them for showing up. "Take this heart, since I can't kiss all of you." The guests practically flatlined at such an insanely adorable and wholesome display. Mia scanned the room for any haters. The younger demons in the corner looked like they were capping forcing smiles despite having zero interest in the festivities. The tiny unicorn manifested and caught the vibe too. Suddenly, Mia's gaze locked onto Valerie. She's definitely not smiling. Did I mess up? I haven't even done anything to get on her bad side. Is she actually threatened by me? Rumor has it Lady Valerie is a duke's heiress and one of the rare young female elites, so she's used to being the main character. She clearly thrives on the clout she has over her peers. But that was the extent of Mia's intel. She looked up at the Grand Duke and asked, "Father, may I go mingle with my new friends?" Mia summoned Suga and went to introduce herself properly. "Hey there, I'm Mia Depper." The little girl was baffled as to why Valerie, knowing her status, was throwing so much shade. Was this a literal declaration of war? A girl with vibrant blue hair approached with a bow. "I'm Dahlia Babato. Congratulations on your debut, princess." Mia was stunned by her voice. It sounded like pure melody. Mia chirped back, "Great to meet you, Dahlia. What's your birthday sign?" The girl revealed she was a Soundwave demon born under the Day of Wrath. Mia tilted her head. "Soundwave." Dahlia broke it down. "Sounds low-key weird, right? Word is, if I grind hard, I'll have crazy DWS. Honestly, though, I just use it for my dance routines." Suddenly, a white serpent slithered into view, a rattlesnake, the manifestation of Dahlia's power. Not just any pet, though. Ring Ring's venom is lethal enough to one-shot an opponent in a single second. And it looked like Ring Ring was eager to make friends with the princess. Mia gasped, "No way, me too, can I see you and Ring Ring perform?" Dahlia didn't miss a beat. "I'll drop a track so Ring Ring can catch the rhythm." The moment she started, the snake perched on her head began to vibe and sway to the beat. Mia clapped, totally mesmerized. She low-key wished she had that kind of rhythm. But that wasn't all. Rin. Emery actually synchronized a bow with Dahlia. It's a flex that the princess likes my moves. Suddenly, the unicorn appeared looking totally bored. "Dancing is mid, but I'm a high-tier mount." Mia felt helpless. Even if Suga hated being a prop, he had to take the L for her. Then a girl with ivory brown hair and floral accents stepped forward. "Greetings, princess. I am Hadissa Sabnok II." Mia gave a warm greeting before realizing she'd forgotten the most important detail. "I'm a dream demon born on the Day of Enchantment." Hadissa Sabnok's eyes went wide with shock. "Dreams. That is an extraordinarily rare and elite talent. I'm low-key jealous." Her affinity was firefly magic. Not just a solitary spark, but a whole legion of Nox fireflies. With a few graceful gestures, a swarm of neon lights erupted. Hattie explained that in the Elder tongue it signifies darkness, though she preferred this luminous glow. Unpredictable and enigmatic, the two vibed instantly. But Valerie was killing the mood, her face twisted in a scowl. Mia caught on fast. This girl had zero intention of joining the circle. Suddenly, Valerie leaned in and hissed a venomous whisper into Mia's ear. "Looks like we've got a total rookie here. Are you naturally this stunted, or are you just desperately trying to act cute?" After dropping that bomb, the girl let out a condescending snicker. Mia shot back that she simply hadn't hit her growth spurt, but Valerie countered that the first major evolution usually triggers by age 5. "By now, you should be standing as tall as a 10-year-old, just like every other legitimate demon in this room. The second phase is ignited by love, not mere respect, but a true soul-deep passion and the moment of awakening. Is when you utterly crush your darkest fear. That is the only way to become a complete demon." Valerie glared at Mia and branded her a half-baked failure, which sent Mia's temper into a full-blown skyrocket. Why is she acting like such a supreme diva? She's literally just a kid herself. Suga could sense it too. This girl was blatantly fishing for a fight. Valerie continued her arrogant lecture. "Who was your bottom-tier tutor? I bet you were too special to even step foot in the palace. You're basically a glorified newborn." Hearing this, Mia realized her lack of palace training made her a total outlier. Suga was fuming. Even if she's right, she doesn't get to talk trash like that. She's clearly just salty and jealous of Master. I totally hate her. Mia agreed. She sighed and challenged, "Do you even know who I am? Because you're a complete nobody to me." But Valerie just tossed her hair and looked away. I couldn't care less. I'm not wasting my time on such juvenile questions. Mia erupted, demanding to know why she was being such a hater. They had literally just met and hadn't even finished the formal pleasantries yet. Valerie was about to flex her Asteros lineage, but Mia was already over it. She'd endured enough toxicity from the Everlands to recognize a hater instantly. So the little lady went for the jugular. "Fine, let's talk clout. The head of Asteros isn't even your mother, is she?" Valerie bristled, declaring herself the rightful heir, but Mia didn't blink. So, what is your father, a duke? My father is the Grand Duke. Do you grasp the weight of that? Using her dad's status felt a bit cheap, but Valerie threw the first punch. Mia confidently revealed her mentor was Niv Lilith before mocking. And what about you, who's stuck teaching you? At that name, Valerie's jaw dropped. What Lady Lilith is training you? Why? Mia went straight for the emotional kill. You're absolutely seething with jealousy, aren't you? She totally adores me. Dahlia and Hattie looked on in awe. Lady Lilith barely graces the palace once a month, making her a literal legend. Suddenly, Valerie screeched in a fit of rage. I'm saying you're a fraud. Your nothing is riding your father's coattails. Your only personality trait. Simultaneously, a white owl swooped down onto her shoulder, looking deceptively precious. Mia guessed that was Valerie's familiar, but she had no clue what kind of havoc it could actually wreak. Mia refused to back down, demanding a formal apology, but Valerie crossed the line by insulting Mia's mother. Are you the brat of a human or some filthy Neraphim? Is that why she's ghosting the demon world? Mia knew mentioning her mom was a saint was a bad move at a demon party. She balled her fists, staring down Valerie's provocative smirk, but she refused to compromise her truth. She wasn't ashamed of her human blood, nor did she harbor any hatred for her heritage. Mia narrowed her eyes and spoke with crystal clarity. That's right, I'm half human. So what? You got a problem with that. Valerie erupted into manic laughter. Did you all hear that the Depper family's precious daughter is a half-breed? How absolutely pathetic. Mia was seeing red, her expression darkening into a terrifying shadow. She screamed, That is it. I am done playing nice with you. Valerie looked smug. And what exactly are you going to do, little half-breed? The two girls were locked in a high-tension stare-down. Suddenly, the grand doors were thrown wide with a bang. A massive cart rolled in, showcasing a colossal shimmering mansion constructed entirely of sweets. Livius peeked from behind the masterpiece and shot Mia a silent thumbs up. Uncle Livius actually delivered. The other kids swarmed the cart in awe. Dahlia squealed. Whoa, check this out. Hattie added, It looks heavenly. Mia stood tall, basking in the glory. My father had this cookie manor built just for me. Internally, she was howling. Credit really went to Uncle Livius. The girl's eyes were literally sparkling. Can we actually eat it? Mia thought. Talk about perfect timing. Valerie was completely eclipsed. Mia smirked as she watched her rival turn beet red from the shock. Mia swung the sugar-coated door open and announced, Everyone is invited to the grand opening of my cookie house. One at a time, please. Once the crowd filtered in, Mia turned back with a sharp grin. Since you hate me so much, I assume you're staying out, right? Valerie fumbled. Wait, what? Mia's smirk only grew wider. Besides, there's no room for someone like you anyway. With that parting shot, she slammed the door shut. Valerie stood there, paralyzed by the sheer audacity. Mia smirked to herself. That'll teach her. Valerie's face turned a violent shade of crimson as she scowled, teeth gnashing in pure, unadulterated frustration. The interior was a masterclass in elegance filled with lively chatter. Suddenly, one girl leaned toward Mia. Princess, have you heard? There's a bizarre rumor circulating. Mia blinked in surprise. A bizarre rumor. Hattie let out a stifled giggle behind her hand. Yes, a chilling but totally juicy rumor. Mia raised her teacup, masking her face as her mind began to race. Hattie was clearly the unofficial queen of gossip among the elite children. Hattie leaned in. We all know about the household of God's 9th child, right? Mia made a sharp glug sound and sprayed her tea everywhere. She sat there completely petrified. She frantically wiped her chin, her eyes wide with shock. My mother's family, Hattie clapped enthusiastically. Exactly word is their entire estate has been swallowed by a vengeful spirit. A blue-haired girl let out a dramatic gasp. No way, haha. Hattie lowered her voice. They say overnight the mansion was entombed in a suffocating dark energy that bars any living soul from entering. And that phantom, it wails in agony. A cold sweat broke out across Mia's forehead. What on earth happened? Everything was perfectly intact when she made her escape. The blue-haired girl whispered, How is that even possible? Hattie shrugged. Who knows? But my mother mentioned. Before she could finish, the blue-haired girl shrieked, Wait, the Lady of Sabnock was actually there. Hattie nodded gravely. Yes, Mother went to investigate personally, and she's certain that place is suffocated by a truly lethal aura. Both girls suddenly locked their gaze on Mia. The little girl's thoughts immediately flew to her father. Lethal could father have... Hattie put on a look of mock curiosity. So, what about the humans trapped inside? Are they all rotting corpses? Or have they turned into restless, wandering ghosts? Mia turned pale as a sheet, her mind spinning with questions. Did father actually lay waste to the Herburn Manor? But why the blue-haired girl was starving for more? Princess, do you have any tea to spill? Hattie just smiled, a sharp, knowing smile, as if to say, the princess knows the truth, doesn't she? Mia was panicking. What do I do? I'm totally in the dark. If I reveal Mom's identity, everyone's jaws will hit the floor. But Mia hesitated. I can't afford to be reckless with my words. Time for a pivot. She opened her mouth to change the subject, but before she could utter a word, a trumpet blast cut through the air. The sudden roar nearly made her jump out of her skin. Following the fanfare was a thunderous proclamation. All hail the mighty King Kiristan. Before Mia could even process the shock, the two girls beside her bolted upright. What? The king is here! Move it! Let's go! They vanished into the crowd, leaving a dazed Mia behind. Don't they live in the palace? They must see the king daily. So why the hype? But as she looked up, the air left her lungs. A woman in a stunning, backless gown and a sophisticated black hat exuded pure, lethal elegance. A nobleman was politely pressing a kiss to her hand. She's terrifyingly powerful. That was Mia's visceral first impression of the monarch. The pressure was even more suffocating than when she first met father. This is the weight of a true king, a voice cried out, We offer our praise. We worship and adore your majesty. Our king who conquers every battlefield and defies death itself, never yielding to any foe. We pledge our eternal fealty to the ultimate demon. A girl bowed low, performing a flawless regal salutation. Mia stared at her. Just what kind of monster strength does the king possess? How deep does her power go? Her expression hardened with resolve. Could I ever out-earn the king, or is that just a delusional dream? The room was a chaotic mess of noise. It was in that moment of distraction that Mia turned her head to scan the room. Valerie was gone. A jolt of terror struck her. Was she snatched? Oh no, the kidnapping? She immediately broke into a sprint. Fast, I have to find her before it's too late. Suddenly, a herald's voice boomed, announcing the arrival of the eldest son of the Depper family, Kian Depper. She stopped dead in her tracks. The rhythmic click of a boot echoed through the silence. Mia, breathless, clutched her dress and spun around. Brother! Kian. Mia stared at the figure before her, completely starstruck. In her mind, she was just screaming a massive, wow! Catching Mia's dazed look, Aban asked with genuine concern, Huh, Cotton Ball? Where do you think you're going? Mia's face clouded over as she tried to gaslight herself into staying calm. This can't be real. Aban, confused by her mumbling, gave her a little shake. What that brother snap out of it? Watching the duo's easy affection, Aban continued, Wait, didn't I mention it? He's the king's fiancé? They're the kingdom's it couple, totally head over heels. Everyone knows him as the fiancé, the king's one and only. Mia was absolutely floored. Processing the news, she lunged forward and started hilariously pummeling Aban, fuming. Why on earth are you just telling me this vital info right now? The handsome newcomer flashed a dazzling smile and noted, I see her. Come on, introduce us. Aban, totally oblivious, shoved Mia forward. Why so shy around family? Get over there and say hi. Mia felt trapped and helpless. What now? Kian then turned his attention to Aban. It's been a while, Aban. Aban's face lit up with a huge grin. Brother. Hearing the greeting, he beamed back, I've been dying for a little sister, and finally my wish has been granted. Aban's smile grew even wider as he bragged excitedly. For real, you have no idea how precious she is. And she's a total prodigy too. I dare anyone to say she's not my flesh and blood. Despite the hype, Mia felt a sudden pang of inadequacy. How could she ever measure up to the king? She surely wasn't that significant to Kian. Then Kian leaned down, his voice smooth and gentle. Greetings, Mia. Your reputation precedes you. I'm your eldest brother. Overwhelmed by Kian's god-tier visuals, Mia ducked behind Aban, stammering a shy greeting. Kian flashed a dazzling smile. It's truly a pleasure to meet you. Watching Mia go full fangirl, Aban's saltiness reached critical levels. He grumbled under his breath. You definitely didn't act this way when we met. Is this some kind of favoritism? Being called out by Aban sent Mia's blush into overdrive, and she snapped at him to move before she died of embarrassment. Kian's expression softened with concern as he asked, Is everything to your liking? I hope you haven't been inconvenienced. Mia's tail practically wagged like an excited puppy. No, I love everything. Kian was a literal flower boy. One glance and people were hooked. He softly murmured, That's a relief, little sister. Mia's heart was doing backflips. He called me little sister, Kian added with a hint of guilt. Forgive me for being absent. Since the wedding, my duties have kept me away. Mia chirped a quick, "It's okay," before Kian's eyes lit up as if he'd just remembered a vital detail. He said with genuine excitement, "Ah, right, I've prepared a little something to commemorate our first meeting." He produced a small, elegant box and offered it tenderly. "Would you accept this? I truly hope it suits your taste." Accepting the token, Mia turned beet red and offered her thanks. Seeing the sheer joy the gift brought her, Kian looked absolutely delighted. Aban, feeling like a total third wheel, finally pouted and announced in a sulky tone, "Brother, the king is demanding your presence." Kian couldn't resist poking fun at Aban's obvious grumpiness. "Someone's jealous." He laughed, patting Aban's shoulder. "So cute. I'll make sure to bring you some treats later." With a graceful nod, Kian strode toward the king, the one place he truly belonged. For Kian, home wasn't a place, but wherever the king happened to be. Mia watched him go, blushing as she wondered if she'd ever find a partner that legendary. Aban, however, was impatient. "Cotton ball. Open it already. I'm dying to see." Mia felt a bit dazed and hesitated, worried it was bad form to open gifts mid-party, but Aban kept pressuring her. "Stop stalling. He gave it to you to wear, not to keep in a box." Mia felt totally seen, nervously thinking, "He's on to me." As the lid popped open, Mia gasped. Aben's eyes nearly bulged. "An artifact!" Mia, clueless about the flex, tilted her head. "An artifact!" Aban took on his expert persona, explaining it was jewelry infused with ancient sorcery, a gift of immense significance. Mia's curiosity piqued as she bombarded him with questions. "What does it do? How did you recognize it?" Aban kept it simple. It was a voice transmission tool, capable of sending her voice anywhere she desired or anywhere she'd previously visited. Mia looked skeptical. "So I could literally send a message to my room from here?" Aban nodded. "Exactly. Try it on." Mia was stunned. Why would Kian give her something so high tier? She asked how Aban knew so much about its origins. Aban laughed, recalling how Kian had unearthed it in a treacherous ancient dungeon. Whenever he and his wife have a spat, he goes to clear out dungeons to blow off steam. Hearing that, Mia couldn't help but draw a parallel. In that regard, he's exactly like father. Suddenly, the bracelet pulsed with a strange energy. Mia's eyes widened. "Is this a voice transmission map?" The instant she visualized her bedroom, the scene materialized vividly right before her eyes. Witnessing the miracle firsthand, Mia was over the moon. "This is insane. It's so useful." Examining the craftsmanship, Mia wondered if it was jade or enchanted stone. Then a memory flickered. Mia turned to Aban, pointing to the piece in her hand. "Aban, do you know the specs on this one?" Aban replied, "That's yours now. It's a dual-layered protective relic. The left side tanks physical hits, while the right shields your mind from mental interference. Each charge can be triggered once per day." The explanation left Mia beaming. She thought, finally the mystery is solved. Aban had slipped it to her along with that fancy tea set. Mia leaned in, dropping her voice to a whisper. "Aban, let's talk business. What's the market value on these?" Matching her energy, Aban played along mysteriously. "It's worth exactly what a desperate person will pay." Mia's eyes went wide. "Like 2 billion rubies." Aban didn't skip a beat. "Easily. Wealthy collectors would start a war over those cufflinks. If I had to put a price on it, maybe 5 billion rubies?" He then warned the greedy little entrepreneur not to even think about selling it. Mia was buzzing. She said with total seriousness, "I wouldn't dream of it." Secretly, she thought, "If it's that bankable, I'm locking it in a vault." Suddenly, a shiver ran down Mia's spine. She scanned the room suspiciously. She felt her guard go up. She was being watched by an intense, lingering gaze. Mia immediately linked with Suga and sent the telepathic order, "Suga, find Doria." Suga vanished with a nod. Mia was cooking up a scheme of her own. The mission of fake kidnapping involving Tina and Ben to smoke out the real suspect. Doria was busy sketching every guest entering or exiting the estate. Mia took the drawings from Suga. "Perfect." She noted, "So Valerie has already ditched the party." It seemed she left in a huff because of Mia, and after the king's arrival, the exit was basically locked down. Everyone was too busy groveling to leave. That meant, in the window between Valerie's exit and the king's entry, anyone who slipped out was a prime suspect. They prey on isolated kids, or perhaps they're looking to collect. Before the king made her grand entrance, Mia shoved the sketches toward Suga. Suga delivered these to Tina immediately. Suga vanished to execute the command. Mia replayed the details in her mind, thinking, the kidnapper is a young female traitor among the demons. There's no way she's part of the low-tier dregs. Armed with that deduction, suddenly a booming voice echoed Mia. It was the Duke. With a gaze full of paternal warmth, he declared, "I have an announcement to make." "I have something special for you." Mia's ears perked up. Was she getting another legendary tier item? The Duke extended his hand. By instinct, Mia placed her tiny, delicate palm into his massive one. The father-daughter duo became the absolute focal point of the gala. The Duke solemnly introduced the star of the show. I officially bestow upon my daughter her name in the ancient tongue Melmia Dondepper. From this day forth you are Melmia. It signifies desire, so if you crave something, seize it and never let go. It is your right to live in luxury. To embrace anger or greed for conflict is the very obsession that fuels a demon. Mia was deeply moved. She thought, Father must know I've spent my life backing down. He was giving her permission to be bold. Mia shyly whispered, Father, Father. Being a doting parent, the Duke instantly read his daughter's unspoken gratitude. He murmured softly, No need for thanks. This is simply the duty of a father. Mia was still blushing furiously and stammered, but... The Duke cut in seriously. You are my daughter. Nothing in this world is more vital than you, Melmia. Right then, a refined voice interjected, A pleasure to finally meet you, Lady Melmia. Recognizing the guest, Mia greeted her warmly. The pleasure is mine, Marchioness Hestisa Aredo Sabnock II. Adoring Mia's precious reaction, the Marchioness flashed a radiant, toothy smile. So adorable. Tell me, young lady, do you aspire to be a titan of industry? Mia's eyes sparkled as she chirped, Yes! The Marchioness was floored by her resolve. I love that fire. Being decisive is the first step to greatness. Wealth is the key to a realistic and blissful life. If you have questions, fire away. I'll share every secret I know. The opportunity of a lifetime was knocking. Mia was hyped. Mentorship from a business mogul score. This buys me time and knowledge. Mia admitted, honestly, Truthfully, I'm a total novice. I don't even know where the starting line is. Impressed by her candor, Hestisa dropped her first gem of wisdom. First, observe your surroundings. Mia blinked. My surroundings? Hestisa explained, You must master the art of reading people. Sell them what they crave, not what you think they should want. Once you've found your product, identify your target, the elite, the masses, the elderly, or the youth. Start with a niche you understand better than anyone else. Mia followed the logic. Then what about kids? But children don't exactly have deep pockets. Hestisa smirked a predatory glint in her eyes. Spot on. So who actually holds the purse strings? Mia made a calculated guess, their parents. Hestisa beamed at this girl's intuition. Exactly. To sell to parents, you must weaponize either their guilt or their vanity. Mia started connecting the dots. If they don't buy it, they feel like failures. If they do, they can flex. Look how pampered my daughter is. I totally get it. The little girl was in awe. Marchioness Sabnock was a true savage. As Mia thanked her, Hestisa laughed. Befriending the Don Depper heiress is quite the thrill. I hope you never lose that charming spark. However, Mia still had some lingering doubts about the business association. The Duke looming nearby chimed in. That is the guild you must infiltrate if you wish to dominate the kingdom's trade. The hierarchy there is built entirely on cold hard capital and strategic investment. Hestisa III jumped into the conversation. In that case, the young lady would be the youngest mogul in history, a 5-year-old CEO unheard of. Mia was totally intrigued. For real? Hestisa added with a touch of melancholy. I've missed my window for the second growth. I'm past my prime. She reiterated that love is the catalyst. It seemed the legends were true. When fueled by family bonds, a demon's growth hits hyperspeed. The Duke finally set Mia down and asked caringly, Off to play with your peers, Mia chirped. You bet. The Duke gave a gentle parting reminder. Don't forget to eat and keep your energy up. Mia gave a sharp, Yes, sir. Catching a discreet signal from Tina, she gave a subtle nod. She thought, Perfect, I'll duck onto a balcony for a 10-minute breather. If she could find a quiet spot away from the noise. But when she pulled the curtain, she walked straight into a scandalous R-rated adult encounter. The sight forced a high-pitched scream from her lungs. Ah! Mia's face turned a nuclear shade of red. Oh my God, my eyes, I didn't sign up for this. The startled lovers scrambled apart, causing the man to lose his footing. Mia backed away in a panic, and the whole vibe was utterly ruined. Good grief, Mia hurriedly squeaked, sorry. So incredibly sorry. Mia scrambled away to find a different refuge. The girl thought, surely there isn't a second couple hiding here, right? She pushed open a door to a silent chamber and let out a massive sigh of relief. Finally, some peace. Suga asked, Are you chilly, master? Mia gave Suga a comforting squeeze, thinking, compared to those brutal winters back at the Everland hellscape, then I'm cooling. Suga immediately offered solace. My little lady, you must be exhausted. Mia felt the weight lift as she vented, offering Suga a silent nod of gratitude. Suddenly, a familiar fragrance drifted toward her, jolting Mia awake. The unmistakable scent of honey. In the shadows, the silhouette of a young boy materialized. Mia was caught off guard by his sudden ghostly appearance. She gasped, the memory of him clicking into place. The boy flashed a knowing smirk. Busted again. Mia found her smile. Oh, for real? The boy asked with a hint of intrigue. A second encounter. Tell me, how did you track me down? Mia didn't play games and dropped the truth. Was it that faint trail of honey, perhaps? This time, Mia dropped a full, formal introduction with high energy. Greetings, I am Melmia Don Depper. He let out a soft ah and muttered, Yeah, I heard the announcement earlier. Mia blinked, slightly stunned that he'd been eavesdropping. Then she leaned in, asking, So what's your name? While slipping back into her detective mode. He's skipping the honorifics entirely. That suggests he's from a high-tier Duke's bloodline. I can't recall any houses besides Lilith and Astaroth. The boy, however, was a master at dodging the question. Listen, kid, you're totally clueless, aren't you? Wandering onto a balcony alone is a death wish. Hearing the jab, Mia fired back, You're out here flying solo too, aren't you? The boy let out a weary sigh. I'm basically forced into exile. There are too many things constantly clinging to me. Mia thought, honestly, every time I catch that scent, I just move on instinct. The boy turned to exit, giving Mia a stern warning. Look, just head back to the ballroom. I claimed this spot first, and I need my space. Hearing that, Mia stood her ground and declared hard pass. She plotted internally, I'll be so incredibly obnoxious that he'll have to be the one to bail. Mia pivoted the topic, pointing at him. That's a sacred relic you're rocking, right? Faced with Mia's shimmering eyes and her innocent interrogation, the boy muttered helplessly, You really don't have a mute button, do you? Mia pounced on the opening and chirped, If I'm such a headache, then you should definitely head back to the party. The boy stubbornly replied, But I was here first. Mia doubled down on the bratty act. Doesn't matter, you should still leave. Internally, she was screaming, Super annoying, right? I'm winning. The boy let out a heavy sigh. He closed the distance and whispered, I actually borrowed this sacred relic from the king. Mia's jaw dropped. The king, the boy continued, It's designed to mask traces and scents so people will stop obsessing over me. After processing that, Mia asked skeptically, Then how did I sniff you out? The boy pulled out his necklace to demonstrate. This sacred relic is a level 2. That trinket on your wrist and those cufflinks pure level 1 fodder. A relic can't hoodwink a demon whose raw power or latent potential eclipses its own. Besides, back at the World Tree, your father and brother knew exactly where I was hiding, but they chose silence. The pieces finally clicked for Mia. I get it now. Seeing Mia take the news so casually, the boy looked confused. Wait, where's the explosion? Your family played you. You should be fuming that they dared to gaslight a female demon. Mia replied with a shrug. They probably figured it was info I didn't need, so they kept it on the low. It's whatever. The boy's eyes went wide. What? Suddenly a thought struck Mia. She began rummaging through her pockets. In that case, do you recognize who crafted this? She thrust it towards him and said dead seriously, This thing carries your exact scent. Staring at the object in Mia's palm, the boy sighed and confessed, Yeah, that's my work. Mia was floored by the confirmation. For real? Yeah. The boy finally revealed his true calling. I'm a sculptor and an artist. I dabble in painting, but my heart is in the carve. I work with gems, timber, and even raw stone. Mia couldn't hold back her admiration. That is so incredibly fire. He's officially the one I want to be besties with out of all the kids I've met today. Mia offered some genuine praise for his craft. The pony is absolutely breathtaking. To her hype, the boy merely gave a lazy response. I'm aware. It's one of my personal masterpieces. Mia gushed further. I just knew the demon behind Pony had to be a total visual. She thought, Pony was carved from pink diamonds. It's so his aesthetic. Should I drop the friendship bracelet on him? Mia turned back to the boy, persistent. I still need a name. Or are you going to keep gatekeeping it? The boy replied with cold indifference. My name... I've never actually had to introduce myself. It's ironic because everyone knows me. They either beg for my attention or avoid me like the plague. Mia stood there slightly dazed. She thought to herself, does he seriously think every demon follows him because they're standing? Is he for real? The more she dwelled on it, the more Mia felt bad for his delusions. Finally, he dropped the name. It's Uriah Beelzebub. Mia beamed and said, Nice to meet you, Uriah. She felt the Beelzebub name ringing some major bells. Did Uncle Livius mention it, or maybe Aban dropped it once? Mia started rambling again. Yuria, you're a literal genius. How do you even create something so gorgeous? Faced with Mia's chaotic energy, the boy's composure wavered. Are you being for real right now? Mia nodded earnestly. Yeah, it's legit amazing. But Yuria was skeptical. He hesitated, asking, So it's not about my face, my vibe, or my family clout, but just my sculptures, Mia said firmly. Yeah? Though she was low-key confused. Why is he obsessing over such basic questions? At that, Yuria actually blushed. Mia kept the momentum going. By the way, Yuria... He gave a shy whispered, Yeah. Mia dropped the bomb. Brother Kian is way more of a snack than you, Yuria. I mean, I haven't seen your full face yet, but even if you ditched the bangs, you couldn't outshine Kian. Yuria knew exactly who she was talking about. He replied calmly, Lord Kian. Mia started flexing her family ties. You actually know my brother. Yuria nodded. Quite well. He's the king's man now, so he's untouchable. My situation, however, is different. Mia started overthinking. He means Kian is off the market, so the drama stopped, but he's still fair game, right? He's surprisingly self-aware. No wonder he's so stressed he's borrowing royal relics. Mia tried to comfort Yuria. Don't sweat it. His scent is top tier, even better than yours, Yuria, though yours is a solid runner-up, obviously. Yuria inquired. You're exceptionally close with your old man, aren't you? Mia nodded firmly. My papa is the absolute best. Hearing her answer, a wave of nostalgia washed over Yuria. I'm envious. My father is never satisfied with my craftsmanship. That confession left Mia stunned. Why your creations are breathtaking. Yuria then explained that his skill was why he was exiled. His father claimed he would tarnish the family prestige. Mia was perplexed. Does he mean letting you travel the world? Yuria began to grumble dejectedly. Lately, no matter how hard I try, inspiration eludes me. I'm genuinely spiraling. Hearing Yuria's vulnerability, Mia felt a surge of energy. Is this it? A genuine heart-to-heart between comrades? Yuria continued, but looking at you makes me suddenly want to carve a rubber duck for toddlers. This caused Mia's excitement to instantly deflate. The little girl thought gloomily, I guess he doesn't actually need my professional advice after all. Yuria turned his gaze toward the horizon and sighed. I need to get back to my workshop soon. Thanks to you, a brilliant idea just sparked. Mia felt slightly insulted. A little duck? Seriously? Whatever, it's a good time to bounce anyway. I've got a mission, and Yuria has his art. Finally, Mia spoke up. Yuria, I want you to have this. Seeing what Mia was offering, Yuria's eyes widened in shock. A bracelet? Mia asked with a hint of hesitation. Will you accept it? I only gift these to demons I truly want to befriend. Please be my special comrade. Also, let's keep it between us that we met out here tonight. Yuria found the situation comical. You said my face can't touch the king's and my scent is mid compared to the Grand Duke's, yet you still want to be friends. Mia said earnestly. Yuria is elite too, but don't worry, I won't be a pest. Yuria reminded her, You haven't even seen my face yet. Mia sighed, because those bangs are gatekeeping your features. Yuria said calmly, Then I'll show you. But Mia hurriedly declined. Let's save that reveal for later. I've got to run. Yuria was left standing there bewildered. You're just going to leave me on read even after I offered to let you see my face. Mia had already vaulted onto Suga's back with lightning speed. She flashed a grin. Yep, catch you on the flip side. And so they parted ways. Yuria watched her retreat into the night and shouted after her, Once I finish my next masterpiece, I'm coming for you. Mia vanished, and Yuria, now alone, let his mask slip. A wicked smirk spread across his lips. Everything is unfolding exactly according to my design. Nightfall draped the sky in velvet, but the castle interior remained a shimmering sea of light. Mia toddled over to a nearby servant, clutching her notebook. Excuse me, have you spotted a demon that looks like this? The servant was startled to see the tiny lady. Ah, young miss. She scrutinized the drawing to confirm the intel for RMC. This individual was seen heading toward the children's lounge a few moments ago. Oh, for real. The servant watched Mia scurry away with a fond smile. She's such a precious being today, haha. Meanwhile, our MC left feeling a bit apprehensive. If it's Valerie, her massive ego probably wouldn't let her stay in the lounge. Maybe she's hiding out in a vacant room. Our MC navigated the castle corridors, her small feet padding softly against the cold stone. Suddenly, she froze as she scanned the area. This is the exact spot from my premonition. Mia ducked behind a heavy door, eavesdropping on the voices within. We're starving out here. Why do we have to lurk for some random brat? Even if it's not a depper, we should just snatch any kid we see, right? Suga poked his plushy head out and whispered irritably, "Are these clowns brain dead? Everyone can hear them." Our MC agreed. "Yeah, it's sus. Are they really this sloppy?" Is the sacred relic that Nerafim guy provided actually functioning? Of course it is. No one can hear a single word we say. Mia spotted the device they were holding. Aha, I see. They're banking on that soundproofing relic. But she recalled the expert's warning. A sacred relic cannot deceive a demon with power or latent potential stronger than its own. Suga whispered to Mia, "These guys have Day of Pride energy written all over them for sure." Suga continued in a low tone, "Regardless, we finally reached the destination." "This is the final scene from the dream, isn't it?" Mia nodded grimly. "Yeah. Now let's see if we can put them into a permanent slumber." Suddenly, a sharp voice from inside barked, "Who's out there?" Mia's heart skipped a beat as panic set in. Seeing a hand lunging toward her hiding spot, the girl spiraled. "I'm cooked. I'm definitely going to be exposed." Suga instantly shifted into his majestic unicorn form, hoisted Mia onto his back, and bolted like a literal lightning bolt. The counterfeit demons gave chase immediately. Mia glanced over her shoulder. The situation was turning critical. "They're gaining on us. Is there any place left to vanish?" Her eyes locked onto a pair of tightly bolted doors at the end of the hall. "In there!" she barked at Suga. Charging straight for the entrance, they burst through the threshold. Mia and Suga gasped for air, trying to collect themselves. Suddenly, a shrill voice cut through the silence. Why are you in here?" It was Valerie. Her face was flushed and puffy from a crying session. Valerie glared at Mia through her lingering tears. "Did you come here just to flex on me? You hijacked all my friends. You must be feeling pretty smug, huh?" Mia struggled to get a word in with the hot-headed girl. "No, listen, it's not what you think. I knew it," Valerie shrieked even louder. "I knew the moment the Grand Duke's daughter showed up. Everyone would dump me." Mia lunged forward and clamped her hand over the girl's mouth. "Zip it right now." Valerie still tried to argue through her muffled grip. "What do you think you're doing? Get off!" The girl's arms flailed wildly, making Mia's head spin. "This isn't the time for a catfight. We're about to get snatched if you don't shut it." The door was abruptly kicked open with devastating brutal force. Both girls whirled around in pure shock toward the entrance. What's the move? The demon squad had found their hiding spot. They let out a sinister cackle and jeered. "Well, look what we have here. Are you brats lost? Thanks to you, our paycheck just got a whole lot easier." Malevolent ghosts wailed as they manifested all around them. Mia stared in disbelief. They were nothing but a pack of low-life thugs. Valerie didn't hesitate, charging forward instantly. "Out of my way, I'll crush them myself." She swiftly summoned her white dove, its wings spanning wide as it soared through the air with a sharp flap. Suga immediately whispered a reminder to Mia. "We need to put them into a deep sleep now." She gave a firm nod. "Got it." Those dark spirits. Dripping with the gloom of hell swirled around the room. But compared to Aban, these demons were absolute fodder. I'm not even intimidated by Aban. Besides, I have a much more terrifying and absolute powerhouse backing me up. She stood her ground and sneered at the demons. "You losers aren't even worth a grain of sand compared to my father." Valerie turned to her in a panic. "Hey, do you even grasp the gravity of the situation we're in right now? Why on earth are you provoking them?" Mia signaled for Valerie to chill and continued. "Don't sweat it. These clowns clearly weren't raised right. Letting them be guard dogs for House Nerafim is the only thing they're good for." She pointed a finger as she spoke, sending the thugs into a blind, irritated rage. "What did you just bark at us, you little brat?" Mia doubled down on the disrespect. "Come on, puppies, let me hear you bark. If you're good boys, maybe Nerafim will actually adopt you." The only thing missing was a high-angle shot to truly look down on them. The demon fuming channeled thick black smoke from his fingertips. "You don't know your place. I'm going to beat some respect into you." But because of her tiny height, he unleashed a massive torrent of black energy right over her. "I'll blast you straight to Sky Island this instant." This distraction kept them from even considering looking up. Perfect Mia activated her skill. It's time for you trashy adults to experience a true nightmare. And that's a wrap for this recap. If you enjoyed the ride show, some love with a like. Share the video to keep my motivation high so I can bring you even more legendary series.